Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Gave Until There Was Nothing Left? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. It was a miracle that Izuku was born, at least that's what the doctors who delivered him had thought. But as Izuku sat silently in the dimly lit apartment, clutching the one picture of his mother and father smiling happily, he had to think the doctors were wrong. His father certainly seemed to think so. Hisashi was nothing like the man Izuku admired in the photo. He didn't smile, he never hugged Izuku, and he always so angry. Izuku winced as his bruises reminded him of Hisashi's actions last night when the man came back from work. But it was okay, because Hisashi never forgot to apologize and tell Izuku he was only hurting him because Izuku had hurt him first. Izuku couldn't be mad at his father. The man was never around or took the time to see if he was okay, but Izuku had a place to stay and on rare occasions, warm food to eat. Hisashi even homeschooled him long enough for Izuku to read, write and speak basic Japanese and do basic math before he put Izuku into the school system. Izuku never said anything when his teachers asked where his bruises came from or why he didn't like to speak. His father had explained that Izuku was a troubled child who was socially inept. It wasn't like Izuku was completely alone at school. He had some other kids approach him trying to be his friends. Kaken was especially stubborn, more so after he brought Izuku over to his house one day to let him meet his parents. Kaken's parents were so very kind to Izuku, and while Mitsuki-san could get loud sometimes, they never hit him. Hisashi forbade Izuku from going over again though, after Mitsuki had interrogated the man about Izuku's bruises. Kaken was a lot gentler with him than he was with the other kids. Izuku didn't know why, but he liked it. "Does your dad hit you, Izuku?" Katsuki asked one day while the two of them were exploring the woods nearby the school during recess. Izuku froze up before he looked at Katsuki with wide eyes. His small hands trying to wrap around his arms as if trying to hide the green marks. Izuku shook his head before he responded, no, Papa doesn't hit me, Kaken." Katsuki gave him a look that said the blonde boy didn't believe him, but turned away to catch a big bug. "My mom says adults shouldn't hurt kids, you know? They aren't supposed to hit them, or yell bad words at them and stuff like that." "Papa does all of those things," Izuku thought before he smacked his cheeks to try and get rid of his doubts. Hisashi wasn't a bad father, was he? "Papa scares me sometimes, but he still loves me. He's just angry because I hurt him before," Izuku said quietly as Katsuki said nothing but stared at him. "You shouldn't be scared of your dad, Izuku." Izuku's eyes teared up as he knew Katsuki was right, but he didn't want to admit it. When Hisashi finds out about their conversation, Izuku can't help but regret talking to Katsuki. He was pulled out of school and the two had to move to another district that was still close to Hisashi's workplace. Izuku wore a cheap sling for his arm for about a few weeks after the move too, as Hisashi blamed him once again for something out of Izuku's control. Izuku found himself hungry quite often now, but whenever he would ask his father for food the man replied, "Oh, I'm sorry Izuku, but Daddy needs to eat first. He goes to work in order to give us this apartment and the clothes you wear after all. Not to mention the All Might action figure you love. You don't want your daddy to go hungry, do you?" Izuku nodded hesitantly in agreement and never brought up his hunger after that. He knew his clothes were old hand-me-downs and the All Might figurine was something Hisashi pulled out of the trash can on the side of their apartment complex, but he still valued them. He didn't really get to have much outside of those items after all. Izuku had a bad feeling, however, after Hisashi started experimenting with Izuku's quirk. He had lost his temper one night and blew a stream of fire toward Izuku's direction, only to be surprised when Izuku raised his arms up in defense and a wall of ice formed in response. Then Hisashi tried breaking a bottle of beer over Izuku's head only to be met with hardened hair and skin. When he held Izuku's head underwater despite Izuku's initial thrashing, Hisashi noted that after 2 minutes, Izuku could then breathe underwater. "That it turns out even you can be useful after all, Izuku," Hisashi said as he patted Izuku on the head gently, shocking the green-haired boy who was still trying to catch his breath from reverting back to breathing air. Hisashi smiled at him for the first time Izuku could recall, but it sent a shiver of fear down his spine as Izuku stared up at him. I'm going to teach you how to fight, Izuku, then you're going to help Daddy make some money, okay? Hisashi said while leering down at Izuku, who shivered from the quickly cooling water. You'll be a good boy for Daddy, won't you? Izuku could only nod as he turned his gaze to the floor and closed his eyes. Hisashi was a harsh teacher, although his treatment of Izuku wasn't much different from what he did normally. The only reprise that Izuku got was that his quirk made things much less painful for him whenever Hisashi let him use it. When Izuku's 11th birthday came around, his father surprised him. Hey Izuku, Daddy's got a surprise for you. Today's your birthday, and with how well you've done with our training, Daddy thought he would bring you somewhere as a reward. Izuku suppressed his nagging feeling of suspicion, as his excitement over Hisashi actually thinking of him won over. Hisashi even let Izuku hold his hand as the man drove them to wherever he had in mind. Izuku was kicking his feet back and forth in excitement, although as the scenery began to change into shadier places with even shadier people, Izuku glanced at his dad to see what was going on. Hisashi let out a rather sinister grin as he announced they had arrived and told Izuku to keep holding his hand as they walked in. Izuku scrunched his nose reflexively as the odor of sweat, blood and other questionable things hit him. There was a deafening roar of a crowd as the doors opened and Izuku could see the plethora of scary-looking people cheering for something. Finally, they had reached a room that overlooked the crowd below and Izuku could finally make out what they were so interested in. His breath hitched as he realized what was happening. Q-Quirk fighting. He thought as he watched two quirk users collide violently. Hisashi, how have you been doing, my friend? A voice called out as Izuku turned his attention back to his father and the quickly approaching stranger. The man was quite a bit taller than his father and had more muscles from what Izuku could see. He was also wearing what looked like an expensive suit, and there were a few scantily clad women following behind him that had Izuku blush in embarrassment. Akechi, it's been too long, my friend. I see you're doing as well as ever. Hisashi and Akechi shared a laugh before the other man spotted Izuku. His eyes narrowed before a knowing smirk appeared on his face. Is this your infamous son you've been telling me about, Hisashi? Cute kid. Hisashi pushed Izuku in front of him in order for Akechi to get a better look at him. Where are your manners, Izuku? What do you say to Akechi-san? Hisashi admonished in a plastic tone that had Izuku feeling uneasy. It's nice to meet you, Akechi-san. Izuku stuttered softly as the large man chuckled before addressing Hisashi. The kid's as tough as a marshmallow, Hisashi. You better not be fucking with me if you're serious about him being our next fighter. Akechi said with a bite to his tone. Hisashi bared a smug grin before he said, You should know me, Akechi. I don't bet easily. Why don't you try him out? Akechi raised an eyebrow in disbelief before he sighed. You're effing crazy, Hisashi. I always knew you had a dark side in that annoyingly happy mind of yours, but this is your effing kid. The man shook his head before he laid a hand on Izuku's shoulder and led them out of the room and down the stairs back into the main area. There were quite a few confused gazes as Izuku was led right in front of the boxing ring and Akechi whispered to the referee, who gave him a disbelieving look. Izuku jumped in surprise when a body slammed down right next to where he was. One of the fighters was knocked out and missing a few of his teeth as the other one grinned as if to intimidate Izuku, which he was quite successful in doing as Izuku gulped in fear. D-Daddy? I'm not sure if I'll like this place. Izuku tried telling Hisashi, who brushed away his hand before kneeling down in front of him. Listen, Izuku, Daddy knows this looks a little scary, but you're strong. Daddy has been teaching you how to fight. Now you're going to help Daddy by fighting some people, okay? The referee had finally relented to whatever Akechi said. The man was one of his bosses after all, as he announced. Ladies and gentlemen, freaks and beauties, we have a strange and exciting event that Boss Akechi has scheduled for us. Hisashi made Izuku look directly into his eyes as the crowd roared in response. Izuku, you're going to fight some people and win Daddy some money, understand? You can be a good boy and do that for Daddy, right? Izuku teared up as he tried shaking his head negatively, but Hisashi's grip on his face only tightened. Tonight, we have a new, special contestant whose appearance may be deceiving, but do try to cheer him on. Won't you? The referee continued as Hisashi lifted Izuku into the boxing ring. And Izuku? If you don't win, Daddy's going to leave you alone and never come back. You don't want that to happen, do you, Izuku? Izuku felt like he was going to throw up as the combination of the harsh white lights bearing down on him, the roar of the crowd and Hisashi's words hit him all at once. Give a warm welcome to Lil Izuku, the boy full of surprises. The referee hyped up as the crowd's noise died down into softer mumblings of confusion. The winner from the last round narrowed his eyes both at Izuku, who looked like a deer caught in headlights, then to Hisashi's dark grin before he said in a deep voice, "I don't hurt children." He pinned a knowing look at Hisashi, whose expression only grew more vicious at the silent accusation. Several others in the crowd voiced their discomfort having Izuku fight as well, but they were all silenced by Akechi, who took the mic. The match will commence with the sound of the bell. No objections can be made. The same rules apply, no serious maiming or murder. Everything else goes. Izuku felt his chest seize up as the noise levels began to rise again, and the quirk user in the ring with him shook his head in disappointment before facing Izuku. "Hey kid, sorry about this. I'll try to make my hits not so painful." But Izuku didn't care to hear any of that, his mind repeating Hisashi's last words to him. "I can't lose. I can't lose, I can't lose, I can't lose." Then, as the bell rang and his opponent lunged forward to attack him, Izuku evened out his breathing and let the training Hisashi pounded into him take control. "I can't lose." His opponent had some sort of muscle-boosting quirk that gave him extra strength and speed. He's clearly got more experience in fighting than I do, and his strength and speed combination do work well together, but Izuku thought as he surprised the crowd and his opponent by using the arm move at him to pull himself up. His legs swung around to wrap around the man's neck as Izuku's form liquefied and he became water, wrapping his mass around the man's face. His punches can't hurt me now, and he will pass out from lack of air. He can't breathe underwater like I can after all, Izuku thought as the crowd was silent. His opponent had finally passed out from lack of oxygen as Izuku returned to his regular form. The match had been too easy for him as he watched Hisashi collect the winnings he had made off of everyone else. Even Akechi looked a bit shocked at how easily one of their fighters had gone down before he smirked. "Well, what does everyone think of our Lil Izuku? Want to see another match with this surprising hellion?" The crowd's response shook the arena as Izuku could only look guilty. I don't want to hurt more people like this, Daddy. Why did you bring me here?" As the next opponent, a woman with a vicious-looking tiger quirk, climbed into the boxing ring, Izuku could only close his eyes, accepting his fate as everyone chanted for more. "You're more than meets the eye, kiddo, but now that your element of surprise is gone, I can counter your water quirk," she said confidently. Izuku said nothing as the match started, the two of them circling each other. "You can turn into water, but there was a moment when you had a fully solid form, didn't you? So as long as I hit you before you can transform, my win's guaranteed." She let out a rumble which Izuku believed was her version of laughing before her pupils dilated, and she dashed around the ring. Izuku had a bit of trouble keeping up with her, and she used this to her advantage as she lunged, claws out. The crowd was high on the adrenaline of watching one of their favorite fighters go after Izuku. She let out a roar of victory as her claws reached him, expecting them to slice through his chest. The sound of a pained scream ripped through the air as everyone quieted down once again. Their eyes wide in disbelief as they watched the Tiger Quirk fighter recoil in pain, cradling her newly broken hand. Izuku held the same passive expression he forced himself to wear at the beginning of his match as he lowered his hardened arm. "I bet it's not a water quirk," he said softly before he hardened his whole body, sharpening it to the point where he looked quite fearsome. "I'm sorry." Izuku apologized before throwing a well-trained punch at the woman who had half the brain to move out before the hit connected. The crowd gained back their momentum as more bets were being placed in Izuku's favor. Debris from where he broke the ring fell off to the side as Izuku wasted no time and quickly grabbed the woman's tail. She screeched in response from the pain before trying to claw at him with her remaining arm, only for Izuku to grab a hold of her wrist. "Peace, she began to plead as Izuku lifted her up as if he were about to body slam her into the ground. "I forfeit," she yelled out as Izuku immediately dropped her. And another win for Lil Izuku. What a strange boy he is. Akechi-san, just how did you find such a gem? The referee asked rhetorically. As the woman limped away to get first aid, Izuku apologized once again, only for her to shake her head in response. No, kiddo, I'm sorry for you. This isn't the kind of life you should have been brought into. With a quirk like that, bad people are gonna look at you soon. Especially considering where we are. She then looked to where Izuku's father was laughing maniacally, being swamped by people asking exactly who Izuku was. Really, I hope things get better for you, kiddo, she said before leaving the ring. Izuku was miserable as they pushed the next contender into the boxing ring as he looked down at his clenched hands, conflicted. I want to lose that, but I can't lose. All Might, what would you do? Izuku mumbled as he thought to the hero he had grown to admire in the time Hisashi raised him, before the bell rang out for his next match and Izuku breathed out. He didn't have the time to think about that now. Izuku winced as he hit the hard floor of the training ring he was in as his opponent walked over and held out a patient hand. You did better this time, Lil Izuku. You just need more practice to make your moves more natural. Izuku looked up at the Tiger Quirk user he had gotten to know over the course of the past couple of weeks. Her name was Koharu, and she grew a soft spot for Izuku after that night of his debut. A lot of the other fighters did, even if he did beat most of them and hurt their pride. They may have been underground fighters, but they were still just regular people. Most of them either had families or wanted a child, and Izuku's soft personality won them over. Quite a few of the fighters even offered to take Izuku in if he ever wanted to get away from his dad. Izuku rejected their offers politely, even if the thought did tempt him some nights that Hisashi would be particularly violent again. Izuku breathed as he tried to calm down and catch his breath. While his quirk was strong due to his element of surprise, Izuku couldn't depend on it if he was fighting a no-quirk match. The other fighters brought it upon themselves to train him in their own personal styles, even if they were a little immature at times when they fought over him. Koharu gently pulled him up without much resistance since Izuku didn't weigh that much to begin with. I could deadlift you with one arm, no problem, kiddo. Koharu had teased one time as she proceeded to do so in order to see Izuku's embarrassed flush. It was no secret that Izuku wasn't being treated well by Hisashi, the fact that he was here proved it. But Koharu and even Akechi, who had a soft spot for Izuku as well, made sure to bring food for him to eat. Akechi definitely had the money to buy a lot of things for Izuku, but whenever he asked what the freckled boy wanted, Izuku only shook his head and looked to Hisashi tentatively. Izuku didn't talk much at all to anyone, and when he did, it was very hesitantly, as if he was afraid to speak to them. Honestly, Izuku, I don't know why a sweet boy like you puts up with someone like Hisashi. Koharu complained as she nuzzled her soft-furred face into Izuku's fluffy, albeit sweaty, hair. Izuku patted her arm as if to say, "It's okay, I don't mind. Don't act innocent with me, mister. I can see the bruises he left on your arm, Izuku." Koharu scolded as she threw a water bottle at Izuku, who fumbled in catching it. Izuku had to suppress his reaction to awkwardly rub the area of his arm she was talking about as he rethought to his father's declining mood these past few days. At first, Hisashi had been happier, even a bit kinder to Izuku due to how rich his betting on Izuku made him. After the first week of fighting matches, however, that Hisashi started talking to shadier people and leaving Izuku alone for longer periods of time in order to go do business. Izuku had no idea what his father was doing, but he preferred things to continue this way. At least when Koharu and the others hit him, they weren't actually looking to hurt him. "Izuku, come here." Hisashi's voice jolted Izuku in surprise as Izuku choked on his water, making Koharu pat his back gently. "Be careful, kiddo. The others and I are always close by if you need us, okay?" Koharu stated before she let him go to confront his father. Hisashi almost looked nervous as Izuku approached, and he was standing next to a shady-looking man who was looking at Izuku with a critical but pleased eye. Hisashi cleared his throat before he smiled, although Izuku could tell it didn't reach his eyes. His father's smiles never seemed to be real anymore. "Izuku, come here and greet Jiren-san. He's a very good acquaintance of Daddy." Izuku tilted his head up in order to look the tall man in the face as he muttered a soft, "Be pleased to meet you, Jiren-san." Jiren nodded approvingly at him before replying in an ominous tone, "It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Izuku." Jiren glanced dismissively at Hisashi before returning his gaze to Izuku's own wide, green gaze. "You've got quite the interesting quirk there, boy. One of my clients was interested in seeing how it works," Jiren said cheerfully, as a sense of unease slithered down Izuku's back. Kohara had warned him about this a while back, but he didn't want to believe it would actually come true. "The thing is, Izuku, Daddy's been caught up in some trouble, you see?" Hisashi emphasized as he kneeled down to look Izuku in the eyes. His hand gestures were becoming more sporadic as well as he continued, "You see, Izuku, you've been doing well in your matches against the other fighters." Hisashi suddenly gripped his shoulders tightly, making Izuku wince in pain. "If anything, you've done too well. Someone noticed you, Izuku. Someone powerful and is going to hurt Daddy if he doesn't give you to him. Do you understand?" Hisashi ignored how Izuku's eyes widened as his breathing began to quicken in panic. "And oh no, 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 no." Izuku began to mumble as he tried shaking his head in order to deny what was happening. "Oh, don't cry, Izuku. You gotta help Daddy with this one, last thing, okay? If you don't, Daddy will get hurt just like Mommy and die." Hisashi exaggerated, not guilty at using Izuku's weakness against him. Izuku was quietly bawling his eyes out as he grabbed a hold of Hisashi's shirt and tried shaking his head as if to say, "No." But Hisashi grew agitated at his behavior and slapped him hard across the face. The actions made the other fighters who were tentatively watching bristle up in anger as they moved a bit closer to Izuku in case Hisashi continued. Kohara was especially sad since her claws were out and her eyes were dilated, as if she were ready to attack Hisashi. "Stop being selfish, Izuku. Don't you understand how important this is to Daddy?" Hisashi scolded as Izuku simply stared at him with a hurt expression. But I did everything you wanted me to do, Daddy. I didn't lose. Why are you throwing me away?" "I didn't lose? I didn't lose." Izuku cried before he began to hiccup from the stress. Jiren gave a dark chuckle of amusement that had Izuku look at him warily through his tear-filled eyes. "It's because you've been doing so well that your daddy got in trouble, Izuku." Izuku's breath hitched as the blame was placed onto his trembling shoulders. Is it always my fault? I didn't do anything wrong." Izuku questioned in his mind. "Bullshit." Koharu cursed as the three turned to her and several of the other fighters who had been eavesdropping. "You're blaming the lil kid for your F-up? We always knew you were a shitty BSD, but enough is enough." A different fighter called out as they all rang in agreement. Hisashi narrowed his eyes before he sneered at them and his hand struck out to grip Izuku's hair painfully. "Izuku, these people seem to think I'm the bad guy. But that's not true, is it? Tell them, Izuku, say that you're a bad kid." Izuku was desperately trying to wipe his tears away as his hands tried to hide his red face. He didn't want the others to see him like this, not after they've been so nice to him and thought so well of him. Izuku shook his head in disagreement only for Hisashi's grip to become even tighter. "Izuku, don't make this difficult on all of us. Just say it so your friends can leave us alone. Don't say shit, Izuku. Don't listen to your a-hole of a father." Koharu yelled as the others joined in on attacking Hisashi verbally. "Yeah. You're a demon angel of a kid, Izuku. Your father is the bad one, Izuku. Don't give in to him. You're a wonderful child with an amazing quirk. Don't believe what he says, Izuku. You're the type of kid who will become a great hero." Koharu was the last one to yell again as Izuku cried even harder at their words of encouragement. His chest hurt in a way that Izuku didn't understand, as his heart clenched. A warmth blossomed inside of him as the feelings of hope became a reality for him. "Everyone is so kind and warmed, I don't understand." "I don't understand," Izuku whispered as he smiled so softly at them, stunning the quirk fighters who had never seen a sign of happiness from the quiet boy before. Then the moment was shattered as Hisashi threw him down violently and Izuku had to hold back a scream as he felt his nose break. "Izuku!" Koharu and the others yelled in concern as they rushed forward to help him only to be stopped by Hisashi's figure. The man had a cold expression on his face as he looked down at Izuku and then to the adults who were rearing up to attack him. We are going to have a talk about this later, Izuku. Hisashi said before taking in a large breath and aiming himself at the fighters who realized the impending attack and tensed to try to move out of the way. It was in a brilliantly devilish explosion of color and heat that Izuku realized his mistake. He should have done what his father wanted him to, but now he didn't and his friends were being hurt because of him. While most of the gathered fighters were able to evade the brunt of his attack, Hisashi's fire breath did scorch them badly enough to leave first-degree burns. Koharu was not so lucky as she was caught in the direct line of the attack. Her fur was charred as she dropped to the floor from the pain of her serious third-degree burns. The others had to rush to help her as one of them ran off to find their medic crew. Izuku's attention was focused on Koharu's wounds as the ugly feeling of guilt reared up in his head. I caused that, I did that to Koharu, if only I didn't, if only I wasn't. Izuku's thoughts were shot as he saw his father approach them again for another attack. No, don't hurt them. Izuku thought as he weakly grabbed at Hisashi's breathed leg. Koharu and the others glared at Hisashi as they all activated their quirks, ready to fight for their lives. Izuku's voice stopped them though, as their attention snapped onto his form. Daddy, please don't hurt them. I'm sorry. Izuku is sorry for being a bad kid. I'm a bad kid. Izuku was a blubbering mess as he choked out the words and clung onto Hisashi's leg. His father peered down with a terribly smug expression before he patted Izuku's head. See, Izuku? That wasn't so hard, was it? You could have saved your friends all of the trouble and pain you caused them if you were a good child. Hisashi laughed before he grabbed Izuku's arm and forced him to stand up. Do you see what happens when you don't listen to Daddy? So you're going to go with Jiren-san now, okay? Or Daddy will make sure your friends never get to see you again. Just like how you killed Mommy so Daddy could never see her again. Hisashi had a crazed look in his eyes as he gripped Izuku's face in his hand and Izuku could do nothing but nod in agreement. You should think about becoming an official villain, Midoriya-san. I think you'd get along quite nicely with the other mad BSTRDS around. Jiren joked as Hisashi gave him a tight, closed-eye smile. Don't tempt me now, Jiren-san, my first victim could be you. Hisashi joked back with a threatening air that Jiren waved off. We both know you would, had you not gotten in trouble with my benefactor, Midoriya-san. Jiren laughed as Hisashi's expression turned sour. Jiren kneeled down to Izuku's eye level before he said light-heartedly, Why don't you go say a quick goodbye to everyone, little Izuku? I may be a bad guy, but I'd like to think I'm a bit more palatable than your father. Plus, it'll probably be the last time you see any of them. Izuku nodded gratefully, before he ran over to check up on his friends who hugged him tightly in response. Izuku, don't go with them, there's nothing good about whatever your father may have gotten caught up in. One of the male fighters pleaded. We can help you, Izuku. We just need some time to convince a pro-hero to help us with your case. Don't leave Lil Izuku. We aren't the best people, but we can be a better family to you than your father has ever been. Izuku smiled with an expression so resolute and forgiving that it made them tear up. I know. You all have already been my family for a while now. Izuku started as he reached to grab a hold of Koharu's clawed hands. Thank you. Thank you so much for loving me. Thank you for telling me stories and telling me funny jokes and in giving me hugs and asking how I felt. Izuku couldn't help but sob as tears streamed down his face once again. The others were in a similar state as they all cried for him. Koharu's weakened but comforting voice called out, making Izuku focus his attention on her. No, thank you, Izuku. Thank you for coming into our lives and giving us hope and happiness in such a filthy place. Thank you for being born and fighting for so long that we could meet. Izuku fell to his knees, outright bawling as his sobs rang out with an intensity he didn't know he had. Never give in, Izuku. Fight and find your freedom. Koharu finished as they all joined in a group hug, mindful of each other's injuries. Izuku looked back regretfully at the building that housed the fighting ring he had found a family and home in for the past month or so before hesitantly turning back to face forward. Jiren hadn't said much about where or who Izuku was going to exactly after they had split up with Hisashi, who didn't even bat an eyelash at selling Izuku to make up his end of a debt to someone. I really do feel bad for you, kid. I've met some crazy people in my line of work before, but this is one of those rare occasions I find someone as cruel as your dad. Usually people just look to theft or murder." Izuku only looked down at the floor of the car as Jiren's words only cemented Hisashi's bad nature. "Look, kid, I'm not going to lie to you. The person you're going to is like the ultimate baddie of baddies. You probably won't ever meet him in person, thank God, but he's got big plans for you." Jiren explained before he winced. "It's going to be a new kind of hell for you. Wanted to tell you. It doesn't change anything and I probably just scared you shitless, but..." Jiren trailed off awkwardly. Izuku said nothing for a moment before he nodded and muttered a polite, "Thank you, Jiren-sen." It was quite a long drive before Jiren sighed and told them they had arrived. Izuku felt his sense of foreboding crash down on him as he looked at the inconspicuous building that stood so imposingly in front of him. Jiren even shivered as he led Izuku in and was immediately greeted by a group of scientists in sterile, white lab coats. "Is this the test subject Sensei secured for us?" the one leading asked in an indifferent tone. Jiren nodded before two of the scientists broke off and guarded either side of Izuku's form. "Very well, we will tell Sensei you have completed your mission without issue." The scientist nodded his head in dismissal as Jiren glanced at Izuku one last time and walked away. Then, Izuku was left alone with the scientists who told him to follow them and remain silent as they explained what they had in store for him. "Our boss was intrigued by your quirk, boy, seeing as how it reminded him of his own. Unfortunately for you, this means you get to be our test subject for a very important project." Izuku had to steel his stomach and bite back the bile that threatened to come out of him as the lights were flipped on and a twisted collection of malformed and inhuman-looking figures stared back at him from containment chambers. "These are our glorious prototypes for something called Nomo." The lead scientist cackled as they spread their arms out as if to proudly show off their work. "Sadly, we haven't found a way to create a stable body that can host their abilities yet. But that's where you come in, boy." They cheered before giving Izuku a crazed look and smiled. "Your contribution to this project will be invaluable, so I hope you don't hate us too much." Izuku gulped as he realized just how messed up the situation he was moved into was. No time like the present. "Kusoku, prepare the subject for the first set of tests. Everyone else, you know your jobs. Now get to it." Their leader barked out as Izuku found himself being tied down to a freezing cold surgical bed and being blinded by the bright white lights hanging directly in his face. Several medical instruments were attached to him, with each additional one spiking Izuku's anxiety even higher. The leading scientist had come back with a large syringe of some clear chemical before he raised it up to let Izuku see. "Expect lots of pain and temporary loss of voice after this, boy," he said as he motioned for Kusoku to put a cloth guard into Izuku's reluctant mouth. And then Izuku felt the needle prick his arm, sending a slight shiver of discomfort down his spine. Izuku thought everything was okay before the pain began and all he knew was white. It felt like his muscles were being torn and healed over in a vicious duel as thousands of glass shards were cutting into his lungs and stomach. Izuku's body convulsed, straining against the restraints as he screamed from behind his mouth guard. He cried as the mantra of, "Make it stop, make it stop, make it stop," repeated in his mind. In what Izuku felt were several hours, the pain had finally subsided as a slimy liquid, probably his blood, trailed from his still tender nose. Izuku's sight was a mess as he couldn't make anything out, still blinded by the white lights above him. The scientists were excitedly talking about the results of his reaction to the drag as Izuku wished they would quiet down a bit more. His head was pounding as he felt the restraints being loosened. "Oh man, Sensei has gotten us such a treat." Their leader praised before he used his index finger and thumb to open up one of Izuku's eyes and flash a light in them to test his reaction time. "Ah, don't worry too much, boy. It won't always be this painful. Just every other day." They cackled as Izuku closed his eyes and retreated to the silence of his mind. Everything hurt and he just wanted to go to sleep. "Kusoku, bring him to his cell. We will begin testing the limitations of his quirk tomorrow." Izuku didn't hear the rest of what they had to say as the man, Kusoku, placed him down on a generic bed. For now, he just wanted to sleep. He wanted to forget it all. And within seconds, black was all Izuku knew. Akechi was stunned silly as he returned to his underground fight club only to see his fighters nursing a multitude of burn wounds and a solemn air pervading their attitudes. What the hell happened? Akechi cursed as some of the fighters looked in his direction with a smoldering anger. Hisashi happened, boss. Akechi narrowed his eyes as he waited for them to elaborate. That BSD came by and basically confessed he sold Izuku to someone he owed a debt to. Koharu hissed as she slammed down a clenched fist. Akechi widened his eyes in surprise before he groaned and pinched the area between his eyes in frustration. Jesus Christ, what the hell happened to you, Hisashi? Akechi muttered before he turned back to his fighters. I should have stopped him ever since he brought little Izuku into this business. This is partially my fault as well for doing nothing. Akechi sighed as he pulled out his phone and looked through his contacts. What are you going to do now, boss? One of the other fighters asked as Akechi faced them with a determined expression. Something I should have done a while ago. The phone rang twice before it picked up and a masculine voice answered. Hello, Akechi? What's the emergency you have that you would call me of all people? Akechi chuckled darkly before he replied, I need your help with a trafficking and abuse case, Tsukachi. Izuku wasn't someone who hated very easily. He could count on both of his hands how many things he hates. Unfortunately, the color white has become number 8 on his list, following behind several others like cold-blooded murderers, RPSS, villains, his father. But as he stared up at the white ceiling of the white cell in the goddamned white building, where he was just left alone by the scientists in white, he could definitely say he hated the color white. On the rare occasion, he would see other colors. Like red whenever the scientists drew blood or when he would get beat up by some so-called trainers hired by sensei. The man himself was a mystery to Izuku, but it's not like Izuku was in a rush to confront the guy who was mad enough to conduct all these illegal experiments and is basically the baddest of baddies. But Izuku thinks that if he ever on the off chance gets the opportunity to meet face to face with sensei, he'd flip him the bird. On both hands. Maybe give him a straight punch in the face. He wasn't very picky about how he would retaliate. Speaking of people he wanted to punch in the face, Shigaraki had visited not too long ago for another training session with Izuku. Izuku didn't like the man-child, something the scientists and some of the other villains would call him whenever Shigaraki was out of range. Shigaraki was violent and had dizzying mood swings that had Izuku reeling back in disdain. Izuku knew Shigaraki wasn't a fool though. No, Shigaraki, while childish and unreasonable at times, was dangerous. He was strong, smart and had a powerful quirk, not to mention being backed up by sensei. When Izuku first fought against him, the teen knew about the research the scientists had been recording on his quirk and decided to stick to hand-to-hand combat. While Izuku held his own, Shigaraki was no pushover with the amounts of bruises he left on Izuku's body. Izuku didn't get a chance to figure out what his quirk was until he had accidentally knocked the hand on Shigaraki's face off and sent the teen into a rage. Shigaraki had decayed his arm off, which was not fun, before he was stopped by the scientists and guards. Fortunately for Izuku, his quirk activated and he was able to regenerate his arms like nothing ever happened. Unfortunately, the scientists saw this as an opportunity to test out the limits of his quirk. After a very NTMT session with the electric chair they made for him, and a scare that his heart gave out, they concluded that yes, Izuku would still die like any other person under extreme conditions. As for his quirk, Izuku did have to admit the scientists did their job well in figuring out what his quirk did. They weren't fully convinced about what it was, but for now, they considered it a hybrid type. Counterpart, they called it for a lack of creativity and simple recording purposes. For physical, inanimate objects that caused him harm first, he would be able to negate their effects by countering it with an ability that worked against it. This explains how Izuku was able to breathe underwater when his father had tried to drown him, or how he was able to harden his body to withstand damage from heavy or dangerous objects. From there, Izuku was able to analyze an opponent's quirk through his own deductive reasoning and is able to transform or emit whatever ability that can equally counter it. So if he didn't know what the quirk was or how to counter it, or if someone blindsided him out of nowhere, that's where Izuku would be in trouble. His control over the different abilities was also weaker than an original user. For example, his flames from any heat quirk would only be 45 to 50% of what Endeavor could do. Another drawback is that Izuku had a cooldown PRD and was still susceptible to damage from overusing the quirks. This meant that he would have a disadvantage fighting large groups of people unless the quirk he chooses to counter with is applicable against all of theirs. The last aspect they had determined about his quirk is that he could only adapt one quirk at a time. Izuku had tried to use two quirks at once, and he threw up from the sheer force of his body trying to tear itself apart from trying to accommodate the two powers. Sensei sounded slightly disappointed that Izuku's quirk wasn't the ability to use or hold multiple quirks all at once. The villain had thought Izuku had a quirk similar to his own and had the slightest thoughts about either stealing his quirk in order to make himself more powerful or grooming Izuku to be a potential inheritor. The only reason he didn't steal the quirk is because of Izuku's reaction to trying to use two quirks at once. He wasn't going to risk stealing the quirk if the side effect is that it will tear his body apart. If anything, Sensei was a bit colder and somewhat hostile at the idea that Izuku could counter even his quirk, should the green-haired boy ever find out. He did, however, realize that Izuku's quirk was perfect for the engineering of the Nomus. More specifically, how to make the Nomus be able to perfectly counter All Might. Izuku closed his eyes as the memories of all the Nomus that had been scrapped because they failed to defeat him in their fighting sessions. He hated those as well. The matches were usually to the death. Figuratively for him because he would be beaten into unconsciousness, and literally for the Nomus since they were considered failures. The only quirk they would let Izuku use in these matches was a strength-augmenting quirk, since it was supposed to resemble a match between Nomu and All Might as closely as possible. On the rare occasion there would be a Nomu that could wear him out and make the scientists call it a draw, which for the Nomu was basically a win. Strangely enough, while the Nomus are normally unresponsive to anyone other than Sensei or Shigaraki, Izuku would find that the bizarre and honestly quite frightening amalgamations liked to hover around him. He noticed this after some of their matches, and the stronger ones who almost kill him become the ones to seek his attention the most. The scientists couldn't really explain it since Izuku was actively using a quirk on them in a way that could explain their behavior. Izuku himself was lost as well, since all he wanted to do was wish that they didn't have to fight anymore. He didn't want to hurt them or get them scrapped like they were some sort of sick toy. Sensei wasn't all too bothered since it wasn't like the Nomu took orders from Izuku after all, but he still held that detail in the back of his mind just in case something does change. But there was something in the back of his mind that nagged at him. It said that there was something about his quirk that he didn't know yet. Something that no one has realized about his abilities. It was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Izuku opened his eyes again to the same white ceiling he had seen for the past few years and sighed. The only reason he even knew it had been 3 years is because the scientists would orally recite the date whenever they would perform a new experiment on Izuku. At this point, he had just about given up hope that anyone would come for him. It wasn't like he would be missed by anyone other than his makeshift family from the Fight Club after all. Shigaraki had taunted him about this fact about the second year into Izuku's time here. The teen had a warped sense of kinship with Izuku since the situation reminded Shigaraki of his own past. While Izuku hated the man-child, he did have to appreciate the stories of the pro-heroes Shigaraki would research or watch on television. The villain would lament about their escapades and how he wished he could kill all of them, but Izuku was more interested in their quirks and what they did. All Might had always been his favorite, but after hearing that Shigaraki threw a tantrum because of the sheer mention of his name secured the hero's position on his list even further. This was followed by Eraserhead, who caused most underground villains to think twice about committing crimes at night. Izuku was interested in seeing if the pro-hero could erase Izuku's own quirk. Izuku rolled over to his side as he blinked slowly and let out a sigh. As he curled into himself, Izuku couldn't help but think it would be nice he could be saved by All Might and become a hero along with the other peers his age. He let out a fake laugh at that, as if, people like me don't deserve to be happy, that I just need to be quiet and useful. Izuku repeated the line Shigaraki had drilled into his head along with the scientists as he closed his eyes and evened his breathing. Maybe being scrapped isn't all that bad. All Might was anxious as paranoia took a hold of him as he looked at the strangely ominous building in front of him. He was joined by some of his fellow pro-heroes and surprisingly Tsukachi, who normally didn't come on such potentially dangerous field missions. An old acquaintance of mine that I owed a favor to called me in for a case that concerns someone that may be held in that building, was all that Tsukachi said during their briefing. He did explain that this building had some shady connections to all four. One, which immediately had All Might on board about raiding it. Remember, we don't know exactly who or what may be in that building, but from what my intel was able to gather, All for One has been ordering his minions to dabble in something nefarious. Rumors of kidnappings and human experimentation have been floating around. All Might and the others nodded their heads at Tsukachi's reminder. Since this was more of a covert mission, Present Might couldn't join them. Instead, Eraserhead, Ms. Midnight and Snipe had volunteered to join the two. Eraserhead and Snipe were perfect for the mission since they could operate quickly and efficiently to neutralize any threats that might be inside. Ms. Midnight was ideal as well, although she did admit her reason for volunteering was to get out of having to grade more schoolwork and go kick some butt instead. Alright Midnight, you'll be with Snipe. You two take down the front entrance. Eraserhead, I trust you to be safe going through the roof entrance. All Might, sneak in through the back to cut off their escape. Everyone clear? Tsukachi asked as the others nodded. Alright, let's move out then. And with that, they shot off towards the building with a frightening determination. Tsukachi couldn't help but clench his hands as he thought, Midoriya, Izuku, please be in this building. I'm sorry it's taken this long for me to find you, my boy. As he watched Midnight and Snipe break in through the front, Tsukachi thought back to 3 years earlier, when Akechi first called him. Help with a kidnapping and abuse case, Tsukachi. When Akechi called him out of nowhere, this was certainly not what Tsukachi expected him to say. What? He replied dumbly as Akechi chuckled. Still as eloquent as ever, Tsukachi. What I'm saying is that I'm cashing in the favor you owe me. Tsukachi straightened up at Akechi's grim tone as he recalled the debt he owed the shady man. When he had first become a police detective, Tsukachi had bitten off a little bit more than he could chew during one of his first few missions. It was a gang war situation where both parties were on the verge of breaking out into full-blown violence at the drop of a pin. Tsukachi had tried to be the inside spy due to the advantage his quirk had in picking out liars. Unfortunately, he didn't expect for the gang he was with to have another member who could identify when someone was lying and got caught during an intense battle. Akechi was on the opposing side, but he liked the guts and skill Tsukachi had to try and get one over on the other boss. Eventually, Akechi's side had won thanks to involvement from the police force. He had lost a bit of his business and almost went to jail, but the man merely laughed and told Tsukachi, "From here on, you owe me a debt, Detective-san. You'll find that to someone like me, a debt is worth more than money because there is an interest you cannot simply pay off." Tsukachi pinched the area between his eyebrows before he sighed and replied, "All right, Akechi-san, please give me the details." Sure, Tsukachi was breaking a few, maybe a lot of protocols, but he did have a sense of honor to uphold his debt. As Akechi explained the situation, Tsukachi felt his eyebrows shoot up higher and higher. "So, Akechi-san, let me get this straight. This child, Midoriya Izuku, who has been fighting in your underground fight club illegally, has just been sold off to an anonymous party by his abusive father who you used to be friends with. That in hindsight I've always been a man of skewed morals. I don't need you telling me how ridiculous this is now, Tsukachi." Akechi spoke with a hint of sheepishness. Tsukachi let out a groan before responding. "Do you have any information I can work with to start getting an idea of who exactly bought him? Or where I can find Midoriya Hisashi?" "Unfortunately, not yet. Everything just happened today, so I haven't had the time to get anyone to search around for clues. I just needed your help first, because this is too delicate of a situation for me to carelessly move about." Akechi replied as he took in the damages Hisashi had done to his club. "And why is it that you of all people can't move about however you'd like?" Tsukachi questioned, since Akechi had considerable amounts of influence and power in the underground world. Akechi's expression tensed up from behind the phone. "Midoriya Hisashi is a cruel and manipulative man. He uses everything to his advantage and can easily establish between his facades. Tsukachi waited for what Akechi would say next, as a feeling of unease grew in his chest. But he is not easily scared. Whoever he sold little Izuku to is beyond even my control and range, Tsukachi. I'm talking about a villain who is powerful enough, evil enough, and confident enough to purchase a kid under my protection because they know they wouldn't be caught. Tsukachi needed more coffee. Why wasn't there any coffee in his office? He should definitely get a personal coffee machine just for himself. Akechi-san, do you know how difficult of a case you just presented me? Yes. Yes, I do, Detective-san. Akechi was laughing at him. Laughing. The child must be important to you if you'd use the favor I owed you, Akechi-san. Tsukachi stated as Akechi grew serious again and gave a soft smile that the detective couldn't see, but knew was on the man's face. He's important not only to me but his family here at the Fight Club, Tsukachi. Akechi's tone turned threatening at his next statement. You will work to help me find the boy, Tsukachi. If I find out that you've let the case go cold, I will not hesitate to wreak havoc for you and the police force. Understood? Tsukachi felt a shiver of trepidation run down his back as he gulped and agreed. Yes, I cannot guarantee how quickly I can find information on where Izuku was brought to or Hisashi's location, but I will try. Akechi returned to his nonchalant attitude as he let out a chuckle. I don't expect you to work a miracle, Tsukachi. It may well be months if not years before Izuku is brought back to us, but I will not wait forever. 5 years, Tsukachi. In those 5 years you had better find and rescue Izuku or else my promise will hold true. I understand. Is that all you wanted to ask of me today, Akechi-san? Tsukachi finished as he waited for the man to respond. Don't be so tense, Detective-san. Why don't you come over to my club soon and we can share a meal together? With the rest of my fighters. Akechi laughed as Tsukachi let out an uncharacteristic curse. I would suspect you're trying to kill me, Akechi-san. I'm not about to face a mob of worried and anxious quirk users who just had their kid taken away from them. Akechi's laugh was the only thing Tsukachi heard before the man said, Pity. Well, adieu, Detective-san. I'll make sure to send any information I can find your way. And then the phone call ended. Since then Tsukachi had been working hard outside of his official job and missions to look for leads to where either Izuku or Hisashi would be. The first year ended with nothing but cold trails and only the hints of rumors. But after one of the fighters had caught someone who confessed they had heard Hisashi talking on the phone to someone before the incident at the Fight Club, he finally made leeway. I don't know him much. I swear. The crazy bastard was just arguing on his p-phone to someone called Sensei. Tsukachi felt his blood run cold when his quirk told him that the man wasn't lying. The situation had gotten much worse than he had expected. After that, he refocused his efforts in trying to find lackeys or villains who were in some way involved with the villain in hiding. He had informed All Might as well, considering this was the monster that had killed Nana and given him such a terrible wound. The pro-hero was disturbed to hear that the villain had bought a child for some nefarious purpose and tried to help Tsukachi with the investigation. Tsukachi told him that it would be better if he kept patrolling the streets as usual and tried to gather information indirectly instead. This way, it would keep their low profile and keep crime rates down while Tsukachi and a few others he gathered could find more information safely. It took another year before anything new had been found. All Might had coincidentally captured some villains who were trying to rob a store when the villain who had been the getaway confronted the hero before his arrest to ask him if he could help him. All Might was understandably confused but agreed to listen to the man's request. There's this kid I keep seeing at one of the factories I ship things to. At first, I didn't notice him cause the people there ain't like us grunts snooping around. The man got a bit nervous at the next bit. But one day when I was transporting the trash from the building, my tire busted and I almost got into a wreck. When I checked the bags, oh my god, I might throw up remembering it. The villain took a moment to breathe before composing himself. There were these malformed body parts, covered in black skin wherever they were still held together, and these huge, ugly heads that were split in half with exposed brains. Even All Might had to hold down his dinner at the description. So the next time I came around I was effing paranoid as F-. And during my rounds, I finally peeked into one of them glass windows and saw this green-haired kid fighting these monsters. The villain was gripping his head as he was disturbed by the memory. But then it gets worse. I took to looking through more windows, real careful though, and the next time I saw the kid he was strapped to one of them medical beds. The scientists were doing something painful to him. I don't know what's going on exactly, but even I don't like hurting little kids. All Might nodded his head in agreement. Thank you, good sir. If you ever want to go through rehabilitation and quit being a villain, I think you could become a fine citizen. After that, All Might had brought them to the police station before finding Tsukachi to relay the news. From there, it had been a lot of tedious planning and waiting before they finally found the right moment to strike. Back to the present, Tsukachi was startled out of his thoughts as an alarm blared through the neighborhood. Sheet. Heroes, confirm your status. He ordered as the 4 heroes activated their wireless communicators. Midnight and Snipe here. We are currently under fire from multiple enemies. Whatever they're hiding in this building, they really do not want us finding out. Midnight responded as she released more of her aroma. Unfortunately, the villains had caught on quickly to who they were dealing with and drew out filtration masks to counter her quirk. Snipe was having no better luck since the villains and scientists had the home field advantage and used the surroundings of the rooms to hide behind. It was difficult for him to get clear shots in between that and the bullets that fired back at him. Eraserhead reporting, while I haven't run into any guards yet, the air vents are impossible to navigate. But from what I could see from here, there's evidence of both human and creature modification and experimentation. Also, there are multiple containers which look like they could hold something All Might size. They all frowned at the implications of that. Also, the vents are guarded by lasers which I can't deactivate from where I am, so someone else needs to help me. Eraserhead finished as Tsukachi waited for All Might to respond. There are a few villains back here, but more scientists that were easily apprehended. I'm worried though, Tsukachi. They kept screaming something about destroying the evidence and terminate test subject PN-002. Tsukachi narrowed his eyes at that. Let me talk to one of them, All Might. This might involve the boy I told you about. All Might nodded before one of the scientists he captured yelled out, catching his attention. You'll never get your hands on my precious PN-002. He doesn't belong in the hands of you heroes. The man spat at All Might. The pro-hero was unimpressed as he lifted up the man who gave a frightened yelp. I think I know the perfect person for you to talk to, Tsukachi. The communicator was jammed into the man's ear before he could protest. Is Midoriya Izuku currently being held in your facility? Tsukachi asked only to receive silence in return. All Might squeezed the man a bit to scare him, and as expected, the scientist cracked easily under pressure. Fine. Yes, PN-002 is in the demon building now, stop squeezing. He grumbled as Tsukachi let out a sigh of relief. Pro-heroes, now that we have confirmation that Midoriya Izuku is inside the building, reaching him will be your top priority, followed by information retrieval and villain apprehension. As if I'd let you reach him. Sensei would have my head if our little experiment was lost to you heroes. If we go down, you all will go down with us. The man laughed crazily again before he pressed a button on a remote All Might didn't realize he had hidden in his pocket. Sheet. What did you do? All Might yelled at the man before the sounds of explosions rocked the building. Burn. Burn. All my precious work is burning, but at least you'll lose it. The scientist laughed himself silly before All Might backhanded him and knocked the annoying man out. Midnight, Snipe, Eraserhead. Are you all okay? He asked as he charged into the burning building and destroying walls to create air circulation that put out whatever flames were closest. The heroes all replied that they were okay but had to retreat. Midnight and Snipe had finally been able to stop most of the villains in the bulk of the front, while Eraserhead was able to bust open a vent and land safely in a long stretch of hallway that soon caught fire as well. It seems the explosions came from the area where the labs were, which is why most of us were safe from the brunt of it. Eraserhead reasoned as they worked their way closer to the heart of the facility. The heat grew intense as they all fought their ways to the labs and containment cells. Most of the remaining scientists who were trapped inside or chose to stay and get rid of the evidence were suffering from third-degree burns. It was a gruesome sight that the pro-heroes had to see as they tried to search through the fire. Come on, Where are you, my boy? All Might thought before he came to a jarring stop in front of an inconspicuous cell door. The only indication that made him hesitate to stop was the fact that there was one, small, almost completely gone sign that read -02. He didn't have time to make sure if this was even the correct room and opted to tear the door off instead. A blank stare met his own incredulous gaze as a sign of recognition sparked in them. Midoriya Izuku? A nod was the only thing All Might got in response. I wish our first meeting was a bit more pleasant, my boy, but we should really get going. All Might said as he moved to pick Izuku up, only for the boy to move away from him. Izuku shook his head as he remained passive despite the looming threat of death hanging over his head. My boy, please take my hand. You'll die if you stay here. All Might tried to reason only to look at Izuku with a disbelieving expression when the freckled boy shook his head again and motioned to himself and then the bed. You don't actually mean you want to stay, do you? Izuku shook his head again, confusing All Might, who couldn't understand what he was trying to say. The sound of another explosion going off sent All Might into action as he grabbed Izuku anyways, the boy not really protesting as his body was cradled closer to All Might's chest. I'm sorry, my boy, but I can't let you die here. There are people who are very worried about you, who have been waiting for you to come back to them, you know. Izuku merely smiled as if he was placating All Might before he watched the building break down around him. The two had run into Eraserhead while trying to exit the building, and the other hero said nothing as he took in the sight of Izuku's dead gaze. They had just reached the front entrance where Midnight and Snipe were anxiously waiting for them before a loud creaking was heard. All Might and Eraserhead widened their eyes as a large flaming beam came falling down. It forced Midnight and Snipe to jump back to avoid it while simultaneously blocking off the remaining three's exit. We don't have time to go to the back entrance, All Might. Hand me the kid and bust through. Eraserhead yelled over the roaring of the flames. Just as All Might was about to agree, Izuku caught their attention as he raised up a hand and made a sharp upwards motion at the obstacle. The two men watched, slightly impressed when the large beam was sent flying back up to its original position, being suspended in a soft green light. They wasted no time running out just as the beam was released from whatever power Izuku had used and fell back down. Everyone sighed in relief as they watched the rest of the building exploded once again and crumpled onto itself. Tsukachi ran over before he spotted Izuku, still being held by All Might, who had a strong hold on him. Izuku! He exclaimed as he recognized his form from the picture Akechi had given him before. The kid was a bit taller, but other than that he didn't change much. Besides the sad, looking into the distance expression he wore on his face as the teen his mind supplied, watched him come closer. So this is the kid then? He's more adorable in person. Midnight squealed as she lunged to take Izuku from All Might's hold. The pro-hero reacted almost instinctively and recoiled away from her while hugging Izuku with both arms as if to shield him from her. Everyone blinked as All Might realized what he did and blushed red before clearing his throat. My apologies, Midnight. I don't know what came over me. He confessed before relaxing and setting Izuku down. Small. The pro-heroes and Tsukachi thought as they realized their difference in height. Izuku stared up at them as if he were waiting for something, although he kept glancing at All Might to their amusement. Do you like All Might, Izuku? Tsukachi asked as Izuku looked at him before nodding. A ping didn't go off, so the boy wasn't lying. Is he your favorite hero? Izuku looked a little sheepish as he looked to the huge man who was sweating nervously. Izuku patted the man's thigh in apology before he shook his head to say no. All Might's expression made Midnight burst out in laughter and even Eraserhead snickered. Izuku looked at Eraserhead before he looked back at Tsukachi and then back to the curious pro-hero. Is Eraserhead your favorite hero? Tsukachi asked only for Izuku to shake his head again. The green-haired boy pointed to both All Might and the Eraserhead and then leveled his hands to be at the same level. Snipe was the one to figure out what he meant. So All Might and Eraserhead are tied for your favorite hero. Izuku nodded as the two men shared a look. Can you speak Izuku-kun? Midnight asked as Izuku shook his head, before Tsukachi picked up from there. Alright everyone, let's save the questions for later. For now, we need to apprehend all the villains and scientists you all caught as I contact the person who has been looking for Izuku. Izuku followed All Might as the large man felt his chest squeeze with pride at the fact that Izuku wanted to hold his hand. Although he did have to take longer rounding up the criminals. I didn't realize you would be such a family man, All Might. Snipe commented, making All Might choke on his breath as he coughed up some blood. What? He replied, flustered. The kid, he looks up to you and not in a literal sense. And you've already gotten protective over him as well. Snipe said without missing a beat. All Might was silent as the statement hit home. It's not a bad thing, Toshinori. From what Tsukachi told us about his past, it's about time he could have a good role model to bond with. All Might nodded as he looked down at Izuku, who was staring at the scientists dispassionately. I'm sorry you were held here against your will for so long, young Midoriya. I wish we could have rescued you earlier. Izuku merely pat his head from the boy's position on his shoulders as if to say, it's okay. Meanwhile, Tsukachi had contacted the police force to tell them to come by with several containment vans. Tsukachi was going to be in hot water once he explains the side project everyone thought he was working on for the past 3 years involved not only Akechi-san but All for One. Hello? Tsukachi? Why are you calling so late at night? Akechi's voice asked. Tsukachi could hear the shift of Akechi's clothes as the man let out a breath of disbelief at the detective's words. Izuku is safe, we found him. Oh my god, it's been 3 years, Tsukachi. How is he? Is he okay? Tsukachi smiled as he replied, yeah, I think he's going to be alright now, Akechi-san. We haven't figured out what he's been through yet, but he's in good hands now. Akechi laughed as he slicked back his hair before he sobered up. You aren't going to let him come back to stay with us, are you? Tsukachi was silent before he responded, Izuku can always visit you all whenever he likes to, but, yes. You know the police force won't let him go back under your influence, Akechi-san. And with his involvement with All for One, I can't let him go either. Akechi let out a resigned sigh. I already knew this was how things were going to end, but that IT still stings, you know? You wouldn't think someone like me, who is so drenched in the stench of the underground, could be so attached to a bright little boy like Izuku. Tsukachi honestly did feel bad for telling the man his decision, but it couldn't be avoided. I'm sure the others will still be delighted to hear that our Lil Izuku is fine now. May I ask which hero was the one to find him? Tsukachi had a fond grin on his face as he said, All Might. All Might was the one who rescued Izuku from the facility. A barking laugh erupted from the phone and had Tsukachi staring at it from where he had recoiled in surprise. All Might, huh? Well, I suppose you can't be mad when the number one hero becomes your kid's guardian. Now I know he'll be in good hands. Thank you, Tsukachi, consider your debt completely repaid. Akechi finished before saying goodbye to Tsukachi and hanging up. Tsukachi couldn't help but agree as he watched Izuku come back with All Might, who had a huge grin on his face. The pro hero seemed to be telling stories about his recent adventures as the boy smiled in return, eyes glued onto All Might's form. The other pro heroes soon joined the two, with Eraserhead walking directly behind Izuku and the other two coming up to flank All Might's sides. Yeah, I think Izuku is in good hands now. Meanwhile, in a bar further away from the facility, Shigaraki raged as he, Kurogiri and Sensei just received intel from their scouts that were able to escape the pro hero's radar. All Might, All Might, All Might! Shigaraki yelled as he decayed several of Kurogiri's chairs and cursed the symbol of peace. He destroyed Sensei's research. He took away Sensei's little pet. I hate him. I hate him. Enough, Shigaraki. Stop this tantrum. Sensei finally spoke up, making everyone freeze. While this situation displeases me, we cannot let it stop our plans. It is fortunate that I had the insight to transfer all the successful Nomu to your location. The man spoke in a smooth if somewhat raspy voice. To anyone else he would have seemed nonchalant about what happened, but to Shigaraki and Kurogiri, the man was enraged. Take your time and scope out Yude Academy, Shigaraki, Kurogiri. When the time comes, take as many villains as you need as well as a Nomu. The sound of something being crushed alerted them that All for One was agitated and worried. Retrieve Midoriya Izuku by any costs. If you cannot, kill him. Shigaraki was still until he shifted to stand confidently and a mad grin grew upon his face. As you wish. Sensei. Passive green eyes stared back into four inquisitive faces as Izuku sat in front of Tsukachi, All Might, Nizu and Kenji Tsuragami. He's so quiet, Toshinori said as he shifted in concern. He didn't talk earlier either. Do you think they did something to his voice? Toshinori asked as Nizu, who was called in for his insight on the situation, shook his head. No, from what I can tell, unless the boy had his vocal cords damaged, I'm almost positive he doesn't talk because he was conditioned not to. Nizu spat out the word with such disgust although his face didn't change. Memories of his own days being a lab experiment resurfacing. If I'd have to say Toshinori, it wasn't that the boy is suicidal that he refused to leave his cell earlier. Nizu faced Izuku as the boy's attention was trained on him, but rather, he was waiting for you to order him to leave. Izuku nodded as the other adults frowned at the terrible implications. For a child to refuse freedom in the face of death simply because no one had told him to escape, the scientists and villains must have beaten obedience into him on a level that was inhumane. While I'm still going to punish you, Naomasa-san, I have to admit that your debt to Akechi-san has let us save an innocent child and gain invaluable insight on one of our greatest enemies. Woof. Tsuragami said as the man patted Izuku's fluffy head, noticing that Izuku neither flinched nor leaned into the touch. He stood stock still as his eyes were trained on Tsuragami's much larger hands, and only relaxed when the hand left his head. I know tonight has been very busy, Izuku-kun, but can you answer some questions about the facility you were held at for me? Tsukachi asked only for Izuku to give him a conflicted look and glanced to Nizu. The green-haired boy shook his head before slowly raising his hands in a manner where the adults could all see, and pointed to Tsukachi and then to himself. Nizu was quick to explain. Like I said, Izuku-kun needs to be ordered, Tsukachi. He physically cannot bring himself to overcome the psychological barriers that were ingrained into him. The adults felt sick as they didn't want to do the same thing the scientists and villains did to Izuku back when he was held in captivity. To hold this sort of power over another living person was disturbing, especially since they didn't know what those people could have done to Izuku. Nizu patted Tsukachi's leg reassuringly. Don't feel bad, I'm sure Izuku-kun is willingly telling us that he wants to help us. The fact that you haven't already ordered him against his wishes proves this. You all aren't like the people who hurt him. The hybrid explained, although Tsukachi didn't exactly feel any better when he opened his mouth again. PPN-002, you will help us by explaining what you know about the activities that occurred in the building you were held in. Names, experiments, anything that you remember, please tell us. Izuku nodded before the boy motioned to his throat and then to some of the papers in Tsuragami's office and then quietly moved to get a pen. The police chief was quick to hand him some blank papers he had lying around as the adults watched Izuku's childish and rather messy handwriting fill up the sheets. The boy didn't stop until he had filled out at least 18 blank pages back and front. When he was done, Izuku gathered the pages neatly before looking up expectantly at Tsukachi and handing him the papers. Tsukachi thanked him before he tried to make sense of the words. It was a good 10 minutes before an expression of disgust and frustration overcame the usually passive man's face. Dear God, there's at least a few dozen names here that are linked to several kidnapping and disappearance cases that span back to a decade ago. The other adults had a shiver run down their spines as Tsukachi started sharing the papers with them. Human experimentation, monstrous amalgamations called Nomu built to kill all might. Woof? Tsuragami's eyebrows shot up as he massaged his temples. Nizu's smile was replaced with a rare frown as the hybrid deciphered the scientific jargon that Izuku had tried his best to explain. All for One has been exploiting Izuku and these other innocent victims in order to create the perfect host that can hold multiple quirks at once. So far, there have been a few successful nomis that can match your strength, Toshinori. This is not good at all. Toshinori clenched his outfit over the area where his injury pulsated angrily. He stopped as his breath hitched when he recognized that Izuku had written his own name on some of the papers, followed by descriptions of the experiments and training session he had been put through. One disturbing detail stuck out to him as he choked and spun to face Izuku, who was still standing where Tsukachi had left him. His eyes were looking into the distance, although they would sometimes dart around to make sure the adults in the room were still in his peripheral. Izuku, can I see your eye identification mark? While it wasn't exactly in order, Izuku nodded as he turned his back to All Might and lifted up the back of his hair, letting the adults see the bold, black symbols that were etched into his nape. Pin. Toshinori had to control his strength before he accidentally tore the papers in his hands. Nizu was the first one to speak as the hybrid radiated anger. Izuku-kun, after our session is over, I'm going to book an appointment with a dermatologist I trust. We are going to remove that brand of yours. Izuku looked at Nizu for a moment before a knowing glint appeared in his eyes, and he boldly patted the hybrid on his fuzzy head. I know you are trying to comfort me, Izuku-kun, but normally you do not pat other people's heads without their permission. Toshinori looked like he was trying to hold back his laughter as Tsukachi and Tsuragami looked away, not wanting to face Nizu's wrath if the hybrid caught them laughing at him. Izuku nodded before he wrote something on another sheet of paper and handed it to Nizu. Are you going to punish me for being bad? It read as the hybrid shook his head. Izuku, you aren't bad for making an innocent mistake. Also, we aren't going to punish you like how the people back at the facility did. We would only put you under house arrest if we feel like you are in danger or did something dangerous to yourself or other people. Nizu explained as Izuku squatted a bit to meet Nizu's eye level. The green-haired boy wrote something else that made Nizu sigh. I don't mind if you punish me. You all are so nice and warm. That's not the problem here, Izuku-kun. Adults aren't supposed to punish children this way. They aren't supposed to hit you or use physical violence to discipline you. Nizu replied as Izuku tilted his head curiously. Toshinori decided to try and interject with a statement of his own as the tall man moved closer to the pair. Young Midoriya, I swear to you I know we aren't going to treat you like your father or the people who worked for All for One. Izuku seemed to smile a bit in response to Toshinori's own infectious grin. However, he wrote something else down before showing it to Toshinori. Please don't call me Midoriya. I don't want to be called by my father's name anymore. Toshinori was flustered as he tried to apologize. Izuku raised a hand to try and pat the pro-hero's arm before he paused and looked at Nizu and then up at Toshinori's face. The adults smiled as Toshinori nodded, giving the boy permission to continue. Izuku seemed to beam as he patted the blond man's arm gently. Tsukachi and Tsuragami smiled at the pair's interaction before clearing their throats. You did well to help provide us with information, Izuku-kun. I think this is enough interrogation for one night. Why don't you leave with Toshinori-san and Nizu-san and meet some of the other teachers back at Yude-Woof? Tsuragami suggested as Toshinori sighed in relief and Nizu regained his regular expression. Excellent idea, Tsuragami. Well, I suppose we will keep in contact if you need anything else. Nizu asked as the police chief and detective nodded. Tsukachi jolted as he remembered something important. Izuku-kun, when things die down and your safety is more secure, would you like to visit Akechi-san and the others at the Fight Club again? They've missed you very much and have never given up on finding you for these past 3 years, you know? Izuku's passive face broke a bit as his eyes widened in surprise before they teared up slightly and the boy turned his face away to wipe his tears. He didn't let out any sounds as the tears kept coming, with the exception of barely noticeable intakes of breath. The adults gave him a moment, realizing that Izuku really was still a child that had to go through hell for most of his life. Izuku finally collected himself enough to turn back around and stumble forward to give Tsukachi a sudden hug, ignoring the social rule Nizu had explained earlier. The detective was startled and his chest tightened when Izuku finally looked up at him and smiled so tenderly as he nodded. The tall man gave a fond sigh before he ruffled Izuku's hair and held out his pinky finger. Izuku may have been 14 now and Tsukachi was a grown man, but he couldn't help but feel as if it were the right thing to do. I pinky promise that I'll bring you to visit them every now and then, Izuku. Izuku looked at him seriously before curling his own dainty pinky around Tsukachi's and sealing the promise. Izuku bowed at both men to say thanks before moving to walk alongside Nizu and Toshinori who were waiting for him patiently. Once the trio was out of sight, Tsukachi sighed as he slumped into his chair. Tsuragami chuckled as he laid a heavy hand on the detective's shoulder. Don't think you're getting out of a verbal lecture from me, Tsukachi. No matter how much good you did by pursuing this case, I still have to go through protocol. Woof. Tsukachi groaned as he closed his eyes, dead on his feet from the exhaustion of everything that happened in the span of a night. Izuku was taking in the sights of the city around them as Snipe drove the van that held the five of them. Nizu called shotgun as Izuku was left sitting with Tashinori, Eraserhead and Midnight. The other pro-heroes had been caught up with the majority of Izuku's situation and realized that Izuku would need quite a bit of TLC during his rehabilitation process. How are we going to situate him at U-Data though? The entrance exams have already concluded and it's not exactly fair to have him slide into a hero class when there are other students who couldn't make it. Eraserhead pointed out as Nizu responded easily, he's not going to be a traditional U-Data student. Due to his situation, the easiest way to have people accept his presence is to tell them the truth. The pro-heroes choked at this as Tashinori gaped at the seemingly careless release of sensitive information. What I mean by this is that Aizawa-kun, you will be looking over him as his official homeroom teacher, but we will explain that Izuku-kun is a victim that you helped rescued from captivity that needs help controlling his quirk and learning how to socialize again normally. They sighed in relief as Aizawa let out a huff before he noticed Izuku's wide eyes staring at him with admiration that made him embarrassed before agreeing. Alright, at least I'm pretty certain the brats in my class will be a good influence on him, with maybe the exception of Bakugo who seriously needs to see a therapist. Midnight pouted as she complained, why can't he be in my class, Nizu-san? The hybrid merely chuckled before he said nonchalantly, you're a powerful pro-hero, Midnight, but I don't want Izuku to accidentally learn any of your sadistic tendencies. All Might and Eraserhead's sweat dropped at the thought as Midnight huffed. She blinked when she noticed Izuku looking at her curiously. What's up, Izuku-kun? Are you curious about who I am? Izuku nodded his head as Midnight reached over to pat him after Izuku looked at her hand and then leaned into the touch. I'm the pro-hero, Ms. Midnight. My quirk is somnambulist, which allows me to release a sleep-inducing aroma from my body. Izuku's eyes sparkled at the unique quirk as he clapped his hands to show off his amazement. Midnight ate up the praise as she went on to explain who Snipe was. This fellow here is U.A's best gunslinger, pro-hero Snipe. He has the ability called homing that lets him control the trajectory of his bullets. Izuku made an O shape with his lips as he clapped again. No one but Nizu could see Snipe relaxing a bit in the driver's seat as a feeling of smugness came over him. Soon enough, the tired pro-heroes and Izuku had arrived at U.A's gates where the security knew they would be coming and let Izuku in with the others' permission. It was now early in the morning, although the group had to thank that today was Sunday so they had the rest of the day to sleep before school begins. Tomorrow. Ki-ai-yai. Present Mike exclaimed as he spotted the group approach the teacher's lounge where the other pro-heroes that worked at U.A were waiting. Everyone was sent a message by Nizu before the hybrid left the police station with the other pro-heroes and Izuku, informing them about their newest addition. Aizawa glared at Present Mike before telling the blonde hero to shut up. Where's the new listener you told us about, Nizu-san? Present Mike asked at a regular tone. Izuku moved out from behind All Might's hulking figure to greet the loud man. Present Mike blinked before he smiled and greeted, "What's up, little listener? The name's Present Mike and it's awesome to meet you." Present Mike blinked when Izuku didn't say anything back as he awkwardly lowered his finger guns and looked at Aizawa, who sighed and explained, "He's mute." Present Mike blinked before understanding washed over him and he regained his confidence and looked back at Izuku. "No worries, little listener. If you'd like, I could teach you sign language, that way you can communicate with us without having to use your voice." Aizawa blinked at the considerate offer as Tashinori was pleasantly surprised by Present Mike's talents. Izuku looked at Tashinori for what the man thinks was permission, before the pro-hero awkwardly nodded. He couldn't get used to the idea that Izuku thought he was unable to act freely since he had to listen to orders for so long. Izuku beamed at Present Mike before he nodded, excited to learn this sign language the loud, but nice blonde man talked about. Present Mike let out a whoop of cheer as he ruffled Izuku's hair and moved aside to let the other teachers introduce themselves. 13 was next as the bubbly teacher waved at Izuku before coming over and introducing themselves. Hello Izuku-kun. I'm the pro hero 13. I don't focus in combat though. I help others through search and rescue efforts. Izuku nodded as he clapped. Following 13 was Ectoplasm, then Cementos, Blood King and Power Loader. Even Recovery Girl had come out to greet him as she fussed about his thin frame. Toshinori smiled at the warm welcome everyone gave Izuku before he waved to get Izuku's attention. Everyone quieted down as they waited for what All Might would say. Welcome to you. Izuku-kun. Wow. While you aren't exactly a student here, please know that we will be your teachers. And I hope you will come to see us as family. Izuku looked taken aback as he looked at Toshinori, who smiled encouragingly before glancing to Nizu, who was smiling as usual. The other teachers looked positive as well, even Aizawa, who smirked slightly. Izuku couldn't help as an irrational anxiety took a hold of him. He crumpled to his knees before bashing his head on the hard tile floor, alarming the adults who moved to stop him. Izuku was crying as he uttered some incoherent words. Toshinori had to pull him up from where he was trying to bash his forehead in as Nizu tried to make sense of why Izuku reacted so violently. Izuku hiccuped as Nizu asked him what was wrong. Izuku looked pitiful as he tried to control his breathing and hide his face away from them. Nizu tilted his head, motioning for Izuku to repeat as the boy squatted down to whisper to him. I don't want this to be a dream. I don't want to wake up and be back in my cell. I had to make sure. Izuku's voice was rough, and considering it was probably years since he had the freedom to use it, Nizu wasn't surprised. Nizu suddenly understood as he gave Izuku an uncharacteristic hug. Blood was trailing from his forehead and staining Nizu's suit, but the hybrid didn't mind. He turned around to explain to the rest of the teachers. He was afraid that we were a figment of his imagination, a dream. Izuku probably couldn't handle the sheer positivity he was given since he's been denied for so long. He resorted to confirming that he was awake through bodily harm. Toshinori and the others felt their chests squeeze painfully as they felt as if they failed somehow. Toshinori wrapped Izuku in a hug as he comforted the teen. It's okay Izuku-kun, we are real. You are safe now. Believe in me? He asked with sincere eyes as Izuku took a moment to look him before nodding and hugging the blond man's neck tightly. I'm sorry Izuku-kun, we keep forgetting that while you are 14, you're both still a child and not. Midnight said as she got his attention. She pat his head before saying, I'm sorry we pro-heroes couldn't come sooner. You must have been scared, huh? Izuku sniffled as he nodded. Aizawa came over and laid a warm hand on his shoulder. From now on, don't hurt yourself like that anymore, understood? If you're ever feeling like you need help or that everything is a dream, just run to us. For we are heroes that give our all, 13 started. And will go beyond to protect innocence. Present Mike continued as Toshinori finished strong. So have no fear Izuku, for we are here. The teachers in that moment seemed to glow with a brilliance that Izuku had never seen before. He couldn't help but feel as if nothing could go wrong as he stared into each determined face. Izuku closed his eyes before he smiled and opened them again, slowly. He nodded before exhaustion overtook him and he passed out in Toshinori's frantic arms. Nizu and a few of the other teachers laughed at Toshinori's expense as Izuku knocked out, finally getting a well-deserved rest. Toshinori ran his hand through Izuku's fluffy hair as he let the boy sleep. Sighing, he faced the other pro-heroes who smirked at him. He's so tiny compared to us. I want to believe that he is truly innocent, but no one can say for sure that he is completely safe. Aizawa spoke up as their expressions tense a bit. Toshinori sighed as he had to agree with the stoic man. It was logical to regard Izuku with caution since, despite his appearance, the boy was chosen to be experimented on for all for one's plans. While his history in the facility and previous time in the Fight Club are less than desirable to think about, I really do think he's a good kid eraserhead. Toshinori began before the man held up a hand. That's not the point, All Might. I can tell he's a good kid too, but he may not know everything that they have done to his body while in captivity. Mental health aside, he needs to have Recovery Girl also check him for any implanted trackers they may have injected. Or any other surprise we may not like to hear about. Aizawa explained as Toshinori calmed down a bit. Nizu nodded as he looked to Izuku as well. It is quite common for test subjects to have trackers or even have devices in them that can be set to activate in case of an escape. The worst possible scenario is that Izuku-kun's captors placed a self-destruct device inside of him to kill him should he be taken from their custody. He seems to be very important to the villain's plans after all. Everyone seemed to pale slightly or grimace at that thought as Midnight came out to squeeze Izuku's hand gently. She looked at him with soft eyes before saying, "I've been a pro-hero for a long time now, and yet some cases still take me off guard. It's amazing how cruel some people can be, especially to an innocent child of all people. He will need to have a guard at all times. Both for his own safety and the other students' safety. I hate having to do this since it mirrors what he probably had to go through at the facility, but we cannot risk the lives of our students in case something does happen." Vlad said as they exchanged looks. "Are we sure the little kid should already be pushed to interact with the other students? Shouldn't we try to give him a PRD of time to get used to his new environment and to us first? Trust should be the first thing we establish firmly here, rather than making him feel like some zoo animal." Present Mike pointed out as they all blinked at his suggestion and nodded in agreement. That's actually a really good idea, Hizashi," Heizawa said as the blonde beamed at the rare compliment. "What can I say? Your presence makes me into some sort of genius Shudakuen." He grinned widely as he shot finger guns at Aizawa, who gave him a deadpanned look before turning away coldly, ignoring the blonde's indignant protests. "We have classes soon though, and taking turns to look after him would draw too much attention. Why not have All Might be his guardian since he doesn't really have a set teaching schedule? He can take Izuku around campus safely, and whenever we are on break in the lounge he can just bring him to interact with us." Ectoplasm said as they all agreed that sounded like the best idea. I don't know much about taking care of a teen though. Especially not one like Izuku," Toshinori said as Midnight giggled before patting his shoulder. "It shouldn't be too hard, All Might. Just make sure to be patient and remember Izuku-kun isn't like other kids. He will need to be reminded that he won't be reprimanded for thinking for himself. Just remember to follow whatever instructions Recovery Girl will give you later about his diet and keep him entertained. The kid idolizes you, so it shouldn't be too hard to get him to open up to you." Snipe chimed in as Toshinori grimaced. "I'm suddenly not sure I'm the best person to watch over him. While it's true he would be the most at ease with me or Eraserhead, wouldn't I be taking advantage of his programmed obedience? I don't want to manipulate him like the other people in his life have already done." Nizu pinned Toshinori with a knowing gaze. "We've been over this, Toshinori-kun. None of us are the people that hurt or abused Izuku. While it may seem like our actions mirror theirs, we are not them. Izuku will not be pressured to be anything or do anything he doesn't want to under our protection. It will take a while, but he will learn that his individuality is encouraged here. But until he is able to function independently, it is our duty to look after him and promote his growth." Toshinori sighed as he gave the mouse bear dog a side grin, conveying his thanks through his eyes as Nizu nodded. "Before I forget, here All Might, you'll need this." Present Mike pulled out a book from his jacket as Toshinori looked at it curiously. The title read, "Sign Language for Dummies." He sweat dropped before thanking the blonde. "All right, I think it's time for everyone to go to sleep. We can continue talking tomorrow, but it's late now." Nizu clapped, bringing the pro-hero teacher's attention to him as they nodded in confirmation and dispersed from the room. Toshinori was left alone with Nizu, who gave him a pat on the back. "Now that everyone is gone, I'd like to bring up the detail about your other form. If Izuku is to be under your care, he will have to know about that as well. Since you can't keep up the disguise 24/7, you don't have to explain anything about your powers, of course, but at least let him know about the injury so neither of you are caught off guard." Toshinori tensed before deflating. He sighed. "I don't want him to think less of me though. The boy knows me as All Might and sees me as a strong protector who swore to keep him safe. Yagi Toshinori isn't that same person. I don't inspire much but repulsion in this form. Get some rest, Toshinori." Don't think too hard about things. All that matters is that Izuku-kun is safe and under our protection now. I'm sure his opinion of you won't change so easily. All Might and Yagi Toshinori may be on two different ends of the spectrum, but I know for a fact, you would rather risk your life to protect him in either form before letting him get hurt on your watch, Toshinori-kun. He said before closing the door quietly behind him. Toshinori sighed before brushing back his hair with his hand before giving Izuku one last pat on his head before claiming the long couch he had moved into the room. Good night, Izuku-kun. Toshinori jolted awake before closing his eyes in pain as sunlight blinded him for a moment, and he floundered before falling off the couch ungracefully. He used his arms to push him up as his eyes turned to the bed where he suddenly met stoic green ones that blinked slowly before their owner tilted his head as if to ask if Toshinori was okay. The pro-hero breathed out a sigh of relief that Izuku was up and seemed to be okay before he stood up, a bit more composed and asked, "Good morning, Izuku. Did you sleep well?" The boy nodded before looking at Toshinori patiently. The tall man didn't understand what he wanted until he remembered what Nizu had said yesterday and stumbled over his words. "Oh. You can go wash your face or sew something. You're free to do whatever as long as you don't hurt yourself or anyone, okay?" Izuku nodded again before swinging his legs over the side of the bed and standing up. He walked a few steps away from Toshinori before turning around shyly and raising his right arm to rub his left. His eyes seemed to glance to Toshinori before looking away to the floor or something in the room as the blonde tried to guess what he wanted. "Yes, Izuku-kun? Can I help you with something?" he asked as Izuku nodded before making a gesture that Toshinori identified as, "I don't know," as the blonde slapped himself in the face. "That's right, I forgot you didn't know where everything is. Alright, time for a quick tour of my room at the school," Toshinori said cheerily as Izuku nodded before following quietly behind him. "So this is the kitchen. I don't use it that much to be honest, since I can't really eat much anymore," Toshinori said, pointing to the spotless kitchen as Izuku took his time to observe it. "You can open the fridge whenever you feel hungry and want a snack. I don't have anything right now, but when I do, you're welcome to," Toshinori said as Izuku nodded again. "Oh boy, that this is kinda awkward," Toshinori thought as it seemed as if he were having a one-sided conversation. "That's the living room, my personal study, and finally this is the bathroom. It's not much but," Toshinori trailed off as Izuku took everything in before nodding again. "Well, take your time. We are going to go to Recovery Girl to do a checkup on your health afterward, okay?" Izuku looked up at Toshinori's eyes before something dark flashed through his gaze as he shook his head no. Toshinori blinked in surprise at the response. "What's wrong, Izuku-kun? You remember Recovery Girl, don't you? She's the nice little grandmotherly lady you met earlier this morning." Izuku nodded but still refused to enter the bathroom. Toshinori furrowed his eyebrows in confusion as he tried to understand why Izuku was adamant about not going to Recovery Girl. "All we were going to do is a checkup." "Izuku-kun, are you scared of getting a checkup?" Toshinori asked seriously as Izuku's expression didn't change as he nodded in confirmation. The blonde swallowed as the feeling of heavy stones weighed in his already damaged stomach. Izuku-kun. I promise you, the checkup we want you to do with Recovery Girl isn't like what the scientists may have done back at the facility, okay? We just want to do some basic tests to see if you're healthy, okay?" Izuku seemed to have a very subtle look of unease on his face, but as he looked into Toshinori's eyes and saw the sincerity in the man's gaze, he hesitantly agreed. He pointed to Toshinori before pointing to himself and then their hands. The tall man blinked dumbly for a few moments before he got an idea of what Izuku was trying to say. "Don't worry, Izuku. I will accompany you every step of the way, okay? I won't let anyone hurt you, promise." He kneeled down to meet Izuku's gaze as the green-haired boy nodded before moving to ready himself. Toshinori sighed in relief as their interaction ended well before pulling out the sign language for dummies book present Mike had given him. I suppose there's no better time than the present to start learning. The two were joined by Aizawa and present Mike on their walk to Recovery Girl. "Good morning, little Izuku-kun. How are you feeling?" Mike asked while signing it at the same time so Izuku would get used to the idea of using his hands to talk. Izuku watched as Present Mike had his right hand flat before raising it to his mouth, before hitting it front side down against his left palm, which was also held out in an open and flat manner. That means well or good, but in this case, since you are responding about how you are feeling temporarily, well would be the proper choice. Present Mike explained as Izuku made an O shaped with his mouth and nodded, eyes glittering a bit at learning something new. Mike then did a similar, but slightly different gesture before saying, that was the sign for bad, okay? Izuku nodded before repeating after the man who grinned widely at his cute student. Aizawa cleared his throat to alert the two of them that they were in front of Recovery Girl's office as Present Mike pouted at having to leave Izuku. He still had lessons to plan for his students after all. He made one last gesture, putting his right hand up to his face in a way that had his index and middle finger look like they were in a peace sign, or looking position before tilting his hand down to give Izuku a finger gun. That means, see you later. Don't be shy and visit Uncle Mike. The excitable man trailed off loudly as Aizawa shut the door on his face. Ugh, as helpful as Hisashi can be, it's too early in the morning for his voice. Tashinori chuckled a bit at the comment before looking at how relaxed Izuku had gotten. While he was still tensed in the expectation to be punished, he had at least grown comfortable enough to let the two grown men leave his sight as he turned his back to them during his exchange with Present Mike. Izuku turned around before waiting for Tashinori or Aizawa to say something as he stood still, not wanting to proceed further without reassurance. Aizawa's expression softened as he ruffled Izuku's hair and said, "Go ahead, Izuku. You know what to do. We'll be right where you can see us, okay?" Izuku nodded before moving forward and greeting Recovery Girl, who was aware of the reason behind his reluctance, as the elderly lady responded with a patient smile. "Hello, Izun. I must say you look much cuter now that I can see you clearly in the daylight." She started off as Izuku blinked before nodding his head in thanks before resuming staring at her. "Tashinori-kun has already told you, but I would like to run a few tests to see if you're healthy and that those bad people didn't put anything life-threatening in you, okay?" She explained as Izuku tensed but nodded. "Don't worry, Izuku-kun, these tests will be painless and I'll only need to x-ray you for the last part." Izuku's shoulders relaxed a slight bit as he nodded before sitting down patiently on the bed Recovery Girl motioned for him to sit on. True to her word, Recovery Girl measured his height, weight, reflexes before scanning him with the advanced X-ray machine that was now a common feature in most doctors' offices across Japan. At the end of the session, she handed him a lollipop as a reward for doing so well. Izuku took it quietly while giving his thanks before popping it in his mouth and silently smiling as the sweet, fruity flavor filled his mouth. He had always seen candy, but his fath Hisashi had never let him have any. The facility definitely never gave him anything of the sorts either. Tasty, Izuku thought as he went back to paying attention to what Recovery Girl was telling Tashinori and Aizawa. Well, Izuku seems to be fine physically, although I can only saw that from an external perspective since I didn't want to scare him by taking blood tests so soon. The X-rays show that his bones are strong and sturdy and there doesn't seem to be any trackers or hidden devices of the sort that I could tell. Which is strange considering how Nizu explained Izuku-kun seemed to be quite important to the scientists there. She started as Tashinori and Aizawa listened closely. He's a bit short for his age as well as underweight. It is most likely that the people at that facility you rescued him from underfed him to keep him weak enough to handle. She spoke in an upset tone as Tashinori clenched his hands into fists and Aizawa observed Izuku, who didn't seem to deny the claims as the boy simply continued eating his lollipop. She sighed before giving them a hopeful smile. "Luckily, it's nothing too serious. With time and effort we can get him to a healthy weight. Now, his mental and emotional health on the other hand, I'm not qualified to help with. He needs a proper therapist and I recommend talking to Ryo-kun about that." The two pro-heroes looked at her before nodding at the advice. Ryo does have experience with dealing with the student's mental well-being and knows some trustworthy therapists. Aizawa said as Tashinori looked at Izuku, who had finished his candy and waited for the next time they would address him. "Would you like that, Izuku-kun? Would you be willing to talk with our good friend, Hound Dog, also known as Inui Ryo, about your mental health? You don't have to if you don't want to." Izuku thought it over for a moment before remembering what present Mike had taught him earlier and signed, "Good." Toshinori smiled at Izuku's agreement before patting him on the head. Aizawa had pocketed the diet routine Recovery Girl had written for Izuku in the time the two had their exchange. He looked up to see it was nearly lunchtime before clearing his throat. The two turned to look at him as he said, "It's close to lunch. We should go eat. You can get to know everyone a little better too, Izuku." The green-haired boy nodded before moving to follow alongside Aizawa before he looked back to make sure Toshinori was following him before walking forward. The cafeteria was mostly empty since only the teachers were there today. Midnight's face brightened up as Izuku walked in behind Aizawa, who looked bored, followed by Toshinori, who waved awkwardly. "Izukin!" She cheered as the boy turned his gaze to her and nodded politely to her obnoxiously loud greeting. The other few teachers there greeted him warmly as well. "Ah, good afternoon, Izuku-kun," 13 said as they waved a gloved arm. Izuku shyly waved his own in response before looking to Toshinori and Aizawa before moving to sit with present Mike, who blinked in surprise when Izuku decided to sit next to him. The loud pro-hero felt a warmth spread through him at the show of trust as Toshinori pouted. He definitely wasn't pouting because he was jealous of how Izuku seemed more relaxed around the other blonde. No, definitely not. There was no way. Toshinori was not a jealous man. "The jealousy is dripping off your face, All Might," Cementos stated nonchalantly as the other teachers snickered behind their hands as Toshinori looked at his friend in betrayal. "How you have forsaken me, Ishiyama-san," he lamented playfully as Midnight laughed. "Ah, friendship at its finest. Don't worry, All Might, the kid is probably clinging to Hisashi right now because the playful idiot is teaching him a way to communicate with us. Plus, with his joking demeanor and exaggerated motions, it's easy for Izuku-kun to relax and keep track of him at the same time." Toshinori sighed as he accepted her explanation. "Although I'm feeling a bit left out as well, I want little Izuku-kun to come to Auntie Midnight too." She frowned as she bit her WHP in frustration over present Mike holding Izuku's attention. Aizawa rolled his eyes before dropping a few drops of solution to help with his dry eye problem. "Hovering over him isn't what the kid needs you to. Eventually we have to get him to a state where he can stand being alone and independent without one of us with him." Both Toshinori and Midnight gave him identical looks as they adapted mocking voices. "Oh, it must be nice to be the person Nizu agreed to bring Izuku with to class," Midnight said as she got up in Aizawa's face and glared down at him. "Yeah, it sure is nice sharing the favorite hero place with you, Eraserhead," Toshinori said before cornering the man by looming over his other side. Aizawa narrowed his eyes in disbelief at their childish actions before grunting, "I don't get paid enough to deal with kids on my weekends too, and I'm not talking about Izuku. He's a sweetheart." Midnight and Toshinori exclaimed their dislike of Aizawa's diss towards them as 13 laughed and Vlad did a low whistle and said, "Ouch, you should say your quirk is fire instead, Eraserhead. Because that was a sick burn." Aizawa rolled his eyes, but a faint smirk grew on his face as Midnight booed their humor. Looking back to present Mike and Izuku, Aizawa felt his smug expression slip off his face at the annoying wide grin on Hisashi's face as the blond man's eyes twinkled mischievously at him. Izuku seemed to be staring at them too as he realized the teen had probably just watched the whole exchange. "No need to be jealous of Lil Tithmi. Izuku has something he wants to tell you all, isn't that right, Izuku?" The group suddenly grew quiet as they turned their attention onto Izuku, who looked to present Mike before he received an encouraging nod. Izuku looked a little awkward before he lifted both index fingers to point at them and then moved to his face to lift up his cheeks into a smile. Then he dropped them into what looked like the Sailor Moon or Rock-on gesture as they stared at his cuteness. 13 broke the silence with a squeal as they exclaimed how cute Izuku was as the others coughed into their hands as their faces were tinted red. Aizawa's quirk activated as he grabbed at Hisashi's collar threateningly. "You taught him that on purpose, just to see us break composure, didn't you?" Hisashi could only laugh through choked breaths before Aizawa felt a tug on his shirt. He tilted his head to see Izuku looking at him with an upset expression. The boy shook his head before making the gesture for bad and pointing to him as Aizawa felt his cheeks heat up in embarrassment at being scolded by Izuku. Hisashi was roaring with laughter as Aizawa dropped him and turned around to explain to Izuku that he was just playing around. Izuku looked confused since he wasn't used to the idea of play fighting, as Aizawa groaned when he heard Hisashi climb the cafeteria table they were eating at and declare, "I'm the favorite Uncle Losers," as resounding yells came from the other teachers who were flipping Hisashi off. "I don't think any of us are actually qualified to look after a child beyond schooling," Aizawa mumbled as ectoplasm sweat dropped beside him. The man had just walked into the chaos before deciding it wasn't worth the headache trying to understand it as he went to get his lunch instead. Izuku woke up with a gasp as he grasped at his chest, feeling an unfamiliar sheet covering him as he panicked and began to hyperventilate. "Calm down, my boy. You're safe, it's just a blanket," Tashinori exclaimed as the blonde flailed his arms around trying to placate Izuku. The green-haired boy paused at his voice before turning curious, wide eyes onto Tashinori's form. Izuku made an O shape with his mouth before relaxing and stumbling out of the bed Tashinori had placed him on last night. Izuku stood quietly in front of Tashinori before crossing his arms and bumping the areas next to his shoulders twice. Tashinori beamed as he nodded, recognizing the motion as the sign for hug that Hisashi taught Izuku. Izuku gave him a small smile before he hugged Tashinori gently, careful to avoid agitating his injury. The pro-hero remembered first showing Izuku the injury and the boy's reaction to it. Izuku had bristled when Tashinori showed the injury all for one dealt him and fretted about, asking if he was okay. Nothing had changed the fact that Tashinori was one of his safe people, nor the fact that Izuku still admired him both in and out of his all-might form. "Good morning, Izuku. Are you hungry? Today is Monday, so we should eat breakfast before you go with Eraserhead to meet his class," Tashinori asked as Izuku looked a little nervous. Izuku placed his right hand across his chest with the middle finger curled inwards touching his thumb, leaving the other three sticking out as he made a small flicking motion. Then he pointed to himself as Tashinori took a second to translate the meaning in his head. "Like me? Ah, I'm sure the other students will love you, Izuku. Just try your best to have fun and remember, if you need help or feel scared, ask Eraserhead for help, okay?" Tashinori replied as Izuku nodded. The two ended up having cereal for breakfast since Tashinori realized he would be late if he didn't leave with Izuku soon. The other students were blatant with their staring as Izuku trailed behind All Might, who was in his pro-hero form. "Who is that behind All Might? A student? No, he doesn't have a uniform. He's so cute though." Izuku blushed at the last comment as he jumped and hurried to match All Might's strides. Soon enough, the duo had reached the large door that led to Class 1A. All Might took a deep breath before entering the door with a flair that was definitely not normal. "I am entering in a completely normal fashion," he said loudly as the student's sweat dropped. Aizawa gave him a deadpan stare before noticing Izuku and smirking. "All right, you brats, I have someone to introduce to you all. He's a little shy and socially awkward, but I expect all of you to treat him kindly, understood?" Aizawa said as he leveled a glare at them. The students gulped nervously but were excited to see who would be joining them today as the ones in the front row leaned over to sneak a peek. All Might's body blocked them, however, before the muscular blonde turned slightly to usher Izuku in and stand in front of the class. "Cute," they thought as Izuku fidgeted and glanced up to look at them. His eyes widened as they met a distantly familiar set of red eyes. Bakugo shot up out of his seat in surprise as everyone stared at his reaction. Normally the explosive blonde didn't show much emotion besides anger and arrogance. "Izuku!" Bakugo yelled as Izuku choked, his throat closing up as he tried to voice out his childhood friend's name. Bakugo stood still for a second before charging at Izuku, the other students rearing up in case Bakugo was going to attack the new boy. Even All Might had tensed up, although he and Eraserhead waited to see how things would play out. Bakugo stunned everyone as he lunged at Izuku, only for the two of them to hug tightly as Izuku teared up. I thought you were gone forever, you dumbass. I never saw you again after that day I called out your fucktard of a father." Bakugo gritted through his teeth as he pulled back to see how much Izuku has changed from all those years ago. Izuku shocked the two adults with his rare show of emotion as he began blubbering incoherent words before grabbing onto Bakugo's uniform. What the hell? Kaminari whispered as Kirishima nodded in agreement. Aizawa blinked before sighing. I take it you two already know each other then. I was worried you would give him a hard time, Bakugo, but it looks like Izuku will be just fine. Excuse me, but can you explain what is going on, Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka asked as she looked curiously at Izuku, who had calmed down but held onto Bakugo's hand for comfort. Cute. She thought as she noticed how nonchalant Bakugo was about accepting the small display of affection. I agree with Uraraka-san. Please elaborate on who he is, please, Aizawa-sensei. Ida spoke loudly as his arms moved in a mechanical manner. His name is Izuku, 14 years old. He had been missing for 3 years before I and a few other select heroes were able to find and rescue him. Principal Nizu, All Might and I, along with a few other people, are placing our trust in you all to help re-socialize him and be good influences for him. He is mute, so communication will take a bit of time to get used to. Aizawa finished as the rest of them focused their attention on Izuku, who bowed his head awkwardly. Tsuyu was the first one to speak up after that as she got up and walked up to Izuku, who looked at her curiously. Hello Izuku-kun, I'm Azui Tsuyu, but you can call me Tsuyu-chan. It's nice to meet you, Ribbit, she said as Izuku relaxed a bit, realizing the frog girl wasn't a threat to him. Izuku looked to Aizawa and All Might, who nodded at him before making the gesture for, nice to meet you. Surprisingly, Kuda motioned it back to him, making Izuku perk up in excitement at finding a new friend who could teach him sign language. Yaoyorozu translated it for the rest of the class as they stared dumbly at the silent interaction. Wow. You know sign language too, Yaoyorozu-chan? Ashido asked from her seat as the taller girl blushed and responded, yes, I was able to learn many things growing up. Sign language was one of them, since I thought we would one day run into people who needed help that were deaf or mute. Alright, since everyone is already distracted by Izuku, the assignment for the rest of our class PRD is to welcome him to Class 1A. Aizawa said as he leaned back on the board and monitored his students' interactions with Izuku. All Might try to do the same, only to look silly when he accidentally bumped his head into the whiteboard. Aoyama was the next to introduce himself as the flashy quirk user struck a pose. Bonjour, my green-haired friend. My name is Aoyama Yuga and Dash. You can call me Mina. Nice to meet you, cutie. Ashido cut him off as Izuku took a step back at their loud introductions. Ida had walked up to Izuku, who was startled at his sudden appearance, and grabbed Bakugo's hand a bit tighter. Hello, Izuku-san. My name is Ida Tenya. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As the class president, I will ensure that you find us very welcoming and enjoy your experience here. If you have any concerns or questions, please come ask me. I take pride in knowing Dash. Bakugo cut him off with a curse as the explosive blonde gave Ida a threatening glare. You're scaring him, you dipshit. Chill out with the class pres act. Bakugo clicked his teeth as Ida realized how Izuku backed away from him to retreat behind the blonde's back and felt bad. I'm sorry. It was not my intentions to make you uncomfortable. I don't really know how to socialize with others normally myself, so I apologize if I seem intense. Izuku nodded in understanding as he cautiously came out from behind Bakugo's cover and reached his arm out, stopping before he touched Ida's arm before looking up at the taller boy expectantly. Ida was confused as he wasn't sure what Izuku wanted to do. You Yes. Ida asked, although Izuku took his reply as confirmation and nodded his head before patting Ida's arm, proud that he had asked for permission first. Aizawa and Toshinori both shared a snicker at the proud look on Izuku's face. The teen was definitely making some progress on social customs, but it was slow. Much slower than the rate he was learning sign language, at least. It then occurred to Izuku that he had never asked Bakugo for permission to hold his hand, but since the blonde didn't seem to reject it, Izuku thought he was okay. Uraraka had elbowed her way past Ida, who spluttered indignantly before she smiled cheerily at Izuku. Hello, Izuku-kun. My name is Uraraka Ochako. You're so cute. Like a green bunny. Izuku blushed red at that as he looked to Bakugo as if the taller boy had any idea on how Izuku was supposed to respond to that. Bakugo simply smirked before ruffling his hair. She has a point, Izuku. The other students' jaws dropped. Bakugo just agreed in a polite manner with someone else. Polite. Kirishima was excited to meet the kid that his newly proclaimed bro was friends with. Hey, I'm Kirishima Ijiro. My quirk is hardening, which lets my body do this. The redhead proceeded to show Izuku the effects of his hardening quirk as Izuku's eyes widened in response. Izuku let go of Bakugo's hand as he gestured excitedly at Kirishima and then his hardened arm and then to himself. Kirishima was smiling awkwardly as he was a bit lost on what Izuku was trying to convey as the green-haired boy let out a huff. Izuku turned around to Bakugo before motioning to his hands and then making an explosion sound with his mouth and then point to himself. Bakugo blinked before asking, "You want me to use my quirk on you?" Izuku smiled before nodding eagerly as Bakugo smirked. "I'm not sure what the hell you're trying to do, but it better be good, crybaby." Before anyone could stop him, Bakugo set off a minor explosion at Izuku, who blocked it with his arm. Aizawa and Toshinori also jolted a bit in surprise at Izuku's sudden open behavior and chalked it up to having Bakugo's familiar presence encourage him to regain some of his independence. "Izuku-kun. Bakugo, why did you dash?" The others began only to stop when they realized Izuku was fine. "In fact, no effing way. You have a hardening quirk too." Kirishima gawked as they all noticed the transformed arm Izuku was holding up in front of him. Izuku let out a silent laugh before shaking his head. Yaoyorozu furrowed her eyebrows. "You don't have a hardening quirk?" Izuku nodded before his arm turned back to normal. He raised both of his hands up, fingers spread out as he counted down from 10. Once the last finger had gone down, he turned to Kirishima and pointed to him before making a punching motion and pointing back at himself. At this point, everyone was interested in what Izuku was trying to explain to them. Kirishima grinned before he said, "Dude, I don't know what you're trying to say, but I can feel a manly spirit behind what you're doing. Get ready." Kirishima punched at Izuku with his quirk activated, only for everyone to widen their eyes in surprise when Izuku's body became water and Kirishima fell through, his attack rendered useless. "Holy CRP, that's awesome. Do you have two quirks like Mr. I'm too cool to talk to anyone over there?" Kaminari asked as he pointed to Todoroki, who quickly turned his head away from where he was watching Izuku's demonstration. Izuku shook his head again as he looked to Kuda and Yaoyorozu and signed the word, "complicate," and then the phrase, "don't know." "I think Izuku-kun doesn't exactly know how to describe his quirk," Yaoyorozu said as Izuku nodded his head sheepishly. He then made the sign for counter, as Yaoyorozu had a light bulb go off in her head. He's saying his quirk is called counter, and from what we've seen, I think it works by letting him develop a quirk that can counter whoever is fighting him. For Bakugo, he developed a hardening quirk like Kirishima's since the explosions couldn't hurt his defense. As for Kirishima, he turned into water because it has a fluid form and wouldn't be hurt by Kirishima's punches. She smiled as Izuku nodded and clapped. Izuku made the sign for more and redid the sign for complicate as Yaoyorozu tried to understand what he meant. "There's more to it, but you don't know how to explain it to us?" Izuku nodded before gesturing, "Thank you," at Yaoyorozu, who sparkled from being appreciated. "Wow, that's a super strong quirk, bro." Kirishima praised as he looked at Izuku with sparkling eyes, laughing when the green-haired boy ducked his head in embarrassment. Hey, how would you counter my quirk, Izuku?" The name's Kaminari Denki, by the way, with an electrification quirk. Kaminari asked as Izuku suddenly recoiled back in fear. In his panic, he knocked back Tsuyu, who had been standing behind him, as he shook his head. No, it's not the same. He is just a student, but I'm afraid I don't want to be shocked anymore, it hurt." Izuku started to breathe heavily as the others tried to call out to him and approached him, making his anxiety worse. Aizawa and Toshinori moved to tell the students to give Izuku space and back away from him. "Everyone stand back, let us see what's wrong," Aizawa exclaimed as they parted to make a clear path for him. Kaminari was staring at Izuku with wide eyes as he tried to understand what set him off. "Dude, are you okay? What's wrong?" he asked as he reached an arm out before anyone could think to stop him. Why am I always being hurt? They need to feel my hurt." Izuku thought as his quirk activated. Kaminari's eyes met a frightened and intense gaze before Izuku lunged at him, their arms connecting. Then, Kaminari could hear and see nothing as black overtook his vision, and he fell to the floor as Izuku stared at him in horror. No. I didn't mean. Someone help him. I'm sorry, I didn't dash, Izuku cried inside his mind as he looked to Aizawa and Toshinori with wide eyes. His mouth made the motion for the word, help, as Aizawa sprung into action. Sheet, I should have prolonged this meeting until we knew more about what sets Izuku off. Aizawa cursed as he turned Kaminari's body over to lie on his back. The concerned man checked his pulse and sighed in relief as Kaminari seemed to be fine, with the exception of suddenly passing out. Jiraiya was angry as she stomped over and grabbed Izuku by his collar, scaring him. What did you do to Kaminari? All he was trying to do was help you. Toshinori widened his eyes as he tried to defuse the situation. Young Jiraiya don't dash. Izuku, who flinched from the yelling and the stress of what happened in the last few minutes, finally succumbed to his conditioning and became lax in Jiraiya's hold. Toshinori swooped in to cradle Izuku to his chest as Jiraiya stumbled back in confusion. What happened to him? She asked again, only for Aizawa to suddenly interrupt their moment. Toshinori had reluctantly passed Izuku into Aizawa's arms before giving the man a concerned look. It'll be okay, All Might, trust me. Toshinori sighed before nodding and backing away so Aizawa had enough space to carry Izuku out of the room. Bakugo, carry Kaminari to Recovery Girl. Ida, Yairzu, you're in charge of the class until it's time for the next PRD. All Might, look after them, would you? Aizawa said quickly and sternly as he sped away holding Izuku, as Bakugo struggled to keep up with him while carrying Kaminari. The rest of them simply looked at one another in disbelief as the tension in the air grew thick enough to cut with a knife. Ida groaned as he massaged his temples. Things are already going so badly and we haven't even gotten through the day yet. Jiraiya finally cooled down now that she knew Kaminari would be taken care of. She felt pretty bad as she reflected on how brashly she acted towards Izuku, who was clearly having a panic attack. Ugh, that I'm an idiot. She scolded herself as Hagakure put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. It's not your fault you reacted that way, Jiraiya. It was an intense moment and I think everyone was a little shocked at how Izuku-kun reacted. Siro was wearing a wide smile as he tried to joke. Yeah, don't worry, Kaminari will be fine. And you can apologize to the little dude later. Jiraiya smiled as she thanked her friends for being so understanding. I wonder why Izuku-kun looked so scared when Kaminari introduced himself? I don't think he said anything scary. Uraraka asked as Tokoyami spoke up, surprising everyone since the boy had been quiet up until this point. Remember what Aizawa-sensei said earlier? Izuku-san was missing for 3 years and had to be rescued. He never said what exactly happened to him during that time. I sense that Izuku-san has a great burden that he is unable to share with us. Ojiro had jolted as he made a speculation that sent shivers down their spines. I noticed Izuku-san didn't react much until after Kaminari told him that his quirk was electricity. You don't think? Kirishima looked at the door where the four had left before groaning and saying, that would be so wrong, bro. Who would be so cruel to torture a kid? Todoroki was silent as he looked down at his hands, trembling in conflicted sympathy. He had recognized those eyes that Izuku had slipped into when Jiraiya manhandled him. As the others kept making their theories, Todoroki felt angry as he activated his ice side of his quirk and chilled the classroom. Everyone became silent as they turned to look at him. I don't think Izuku-san would appreciate all of your baseless accusations about him. Unless Aizawa-sensei explains his past to us, I would appreciate if everyone minded their own business. Mineta had decided to take this moment to speak up as he sneered, I don't know why Eraserhead even wants that kid here with us. He's clearly unstable. He's probably gonna hurt the rest of us like he did to Kaminari. He belongs in an asylum compared to our high dash. Toshinori clenched his fists as he made a mental note to look at Mineta's profile later in the teacher's lounge. For a hero in training, the grape-haired boy surely wasn't doing a good job of being understanding or open-minded. Kirishima's sucker punched Mineta in the face as the redhead looked at the great boy with anger. What sort of hero in training are you even trying to be, Mineta? What you said is totally not manly at all. Tsuyu agreed as she stepped up and said, Aizawa-sensei is pro-hero and an adult Mineta-kun. If he thought it would be best for Izuku-kun to be here, then I won't question him. Sata spoke up next. Agreed. Izuku-san doesn't seem that bad of a person, and if Bakugo of all people like him, I'm pretty sure he can't be too bad. Mineta was taken aback as he was shut down by his classmates. Well said, Kirishima-kun, Tsuyu-chan. Toshinori's voice made them jump as they had just remembered the large pro-hero was still in the room with them and had heard everything they said. Mineta sweated nervously as All Might gave him an intense glare. Are you going to explain what's wrong with Izuku-san, All Might-san? Shuji asked as his limbs fidgeted a bit. Toshinori sighed before he nodded. It was our intention to keep Izuku's past as obscure as possible, but I will do my best to explain what happened without revealing too much. Their eyes were trained on him as Toshinori spoke seriously. As you know, Izuku-kun was missing for 3 years before Aizawa-sensei along with myself, Midnight, and Snipe were able to rescue him. Everyone nodded as they took in the new information about which pro-heroes saved Izuku. What you don't know and what we didn't want to tell you is that during those 3 years, Izuku was essentially kidnapped and experimented on by villains. Toshinori said as the weight of his words crashed down on the fledgling teens. To make matters worse, we are unsure about how long it had been going on, but Izuku used to be known as Midoriya Izuku. His father was Midoriya Hisashi. He began as he spat out the man's name like it was rotting his mouth. Hisashi abused Izuku both emotionally and physically. Izuku reacts so badly to people because he has had very few good influences on him throughout his life so far. While young Kaminari meant no harm by what he said, something Kaminari-kun said had triggered Izuku. Simply put, in that moment Izuku could not distinguish him with his previous tormentors. Toshinori continued as everyone glared down at their desks, hands clenched into tight fists. Jair felt like she was going to be sick as she realized why Izuku had become so complacent in her arms when it looked like she was about to hurt him. Mineta was eating his words as he knew his earlier words made him an a-hole. Please don't think badly of yourselves for what Izuku went through, young ones. Toshinori said as he smiled, trying to lift up their spirits. Principal Nizu, Eraserhead, and myself have entrusted Izuku in your care after all. For all that we adults can do to help him recover, Izuku needs to be surrounded by positive, encouraging peers who can teach him how to socialize. The pro-hero gave them a look over as he saw their expressions change from holding despair to burning with an intense determination. We will do our best to show Izuku-kun what else life has to offer. Yaoyorozu stated as the class roared in response. Ida stood up as he looked over the rest of them and said, Class 1A. Are you ready to take on the challenge of welcoming Izuku-san to U.A? They surged forward with yells of encouragement as they all agreed. Aizawa took a deep breath as he lied Izuku down on one of Recovery Girl's beds and noticed that Bakugo had done the same with Kaminari. Izuku's eyes were blank as they stared straight forward. Aizawa grabbed the sides of Izuku's face gently as he tried to get Izuku's attention to focus on him with his voice. Izuku. You have to snap out of it for me, Izuku. You're safe. I'm here, Eraserhead is here to protect you. After a few moments, Aizawa could feel Izuku's arms trembling as they moved up to grab onto his arms before traveling up to touch his face. The stoic man was calm as Izuku muttered a few incoherent words and seemed to be satisfied with what he could make out of Aizawa's face. Bakugo was quiet as he stared at the interaction, his hands white from gripping them tightly. Sensei, what the f happened to Izuku for him to react this way? He asked only for Aizawa to shush him as Izuku stilled at the sound of Bakugo's voice. The smaller boy's arm reached out toward Bakugo's direction as if he were waiting for Bakugo to hold his hand. His other arm was still holding on tight to Aizawa, who waited to see what Izuku would do. Bakugo looked uncertain before he grabbed Izuku's outstretched hand gently. Wake up already, crybaby Izuku. Izuku blinked for a few moments before his eyes stopped looking so dead and he took in a deep breath as he regained control of himself. He looked at Bakugo and then to Kaminari, who was still lying on the bed, before tearing up and turning to Aizawa, who kept Izuku's head in his hands before the boy could do something to physically hurt himself for his accident. Izuku, listen. What happened was out of your control, okay? It was negligent of me to push you into a situation when you weren't fully ready for it. You aren't going to be punished, Izuku. Kaminari is okay, he's not hurt. Aizawa said as Izuku shook his head in disagreement. Izuku made the sign for bad before pointing to himself repeatedly as Bakugo looked frustrated at not understanding what was going on. What's he saying, sensei? Bakugo asked as Aizawa sighed. He's convinced that he is bad because he hurt Kaminari. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that's the basic reasoning for his behavior. Bakugo frowned as he moved over to suddenly flick Izuku on the forehead. Stop bringing yourself down, Izuku. If you have time to cry, you can use that time to think of a way to apologize to Derpy Shitface after he wakes up. Izuku stopped his crying as Bakugo's words sank in, and he nodded as he rubbed his eyes. Aizawa looked at Bakugo like he was the FNG next best thing after eye drops as the man finally let go of Izuku. Now that you're calmer, can you explain what you did to Kaminari, Izuku? Izuku was quick to take advantage of the notepad and pen Aizawa had passed him from Recovery Girl's desk. The healing hero herself wasn't in right now, so Aizawa had to do what he could until she got back. Izuku wrote down, I don't know what I did, Aizawa-san. I was panicking because Kaminari-san said his quirk electricity, and I don't know what my quirk did to him. I normally only counter other quirks or objects. I never did something like this before. Aizawa furrowed his eyebrows as this new detail confused him. This might mean either your quirk countered unconsciously in a way you didn't realize, or counterpart might not be the accurate description for your quirk. Izuku's eyes widened in response as everything the scientist had told him was being challenged. The sound of the door sliding open broke their concentration as Recovery Girl returned, looking surprised at the four's presence. Oh dear. What's that matter, dears? Did something happen, Shota-kun? Recovery Girl asked as she came over to check on them. Izuku had an anxiety attack, Recovery Girl, and he accidentally used his quirk on one of my students, Kaminari Denki. I was hoping you could check him over. Aizawa replied as Recovery Girl nodded seriously. After a few moments of analyzing Kaminari, she sighed before hopping to sit on her chair. Whatever Izuku-kun did, it didn't hurt Kaminari-san physically. If anything, the boy is probably uncomfortable because of something that might have happened in his mind. She explained as they noticed Kaminari growing more agitated in his state as a scared expression started forming on his face. After a few more minutes passed, Kaminari suddenly started lashing out as Aizawa had to restrain him. With his bandages. Please SST stop. I don't want the chair anymore. Kaminari cried as Izuku realized what he was seeing. He shook Aizawa's arm as he tried to quickly write what he needed the man to do. Wake him up. Izuku's writing blared from where he wrote it furiously. Aizawa gritted his teeth before noticing a sink nearby and quickly let go of Kaminari to grab a cup and fill it with water. Within seconds it was filled with cold water as Aizawa hoped this would work. Splashing it in Kaminari's face, he sighed in relief as the blonde shot up out of the bed, eyes open as he choked, trying to take in deep breaths. Bakugo rubbed his back as Kaminari took a moment to gain his bearings and calm himself down. When Kaminari's gaze landed on Izuku, his eyes widened before he reached forward to try and hug the green-haired boy, only to stop as Izuku backed away from him. Alright, so sorry that I'm sorry. Kaminari said as a pained expression crossed over his face as his words meant more to Izuku than what the others could understand. Slowly, Izuku steeled his nerves as he moved to initiate the hug first. His body was trembling as Kaminari started crying along with Izuku. I'm sorry, I am so sorry, I promise I won't use my quirk to hurt you like they did. I'm going to become a hero, Izuku. That means I'm going to use my power to protect others and defeat villains like those scientists. Bakugo cursed as he demanded to know what the F happened. Derpy shithead. What the hell are you spouting that sheet for? What's this about scientists and sheet? Recovery Girl slapped his head for cursing as Bakugo had the decency to apologize quietly as he looked to the other three for answers. Kaminari looked sick as he tried to explain what he had experienced. I don't know exactly what Izuku did, but I was literally in his memories. There were a bunch of scientists and oh god they tied me down. I couldn't fight back at all. He covered his face with his hand as Izuku closed his eyes. They connected these devices to my head and it effing hurt. He developed a sort of immunity to electricity since it's my quirk, but in that moment all I could feel was pain. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't see. Hell, I couldn't even recognize if I was awake or not. Aizawa looked disturbed as Kaminari continued his first-hand experience of what Izuku had to go through. While he had read on paper what the scientists had done, hearing it firsthand made him feel like his guts were twisting. Then there was... Kaminari's lips quivered as he tried to force out the next few words. The chair. The goddamned electric chair. Kaminari shuddered as he stared down at his wrists as if expecting the restraints in Izuku's memories to suddenly appear. No one had to hear anymore as the blonde's tone said it all. I know there are villains out there, but I never it's just insanely different actually experiencing what they can do, you know? Kaminari finished as Bakugo gritted his teeth and turned to look at Aizawa. What happened after your shitty dad took you away, Izuku? Bakugo asked the green-haired boy even as he continued glaring at Aizawa for answers. Aizawa sighed. The man was certain All Might had already taken the liberty to explain a bit to the rest of the class when he told them what happened on the way here, but Bakugo deserved to know. Kaminari as well, as he looked concerned at Izuku who had backed away from both boys to hover closer to Aizawa. I'm assuming you knew Izuku's father, Midoriya Hisashi, was abusing him, Bakugo? The explosive boy nodded jerkily as Kaminari narrowed his eyes. Hisashi didn't stop there. He trained and raised Izuku to become an underground fighter in order to make profit. Bakugo's eyes widened before he punched the bed, hearing the mattress creak from the pressure. That's effing a hole. I should have let my mom call the authorities on him sooner. Bakugo grabbed his head as he glared at nothing in particular. Izuku was made to fight for years before Hisashi did something even more unforgivable. Izuku flinched as Aizawa brought up his past. Even if he knew he was safe now, it didn't make hearing what happened to him any better. During the 3 years that Izuku was missing, that he was actually sold to a terrible villain. Someone evil beyond belief. They ordered for Izuku to be experimented on because he has a particularly strong quirk. Bakugo was speechless as he stared at his green-haired friend. Izuku was always a crybaby who hated hurting others. He was quiet, but kind, as he played with Bakugo and listened to him talk excitedly about heroes. Mitsuki had noticed his bruises first as she explained what abuse was to Bakugo at the time and how Izuku's dad may have been hurting him. Izuku didn't deserve to go through that kind of hellish life. An ugly feeling of regret welled up in Bakugo as he became frustrated with himself. If only I had told my mom about what you said to me that day. You wouldn't that I could have tried to save you. Aizawa knocked his knuckle against Bakugo's head slightly, just enough to get Bakugo's attention as he sat next to the teen and ruffled his hair. You kids are too hard on yourselves, blaming the wrong person for the mistakes of the adults. Aizawa looked over to Izuku and Kaminari who were hanging on to his words as he looked up at the ceiling. Let the blame lie on the villains who actually did the bad things and on us adults who weren't knowledgeable to stop things sooner. Just worry about being teens, you brats. This time, the adults won't let you down again. Aizawa said firmly as he looked at Izuku who teared up gratefully, nodding his head. A comfortable silence fell over them for a moment before stepped out of his comfort zone and initiated holding hands with Kaminari who looked like a kicked puppy. Kaminari jumped at the sudden invasion of his space and NTMT gesture. D-dude? What are you doing, Izuku? He asked, surprised and a bit flustered. Izuku frowned adorably before he wrote, Do you not want to hold my hand, Kaminari-san? Midnight-san said that holding hands is a sign you're friends with someone and want to share comfort. Aizawa smacked his head as he made a note to give said teacher a lecture later about teaching Izuku's social customs with half-butted explanations. Kaminari blushed as Izuku's logic wasn't exactly wrong, but with the looming presence of Bakugo sparking behind him he gulped. Sensei, some help here please? Aizawa decided to have some mercy on the boy as he sighed and told Izuku, Izuku, remember what we said about asking for permission and respecting others' private space? Izuku frowned as he backed off a bit before grabbing the notepad again. But I want to hold their hands, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa sighed before giving the two blonde boys a tired look. Humor him, would you? You won't die from embarrassment, I promise. If that was real, I'd have died a long time ago from being friends with Present Mike. Aizawa began to grumble towards the end as Kaminari's sweat dropped and Bakugo blinked in response. Kaminari rubbed the back of his neck nervously before holding out his hand and nodding to Izuku, who beamed before he grabbed the teen's hand and curling his fingers to interlock their hands. He did the same with Bakugo, who looked like his head was about to erupt. Now that the shock of seeing his friend again wore off, he realized how NTMT their hand-holding would appear to other people. Neither boy had the heart to tell Izuku otherwise, as they saw how happy the small gesture of affection made him. Just think of it as positive physical reinforcement. Izuku getting used to friendly, non-threatening acts toward him shouldn't be something you two need to be ashamed about helping with. Aizawa explained as they nodded. The bell for second PRD had rung moments ago as Aizawa dropped the three of them off for second PRD. He knew Mike would understand when he saw Izuku. The class was relieved to see Kaminari up and at it again before they noticed the trio's hand-holding and began giggling or laughing internally. Present Mike himself gave the two a wide smile as he reached over to ruffle Izuku's hair. He signed, "Are you okay now?" To Izuku, who nodded and held up his hands, which were still holding onto Kaminari's and Bakugo's. "Yes. Aizawa-sensei and my friends helped me." Izuku quickly released their hands to sign before grabbing them again. Mike was choked up, trying not to laugh as he wiped away a fake tear. "Oh, how fast my children grow. Not even a day has passed and they're already holding hands. Who is going to hold Uncle Mick's hand now?" Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he jumped up in panic, letting go of Kaminari and Bakugo to hold onto Mick's hand instead. "Don't worry, Uncle Mike. You can still hold my hand," Izuku conveyed with his eyes as Mike paused. "He's too adorable." Mike fake cried some more as Aizawa rolled his eyes and leaned against the doorway smirking. Yaoyorozu and Kuda, who could translate, were also crouched over, trembling at the cuteness that was Izuku. Bakugo and Kaminari took their chance to escape as they saw their classmates snicker at their expense. "I'll never hear the end of this. These fuckers should mind their own business." The two groaned as they slumped into their chairs. Present Mike was brought up to speed on what happened by Aizawa before he sent the man off and told Izuku to take the remaining seat in the classroom. "All right, my precious students. Back to your regularly programmed English lesson," Mike said loudly as class continued as normal. But the events of what happened wouldn't disappear for a while as everyone glanced at Izuku's unaware form. "I'm really sorry, everyone. I'm going to have to go on a hiatus for a bit. I'm in my spring semester of college now, taking another 18 hours, so I'm very busy. Not to mention, I also have a lot of merchandise I need to design and then make for MechaCon in July, and I'm also working to save up money for a 1-week trip to Japan after school's lets out for summer. I've been trying to make time to write, but even when I do have time now, I'm just so exhausted I can't write anything I feel is worthwhile. I'm also planning on rewriting or at least fixing up a few of my fics as well. The ones I'm going to be changing will be Orenda, and even if I were to lose all colors. While I might be able to find time during breaks to write one chapter for a FIC or so, I'm going to have to put a pause on them until I find the time to really write proper chapters for you all. I hope you all understand, and I promise it'll be worth the wait, huh? Anyway, I hope everyone is doing well, and until next time, thank you for all your support. So, I have finished my college semester, but due to limited time to make merchandise for MechaCon in July, I'll unfortunately have to extend my hiatus just a bit longer. At least, until I finish all 100 designs I planned on making in order to order my merchandise like acrylic charms or buttons in bulk. Now, the extension should last until July 1st, but after then I promise I'll post some new chapters. I've been rewriting most of my stories as well, which is why it's taking so long. But worry not, I'm doing A-okay and haven't dropped any of my Banha stories. Anyhow, I hope everyone is doing well, and I apologize once again for the wait. Now, when the class said they would try to help Izuku feel welcome and ease him into socializing, they were so confident. But as the lunch bell rang and 17 pairs of eyes zoomed in on Izuku's form, they couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Izuku seemed to notice their staring and rubbed his hands nervously before moving over to stand next to Bakugo and was soon joined by Kaminari. Uraraka jabbed an elbow into Ida's stomach before motioning her head at Izuku as the bespectacled teens shook his head furiously. "Go ask him out to lunch, Mr. Class President," she whispered as Ida flushed red. Hands moving in their normal robotic fashion, he whispered loudly back. "Uraraka-san, I have the social competence of a Windows 1997 computer. You are much more welcoming." Gyru seemed to want to apologize, but her hesitance held her back as Hagakure and Siro seemed to encourage her from behind. Unsurprisingly, it was Kirishima and Tsuyu who decided to SCK it up and approach Izuku's group. "Hey there, Izuku. We wanted to ask if you'd want to eat lunch with us in the cafeteria. You don't have to, of course, don't feel forced." Kirishima stammered a bit nervously. He rubbed the back of his neck as Tsuyu nodded. "That's right, Tribit. We would like to get to know you better, Izuku-kun," she said as Bakugo looked at them with narrowed eyes before he found what he wanted to see and scoffed. Izuku blinked before looking a bit conflicted. He raised his hands before remembering that Kirishima and Tsuyu haven't learned sign language yet, so it would be faster to tell them through texting. He made the sign for phone before looking at Tsuyu and Kirishima's confused faces. Tsuyu, however, seemed to catch on to what he wanted rather quickly. "You want to borrow our cell phones, Izuku-kun?" She tilted her head in question as Izuku nodded shyly. She smiled as Kirishima blinked before smiling as well. "Oh, that's why you were making a phone call sort of sign with your hand. Is that the sign for phone?" he asked eagerly as Izuku's eyes sparkled. He nodded before relaxing a bit more in their presence. He wasn't sure how the class would take to his return since he was basically a stranger. A dangerous one from their perspective too, since he did accidentally hurt Kaminari. It wasn't exactly the best sort of first impression on people. Kirishima pulled out his phone before handing it over, unlocking the screen as Izuku smiled and gave him a practiced, "thank you," in sign language. The red-haired boy seemed to blush a bit before leaning over to Yaoyorozu and asking, "What does that mean, Yaoyorozu-san?" She seemed amused before answering. "He said thank you, Kirishima-kun." She would have plenty of other opportunities to tease the others about their inability to understand Izuku's sign language, but for now, she would let him slide. Izuku texted a bit slowly since he wasn't used to technology. He reviewed his sentences before handing it back to Kirishima, who took the phone gently. "Sorry, Kirishima-san, Aju-san. I usually eat lunch with the teachers because I'm still too nervous to go somewhere with large groups of people. Thank you for the offer though. It's nice of you to think of including me," he read before pouting. Kirishima thought Izuku was a pretty cool guy. The earlier scare aside, he really did want to welcome the smaller boy. Kaminari piped up with a suggestion that they seemed to like though. "How about we get our lunches and eat in here then? That way Izuku can get to know us better, but also feel comfortable." Izuku seemed to think about it and took a moment to look around the room to see how the others felt. Most of them seemed to nod or smile in response. Even Gyru seemed to give him a reassuring smile, as awkward as it was. Izuku felt a bit nervous, but he smiled and nodded. Kirishima and Kaminari gave whoops of excitement while Uraraka and Ida felt more confident and came closer as well. Aoyama seemed to blink as he didn't expect for everyone to stay in class today. Usually he was by himself and maybe one other person. He interjected as he moved over to see Izuku better. "Bonjour, Izuku-kun. Perchance, do you like cheese?" Izuku blinked as he took in the blonde's sparkly aura before questioningly mouthing the word, "cheese?" Before seeing Aoyama nod, and he scratched his cheek nervously. He nodded hesitantly only to rear back in surprise when Aoyama stuffed a circular piece of cheese into his mouth. "Merveilleuse. A gift from moi." Izuku took a moment to calm his heart down from the sudden action as Bakugo raised a brow at Aoyama. "Give him a warning next time, would ya? You bright but motherfucker." He cursed as Aoyama smiled haughtily at him and responded, "Just because a rock cannot appreciate a diamond's brilliance, doesn't mean another gem cannot." Bakugo sparked his hands as the smell of smoke filled up the classroom. "Did you just insult me, you dash?" Bakugo tensed when Izuku gently put a hand on his arm. He blinked before turning around to see Izuku look at him with disappointed puppy dog eyes, and he choked. Izuku held Kirishima's phone before typing something short and making Bakugo and Aoyama look at it. "You aren't fighting, are you?" Aizawa-sensei said sometimes friends play fight. "Are you play fighting?" It read as the two boys seemed to calm their sassiness. Bakugo gritted his teeth as he gave Izuku a fake expression, Aoyama mirroring it with his own forced smile. That's right, Izuku. We're just play fighting. Because we're good friends, aren't we? Flashy. Bakugo said as Aoyama subtly tried to pinch Bakugo, who gave him the deadliest side eye. "That's right, Izuku-kun. We are do poised on uncas." Aoyama grinned as Izuku looked at him questioningly. Two peas in a pod." Aoyama translated as Izuku nodded. Jiru, having enough to gather up her confidence, stopped a bit in front of Izuku, who looked at her patiently. Rubbing the back of her neck, she nervously shifted on both legs, still slightly avoiding his eyes but eventually looking directly at him. She bowed slightly, making Izuku blink before waving his hands in embarrassment. "Sorry. I said some harsh things earlier without considering your feelings. I want to apologize," she said as Izuku's hands moved in a frantic but placating manner before he finally calmed down enough to type on the phone. "Jiru-sen, you don't have to apologize. The way you reacted was understandable. I don't hold anything against you for being worried about your friend." The text read as Izuku gave her an awkward but forgiving smile, and Jiru gave him a crooked smile in return. "Still, I'm sorry, and I hope we can start over again and become good friends, eh?" she said before grinning and seeing Izuku's eyes brighten up before he nodded. "I would not like that." He typed as everyone let out a collective sigh of relief and slowly continued introducing themselves to Izuku in turns. For those that he already knew, they went to go get their lunches and cycled back. Aizawa had also stopped by with Hisashi after they collected their own food, Tashinori jealously waiting back in the teacher's lounge because of his time limit secret. Today, Aizawa had more basic training and quirk exercises for the class to do as they had just finished the battle trials. Soon that they'll be ready to head to the USJ for specified training, but, as for now, Izuku could do with socializing with them a bit more. He thought as he looked to his right side, where Izuku stood obediently, glancing up at him only very subtly and in short increments. He sighed. "You can relax, Izuku. This isn't training like with your father or back at the fight club, okay?" He spoke as Izuku nodded slowly, his eyes lighting up with curiosity but also still retaining some doubt. Aizawa was quiet for a moment before looking down at Izuku, who noticed the gaze on him and looked up. "Permission to ruffle your hair?" he asked as Izuku almost responded too quickly with a series of eager nods. The boy was clearly touch-starved, and despite his normal aversion to touch, he almost couldn't get enough of it when he felt safe. Aizawa smirked a bit as he noticed how Izuku's shoulders relaxed a bit after the short moment of affection. How one person could be so cruel to a child like him, Midoriya Hisashi. Aizawa mentally scowled before noticing his class had started coming out in their uniforms and cleared his mind. "Alright class, today we have more quirk training, but since this is the first time we have an observer, I have a special exercise in mind," he said as they straightened up and glanced to Izuku. "So far, we've only emphasized the potential of quirks through a shallow, offense-heavy lens. As a transition into what we have planned for you all, today's exercise will deal instead with the adaptability aspect of quirks. Namely, how you can use your quirks to protect others." Aizawa drawled before he motioned to a set of dummies lying on the ground. "You will all be split up into teams of 2 once again and will take turns defending the dummies from being attacked while also ensuring your own quirks and behaviors don't also jeopardize the health of the people you try to save." He continued before motioning to Bakugo and Todoroki, who both had very serious looks on their faces. "Some of you will have a hard time with this exercise because you've put nearly all your efforts into offense. While others, this time he motioned to both Yaoyorozu and Shuji, will have an advantage. What I'm expecting from you all is better teamwork and cooperation this time, and creativity with how you use and combine your quirks and strategies. Understood?" The class responded enthusiastically, with the few exceptions being the quiet students. Aizawa grunted in response before reading aloud the pairings. Bakugo you're with Hagakure, Aoyama and Tokoyami, Azui and Kaminari, Ashido and Shuji, Ida and Satu, Jairu and Koda, Uraraka and Siro, Yayorozu and Kirishima. And since that leaves 3 of you, Todoroki, Ojiro and Mineta will be on one team. Everyone looked a little uneasy as he finished, which made Aizawa internally smirk. These kids are so easy to read to put them with someone that they think won't complement their quirks or personalities and suddenly they lose confidence. Shaking his head slightly, he spoke again. As for who will be facing off, who did I let you all decide? You have 5 seconds to rush for a dummy. Those who get one of the 4 dummies will be the first set of protectors. Everyone's eyes widened before it became an all-out dash for the dummies, Izuku watching with some surprise and amazement at how fast some of his new acquaintances could be and tried to wait patiently to observe and learn from the exercise. Kakendut is having a hard time working with Hagakure-san because he doesn't know how to use his flashy, explosive quirk to cover for her. But the answer is much closer than either of them think. Hagakure's strength comes from her invisibility, but her weaknesses are that people with sharp hearing, smell and sight can still pinpoint where she might be based on her footsteps, breathing and heart rate. Izuku was jotting notes in his newly acquired journal as Aizawa would glance down every now and then with an approving look. Kaken's explosions could be the red herring that gathers the enemy's attention and provides cover for Hagakure-san to not only sneak to the dummy, but even apprehend the opponents if she was skilled enough in hand-to-hand combat or had anything to stun them. Blinking in realization, he suddenly scribbled down another note. Why doesn't Hagakure-san know hand-to-hand combat or have any close-range weapons? Besides her invisibility, which I believe is more so along the lines of light refraction, she is left vulnerable. Also, I am quite concerned about the idea that she essentially fights naked. There is surely already light refractive fabric that could be further modified to provide proper protection. Izuku shakes his head as Bakugo and Hagakure finally figured out the same observation Izuku had, and had stolen the dummy from Jairu and Koda, who were now floundering because they hadn't thought of exactly how to combine their specific quirks yet, nor was Bakugo relenting on them enough for them to have time to do so. Jairu-san has the ability to amplify her heartbeat and send powerful vibrations through objects she injects with her earphone jacks. And she also has superhuman hearing thanks to them. Quite a powerful quirk. However, her limitation on only being able to project her own heartbeat is disappointing. Izuku pauses for a moment before thinking of Hisashi. If she could amplify others' voices, that would be like having several present mics. As much as I love Uncle Hisashi, I think one is enough. Izuku shivers as Aizawa notices his observations and also grimaces at the thought. Koda-san. His quirk is on knee voiced, but what does he do in the case that there aren't animals nearby? Surely there are always insects, but Izuku looks up to see Koda slowly become overwhelmed with anxiousness but surprisingly hold his ground against Bakugo and used his larger and much sturdier body to protect from the minor explosions, letting Jairu have a shot at attacking with her earphone dubbies. Koda-san is actually quite reliable when it comes down to it, isn't he? Izuku ponders before moving to the next fight. Uraraka and Siro were holding on to the dummy quite well, but both of them were neglecting the aspect that the dummy should be considered a real person and were moving around rather roughly and carelessly. Their opponents were Yayorozu and Kirishima, who were starting to look fed up with the other team's maneuverability and their lack of. Uraraka-san has a rather strong quirk, perhaps not offensive-wise at first glance, but with some creativity and training, she could be a powerhouse. Zero gravity is no small deal. Izuku learned from questioning the nice girl earlier during lunch. 3 whole tons isn't such a small feat, but she has a very linear way of using her quirk. Perhaps I should suggest a physics book for her. I also wonder if her quirk can work on objects like water. And there's an aspect of speed and force of how the zero gravity can affect objects I'm dying to learn more about. Izuku beamed quietly as he nodded at her with sparkles in his eyes, not that she could see his action. Pairing her up with Siro would be a huge advantage for their team if she trains to ignore the nausea her quirk gives her. Perhaps the support department can make a specialized earpiece for her to implant that helps her with motion sickness. That is, if her motion sickness is a result of the active twisting and turning of her body. Izuku ponders before looking at Shiro. Shiro-san's quirk doesn't seem to have much of a weakness at first glance. I wonder if his tape could ever be jammed up and what the decomposition time for it would be. Surely the tape is organic, right? So is it really tape or more like spider silk? Izuku tapped the pen against his forehead before shaking the thought away. His green eyes then looked back up to see Yaoyorozu and Kirishima had finally rescued the dummy and were setting up formidable defenses against Shiro and Uraraka. Yaoyorozu-san definitely has one of the most dangerous and creative quirks in the whole class. I don't believe she is using it to her utmost potential seeing. She does seem to be doing well at just this level, and has at least basic weapons training. The metal shields that she had made were deeply embedded into the ground thanks to Kirishima's strength, as Shiro and Uraraka found themselves at a stalemate since neither of their quirks were strength-based per se. Inside the enclosure, it seemed like Yaoyorozu was already smoldering the metal together to stop them from easily busting it down. Kirishima-san, in comparison to the three others, he doesn't seem to offer much at first glance. But I know firsthand just how powerful a hardening quirk can be with the right training and techniques. Just what are his limitations on the hardening? If he can harden even his organs and eyes, does that impair his health in any way? Izuku writes again, before absent-mindedly rubbing a scar on his arm. Aizawa noticed this but said nothing, simply gritting his teeth as memories of Izuku's reports slinked in the dark crevices of his thoughts. Do you not want to keep observing them, Izuku? You don't have to do this all at once. We have a few more days before the field trip, he asked quietly as Izuku looked up at him before nodding. Aizawa sighed but let him do as he pleased. Next are Ida-san and Sato-san. While Ida-san truly is the fastest student, his movements are too rigid and leave no room for Sato to catch up with him. Should the dummy have been a real person, the speed that Ida-san uses would most likely cause them motion sickness if not whiplash. Izuku notices the way the dummy's head was snapping back and forth on Ida's back, and while the taller boy had good intentions, it would probably have been safer to carry the dummy bridal style at the speed he was moving and cradle their head and neck. Tokoyami is a strong contender, but Aoyama-san's longing to be in the spotlight for the attacks keep disrupting Dark Shadow's chances at capturing both Ida-san and the dummy. His light attacks weaken Dark Shadow and also distract Tokoyami-san, who probably isn't used to working with someone so bright. Izuku noticed as he even had to squint at some points due to how blinding Aoyama's beams were. Aoyama-san could definitely hold off Sato-san one-to-one while letting Tokoyami-san have a chance at catching Ida-san with Dark Shadow. Although, I'm curious if Aoyama-san's beam could refract through Hagakure-san. A light explosion could be very convenient and safe to use as a defensive move. Izuku paused for a moment to stretch his legs, seeing as how the training had been going on for close to 30 minutes. Yawning slightly from the effect of the warm sun rays, Izuku blinked sluggishly before finishing his observations by looking at the last three groups fighting. It was the hardest group to observe since there was so much going on, but Izuku's eyes were trained to notice every detail. Currently, Azui-san and Kaminari-kun have to dummy, but only barely thanks to Azui-san's speed and maneuverability. Kaminari-kun is doing a great job keeping away Ashido-san and Shuji-san, who don't want to get shocked, but the three-person group is pressing down hard to get the dummy. Izuku was a bit enamored with all the quirks being used in a safe and controlled environment. It reminded him of the time he used to reside in the Fight Club without his FA dash. Izuku shook his head to get rid of the thought. I don't want to think ABO about that man right now. He thought as his eyebrows scrunched together. Opening his eyes, he watched as Todoroki sent a strong ice attack at the two groups while Mineta and Ojiro hung back, awkwardly not knowing what to do, to not get in the stoic boy's way. Izuku frowned a bit, motioning to Aizawa. He wrote in his journal, "Aizawa-sensei, why does Todoroki-san fight so coldly? He feels so lonely, like he's isolating himself." Izuku watched as Aizawa sighed before answering, "I may be his teacher, Izuku, but there are still things even I don't know and can't pry about that deal with his personal life. I can only hope that my lessons can slowly help him open up and cooperate better with others." Izuku nodded quietly before looking back to the boy with heterochromatic eyes that were just as frigid as the ice of his quirk. "Why? Do you remind me of myself?" When father wanted me to fight. He thought before slowly putting away his journal for the day and standing up beside Aizawa, who took that as a note to end the exercise for now, since they still needed time to change and freshen themselves up before heading to their next class. Alright, end of the lesson for today. We will pick up on it again tomorrow, and I will have you all do a short written assignment on what you've observed about your own quirk abilities, teamwork, and weaknesses. Understood? Aizawa stated as everyone came to a stop and tried to catch their breaths from the rather strenuous exercise. As they headed back towards the changing room, Izuku noticed Toshinori hiding behind the edge of a building nearby and waved subtly, watching as the man brightened up before heading over when he noticed the students had mostly gone inside. Izuku waved hello happily as Toshinori waved back and signed, "How are you doing?" Izuku beamed and signed back, "Good." Izuku showed him the journal with all the new notes on his peers' quirks and fighting styles and potentials, and Toshinori took a look through them, impressed with the observations Izuku made. "Quite an eye you have, young Shounen. Why, I would say, it's on par with how us teachers observe our students. You should be proud." He spoke calmly before motioning to Izuku that he wanted to pat his head, to which the green-haired boy agreed. Izuku signed back a bashful, "Thank you," before writing down in his journal, "Why are you here, All Might?" Toshinori grinned sheepishly before pulling out a sleek, new green phone for Izuku to see. "I heard from the others that you've been using text to talk with everyone while you continue to learn sign language, so I took the liberty of going during my lunch break to buy you a personal phone," he said as Izuku looked at it with wide, awed eyes. Toshinori fidgeted when Izuku didn't move for a good solid minute. Then he panicked when fat tears started falling rapidly from the boy's eyes. Izuku's hiccups were quiet, to the point that Toshinori had to clench his hands because he knew it came from years of being oppressed by Hisashi. Izuku rubbed his tears away as he felt ashamed for crying. He wasn't used to being able to openly show emotion and not be punished. Before looking back up at Toshinori and shakily signing hug, to which Toshinori nodded. Izuku didn't rush into the hug, he was slow and tentative, before slowly encircling Toshinori's torso, still mindful of his wound. In the low, raspy voice Toshinori had gotten to know was Izuku's, he said a simple, "Thank you, All Might." And Toshinori patted his head gently. "You're welcome, Izuku. Now, let us rejoin your peers, shall we?" he asked after a moment. Izuku nodded quietly, but Toshinori's chest was light as he saw the grateful smile on Izuku's face beam with happiness. Everyone was excited to learn that Izuku had a cell phone and quickly input all of their numbers, even Todoroki, who was notorious for not socializing, and Mineta, who Izuku didn't particularly feel safe around. Bakugo was a bit upset that he couldn't bring Izuku back to his house for a reunion between his parents and Izuku, but understood the dangers of Izuku leaving Uda's premises. Izuku, as well, felt a little empty when he finished waving off the last of his new friends for the day, but smiled as he saw Aizawa and Toshinori by his side, along with Hisashi. They were the three teachers who Nizu approved and volunteered to live on campus with Izuku to make sure he was safe from any searching eyes. Hisashi signed, "Tired?" And Izuku shook his head before replying, "No, not tired. Happy." He smiled along with his gestures as Hisashi grinned. "I'm glad, little listener. But it's time for you to eat dinner and go to sleep after," he said as Izuku nodded. Aizawa asked him as they headed in to meet up with Lunch Rush, "Did you find today to be too much? Or will you be okay again tomorrow?" Izuku took a moment to think about his answer before he responded. Typing on the phone All Might gave him, he said, "I was a bit overwhelmed at first, especially during my scare with Kaminari-kun." Izuku stopped walking as they all stopped along with him and waited patiently for what he had to say next. Izuku clutched the front of his shirt, right over his heart, before tilting his head back up to reveal the most innocent and happiest smile they saw on his face yet. Izuku held the phone up again for them to read. "But everyone is so kind and patient and interesting. I don't ever want to leave. I don't want to go back to before. I think I could really love being here." Hisashi felt a tear form in his eye as he wiped it away and took a moment to inhale deeply. He was the most emotional one in their trio. "It makes me super happy that you're happy to be here with us, Izuku. And don't worry, you'll never have to go back to where you were before. We will protect you." He finished as Aizawa rolled his eyes at his friend's sappiness and spoke up, "You're cutting into his dinner and sleep time. I don't think Recovery Girl would be too happy to hear that now, would she, Hizashi?" The blonde blinked before paling, rushing Izuku to the cafeteria where lunch rush was waiting. Tashinori laughed heartily as Aizawa smirked before shaking his head. The morning was filled with the muffled sound of excited talking as Izuku rubbed his eyes sleepily. He was still unused to waking up in a safe environment, but he appreciated it. Looking outside, he noticed there was a crowd of people in front of some of the school gates, seemingly bothering the teachers and students who were arriving early. With a soft pattering of his feet, he was free to make as much or as little sound as he wanted now. He changed into fresh clothes and went to brush his teeth and wash his face before greeting Tashinori. He typed a bit clumsily, but eventually held up the phone for Tashinori to see as the man set down a plate of food that would be easy for Izuku to digest. "All Might, why are there so many people outside?" he asked as Tashinori sighed. "Those people that are the press. I suppose they're here because they found about me teaching here. I was hoping it would be secret for much longer, but it can't be helped, I suppose." Shaking his head, the man instead gave Izuku a small grin. "Don't worry about them, okay? Are you excited to see your new friends again?" he asked as Izuku nodded excitedly. His hands moved quickly and with happy little jerks as he signed a simple, "Excited. I'm happy." Tashinori felt his chest swell with warmth, and it made the late nights looking through Izuku's files about himself and the other knowledge he had accumulated worth it. Such a bright young child that with enough time and therapy, I hope to see him become a proper pro-hero himself. As for now, just enjoying life is good enough for me. Tashinori thought before finishing his health drink and standing up to motion to Izuku that they were ready to leave. Outside, the press was having a field day harassing students and teachers alike about what it was like to have All Might teaching at their school. Of course, this all ended after Aizawa shooed them off and the gates activated when a reporter got close enough for the security measures to activate. Shigaraki grinned as he scratched his neck lightly. "Aizen, the big brother will bring you back home soon." A shadow fell over his face as he lumbered towards the gate, no one the wiser that they were among such evil. Izuku waved Tashinori goodbye as the blonde man reluctantly headed off to the teacher's lounge to do more paperwork and the like. His green eyes locked onto the door before he took a deep breath and knocked gently, waiting for Aizawa to open the door for him. The scruffy man blinked before letting him in. "Good morning, Izuku. This morning isn't anything too exciting. They're just choosing their class president and vice president." Izuku nodded slowly before mouthing back the words in confusion. Aizawa hummed before explaining, "Class president and vice president are basically the two students who will represent the class when it comes to social events and keep order within the classroom." Izuku's eyes lit up with understanding as he mouthed a small and turned to look at the others. Everyone was riled up as they were throwing their hands in the air to vote for themselves. Izuku jolted a bit when Ida spoke up, quite loudly. "Quiet down, everyone," he exclaimed as the class calmed down to hear what he had to say. Leading the many is a task of heavy responsibility, but ambition does not equate to ability. Ida started as Izuku stared at him, shaking slightly as he suddenly latched onto Aizawa's sleeve, making the black-haired man look at him in concern. With a hushed voice, he whispered, "Izuku," to which Izuku shook his head very slightly, before typing out something on his phone and deleting it multiple times before he had something he was satisfied with showing Aizawa. That Ida-san's words reminded me of what Sensei used to preach to Shigaraki-san. It read, making Aizawa sigh, realizing that the depth of Izuku's trauma really pervaded every aspect of his life. He whispered back again, "Are you okay? Do you need to go outside for a moment?" Izuku paused, fidgeting before looking back up at Aizawa and shaking his head. His hands moved slowly and carefully, signing, "I'm okay. Want to be here." The tired man gave him a serious look before nodding. "All right, just don't push your limits, okay, Izuku?" Zoning back into the conversation, Aizawa just barely heard Ida ask, "Will you allow this, Aizawa-sensei?" To which he promptly responded, "Whatever, just make it quick. I want to sleep," and they all sweat dropped at his nonchalance. Within minutes, the voting was done and the results were Yaoyorozu with 3 votes and Kirishima with 2. Ida looked defeated as he muttered, "0 votes that I thought as much. This is the harsh reality of this sacred office." Yaoyorozu's sweat dropped as she asked, "So you voted for someone else?" Izuku thought it was quite funny, but noble of Ida to have voted for someone else, despite very clearly wanting one of the positions. Izuku moved over to Kirishima first, to congratulate him as the class finally noticed his presence and welcomed him. Kirishima sent a bright smile his way as he said, "Izuku, how are you today, lil bro?" Izuku flinched a little at the nickname, which they all noticed but didn't comment on as Kirishima gained a concerned look. Izuku reassured them with a slight smile before he pulled out his phone to start typing. "Congrats, Kirishima-sen. Aizawa-sensei said vice president is a really important role." Laughing face. Izuku held the phone steady as Kirishima grinned, slightly embarrassed but mostly proud as he replied, "Ah, thanks buddy. I just hope I can do a decent job as VP. I'm glad Yaoyorozu-san is our prez though. She seems perfect for the job." Izuku nodded as he turned to waved happily at Bakugo, Kaminari, Jiru, and Tsu. Bakugo clicked his tongue before greeting back. "You're looking dim and happy today, nerd. What's got you so dim and bubbly?" Izuku typed something really quickly before showing Bakugo, who blinked before a deadpan expression showed on his face and he had to cover his eyes with his hand before turning away. Izuku blinked as he wondered why his old childhood friend would react so strangely. Kirishima and the others wanted to know as well, so they peered at the message, "I missed you all so much. It's only been a night, but I didn't want to say goodbye yesterday. I love everyone here. It is so nice and warm and safe and I really love being here." 3 less than 3 inch. They too suddenly understood why Bakugo had to turn his face away, since they all clutched their chests and turned their faces away to cry at the pure response. Izuku panicked as he didn't understand why they were so quiet after his message. Uraraka and Ida coming to his rescue as they came over to say hello. "Izuku, you're looking as cute as ever today." Uraraka compliment which made Izuku blush again before hiding his face. "Izuku-san, welcome back again. We are going to eat lunch in the cafeteria today. I know it might be much too soon for you to come with us, but the invitation is extended," Ida said as Izuku nodded, slowly unwrapping his arms as the embarrassment faded away. He looked conflicted before he typed, I want to try." They all blinked at that, not expecting for Izuku to try and move so fast, knowing what they did about his past. Ida asked again, "You don't have to feel forced, Izuku-san. We will wait for you if you need time. We want to make this a good experience for you." His eyes were unwavering but kind as Izuku looked up at him with an odd gaze. Izuku was quiet for a moment, fidgeting with his shirt before nodding again, subtly and holding the message back up again. Ida sighed but nodded. Yaoyorozu noticed this and came over before asking, "Would it make you feel better if we went as a group, Izuku-san? That way, we could sit near each other and create a safe zone for you." Izuku blinked at her suggestion before brightening up, making Yaoyorozu blush at how much she wanted to pinch his cheeks. "Yes, I think that could work." He typed before heading over to Aizawa to ask for permission. The man gave him a long stare before sighing, "I don't think this is a good idea, Izuku. How about you try walking there with them first? And if the amount of people there overwhelms you, you must immediately head back to the classroom or find me in the teacher's lounge." Izuku nodded, before hesitating. "Are you not sure it's okay for me to go? I won't if you don't want me to." Izuku typed as Aizawa felt sympathy for the poor boy. "Izuku, I nor any of the other teachers that look after you are your owners. You don't have to worry about our opinions conflicting. You're your own person, okay? I just want to make sure you're safe. But I won't stop you from doing things you want to." Izuku teared up a bit, but just nodded quietly. He signed and emphasized a heavy, "Thank you," before moving back to walk with the large group waiting for him. Aizawa simply watched them leave with tired eyes. Izuku was okay at first. The group provided familiarity and comfort for him. They were certainly a sight to see, as the other students noticed how big their group was. But more importantly, they noticed how he wasn't in uniform and began speculating about who he was. But as they neared the cafeteria, the amount of people and noise grew to make Izuku uncomfortable and his anxiety began to flare up as he abruptly stopped walking before they reached the doors. Bakugo, who was walking beside him, and Tsuyu, who preferred walking slowly, both noticed as they stopped first. Everyone else followed in lieu as they looked at Izuku with concern. Izuku seemed to be swallowing a lot, and his eyes kept darting around to look past the group at the strangers that seemed to enclose around him. "Izuku-san?" Yaoyorozu asked as she leaned over to catch his gaze. Izuku's lip trembled as he signed roughly, "Panic. People. A lot. Breathe, can't breathe." She looked alarmed as she looked at the others and shook her head. "Bakugo-san, you'll take him back to the classroom?" she asked as Bakugo rolled his eyes. "Of course. I wasn't expecting the nerd to be able to go through with it, but coming this far is still pretty Fying brave of him." Izuku blinked back tears at the compliment as he noticed Bakugo turn around. "You can hold on to my blazer. Come on," he said as Izuku felt bad, pausing to think for a moment before shaking his head. Bakugo blinked before angrily waiting for Izuku to type on his phone. "I don't want to cut in on your time to hang out with the others, but it's okay. I will go find Aizawa-sensei for lunch." Izuku pointed at the message very determinedly as Bakugo scrunched his brows. "Let him, nerd. I wouldn't offer if I didn't want to. Now come on. I might as well walk you to Aizawa-sensei if you don't want to come back to the classroom." Bakugo gritted out as Izuku sniffled for a moment but eventually gave him a watery smile. Turning back around to Yaoyorozu, Izuku typed, "Thank you all so much for being patient with me today, but I don't think I'm ready yet. I really want to be. But for today I walked here and did better than I thought thanks to everyone." Yaoyorozu read it to the others who smiled and gave him words of encouragement before waving him and Bakugo off. The blonde was quiet as they walked, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable to Izuku, who was just glad they were away from the source of his anxiety. They were almost to the teacher's lounge when Bakugo suddenly turned around, making Izuku squeak as he almost collided with his back. Izuku looked at him questioningly as Bakugo's expression grew heavy and conflicted. "Izuku-arai," he started only to have a hard time getting the words out. It looked physically painful for Bakugo to try and apologize for something Izuku didn't even know about. "Damn it. F-." Bakugo cursed as he moved away to punch one of the reinforced walls. Izuku moved to try and calm him down, only for Bakugo to turn back to him with teary eyes. "Ivy knew what your shitty dad did to you all those years ago. But I never did anything." Izuku's eyes widened as he took a step back, waiting for Bakugo to continue. The blonde gripped his hair tightly with one hand as he looked at Izuku with a distressed gaze. "I knew that I saw him. I saw him beat you and almost kill you this one time, and I didn't say anything because he Bakugo choked up as Izuku began to also tear up at how out of character it was for Bakugo to reveal his true thoughts and emotions. They both stood there for a moment, luckily in the empty hallway, taking a moment to let the tears fall and breathe. "Your F&G dad that found me one time. After beating you," Bakugo confessed as Izuku's breath hitched and he looked at his friend in fear. He didn't beat me or anything, so don't worry, but he F&G. He scares me, Izuku." Bakugo's words struck a chord in Izuku, who was still trying to realize the extent of his father's madness and cruelty. "He scared me because he doesn't he F&G. Goddamn, I didn't understand that well back then, but I understand too much now. He doesn't care if you die or not. He wanted to kill you himself and told me if I snitched on him, he'd kill you before I could go to the police." Bakugo looked pained as he gritted out his secret. "Do you know what it's like? Knowing your Fying best friend was being abused by their own father, but being too scared to tell anyone? I'm supposed to be the #1 Fying hero. But I couldn't even save you." Izuku felt all sorts of emotions rush over him, and it overwhelmed him as he charged forward and pulled Bakugo into a hug. His tears were hot, but hiccups were still quiet as Bakugo slowly stopped crying and hugged Izuku tightly. "I know I'm a shitty person sometimes, but that I really am trying to be a hero. I need to make up for what I couldn't do for you before. I don't ever want to feel that helpless again. I hated that." Bakugo murmured as Izuku nodded. Their moment of peace was shattered, jarringly, by the alarm that sounded. Izuku jerking in fear as he had to cover his ears to block out the loudness of the alarm. He could hear his own heartbeat racing as he looked wildly to Bakugo, who tried getting him to move. "We need to find the teachers. Now." He yelled over the alarm as Izuku obeyed, his feet moving despite his mind being stuck in panic mode. The two reached the teacher's lounge in no time as Bakugo noticed most of them had already rushed out, with neither Aizawa or Hisashi in sight. Izuku noticed this as well and began to shake, only to spot Midnight, who was about to rush out to go and calm the students down. She caught his gaze before her eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly made her way over while releasing only the slightest bit of her quirk so that Izuku could relax. "Izuku, what are you doing here?" she asked as the alarms finally sounded off and Bakugo had to answer for him. "We were on our way here to find Aizawa-sensei so that Izuku could eat lunch with him, but then the Defying alarm went off and made him panic." Midnight nodded before squatting to meet Izuku's eye level. Hey, Anti-Midnight is here now. Izuku, do you recognize me?" she asked patiently as Izuku nodded before holding out his hand to wait for her to take it. She smiled before looking back to Bakugo. "Thanks, kiddo, head back to your class now. We've got it from here," she said as she held Izuku's hand comfortingly. Bakugo only gave Izuku one last look over before huffing and turning around to head back. "See you later, Izuku," he said as Midnight looked approvingly at him before she spoke to Izuku. "Let's go find Scruffy and Cockatiel, okay?" she joked as Izuku nodded before mouthing the name, All Might? To which Midnight sighed before explaining, "He's on hero patrol right now, since he's not scheduled for class duties today." Izuku nodded, a bit disappointed but understood since All Might was in high demand. The two of them were joined by Snipe, 13 and Nizu, which gave Izuku more comfort seeing as how he learned they were safe. "Ah, young Izuku. I'm glad to see you're with Namuri-sen. Although I wish the circumstances were better," Nizu said in his usual voice. Izuku nodded before tilting his head over to see what happened to the gate, only to widen his eyes and grip Midnight's hand almost painfully as he noticed the damage. He was trembling violently as Midnight and the other teachers grew alarmed. "Izuku?" 13 asked as Izuku's vision became shaky as he took in the sheer amount of dust and crumbling matter that used to be the gate. He was familiar with Shigaraki's quirk. Very familiar. He gripped his right arm as a phantom pain suddenly ran through it and surveyed the signs of Shigaraki's work. Rationally, he knew there was a chance that maybe it was someone else, with a different kind of disintegration or decay quirk. But he was forced to have it used on him and has experienced firsthand what the quirk did. He would never forget what it looked like to see something or someone be killed by Shigaraki's quirk. And he couldn't breathe. His breaths were coming out too fast and black spots were coming in and out of his vision as his gaze remained hyper-focused on the remains of the gate and knowledge that it wasn't safe here anymore. "Shigaraki knows he's here. Shigaraki was here." Izuku jolted as he clamped his hands down tightly on the arms that were connected to the hands that suddenly landed on his shoulders. "Izuku." Aizawa spoke in monotone as Izuku's hearing snapped to focus on his familiar voice. His eyes were unfocused and he was babbling incoherently as Aizawa continued. "Izuku, breathe just I am okay? In. Out." Izuku nodded jerkily as he let his trembling hands be held gently back. Aizawa, who waited patiently for him to calm down and gather his bearings. Izuku in one last shaky breath before the fog that draped over his mind cleared away enough for him to remember where he was. He looked around and only saw the other teachers, looking at him concern as he started crying. "Shigaraki isn't here, he can't hurt me here, I'm safe." He repeated the words like a mantra in his mind. Aizawa gathered him into his arms as he asked, "What's wrong, Izuku? What is scaring you?" Izuku sniffled for a moment before typing in his phone. I think it's Shigaraki-san's work. The way the gate is crumbling reminds me just like how his quirk works on objects." Aizawa looked alarmed as he relayed the information to the others who began speculating. Nizu spoke up first. "It certainly would make sense if this is both a declaration of war and retaliation for rescuing Izuku from their control. All Might and the police will have to be notified of this." In the meantime, we will have to quickly reinstall another security measure and see if there is anything missing at all from the school. Nizu turned back to Izuku. Izuku, is there anything you know about Shigaraki that you could tell us? It would greatly help us. Izuku was quiet for a moment before nodding reluctantly, still shifting his eyes around like Shigaraki would pop out to hurt him if he said anything. Shigaraki-san is obsessed with All Might. He really hates All Might to the point that he and Sensei made the numus. If anything is missing, it would be stuff concerning anything All Might is involved with. Izuku typed as Nizu nodded. The only thing that's coming up with All Might in it is the training field trip we are going to have at US. You don't suppose they would be daring and foolish enough to attack during then, would they? Aizawa mentioned as Nizu hummed. This Shigaraki seems highly intelligent, but reckless due to his bloodlust. It's highly likely Aizawa-kun. Aizawa gained a dark look at that. Then the field trip is cancelled. I'm not going to risk any of my students if the league decided to show up. Have the police take their place instead. Might as well kill two birds with one stone. The others seem to agree, only for Snipe to notice a piece of paper sticking out from under the ash and subtly picking it up to read it, only to quietly whisper to Nizu. Nizu-san, read this. The rat-mouse-bear principal blinked before taking the paper in both of his paws and gaining a strained look. Nodding, he handed it back to Snipe, who pocketed it. Nizu motioned for Aizawa and Hizashi to bring Izuku back to his secure room, and the two shared a look before nodding. After the three of them left, all the other teachers turned to Nizu, who motioned for Snipe to share the letter. Midnight was shaking in anger by the time she finished as they all grew grim. Hello, dear heroes. I suppose asking how you all are doing wouldn't amuse you, now would it? Anyhow, as my precious son has probably already surmised, we are going to be attacking the USJ the same day you have planned for the children's field trip. How exciting! To see the terror in their eyes and the sensation of power as helplessness washes over them. Now, don't go canceling our plans because my boss will be very, very angry. I might say, angry enough to go after your precious students' families. And I know how very precious family is. In fact, I am broken-hearted to learn that you all have taken my adorable and obedient son from me. How could you do such a thing? I thought you were supposed to be heroes. I jest, of course, he means less to me than a piece of tissue stuck on my shoe, but he is certainly useful to a certain boss of mine, and I would appreciate it if you could return the useless brat back to them. If you refuse, well, I'll be taking him back anyway, and who is he to refuse his concerned, loving father? Sincerely, Midoriya Hisashi. Pidatus, I would love it if you were to let little Izuku know that his big, bad daddy is coming back for him, but knowing you heroes, you probably won't. Alas, a man can only dream. What are we going to do, Nizu-san? The police and pro-heroes we have on hand can only be spread out so thin. We have to make sure there are enough people watching over the rest of the school, and now with the threat of them attacking the students' families? Vlad asked before punching the wall in frustration. Nizu was silent for a moment before looking to where Aizawa and Hizashi had gone off with Izuku. I have an idea, but no one is going to like it. Aizawa's expression was just as murderous as everyone had expected it to be, and even more frightening was Toshinori's, which they hadn't seen too much of before. Absolutely not. You may be the principal and have an intelligence quirk, but I refuse to knowingly send my students, 14 to 15-year-old children, into such a dangerous situation. Monitored or not. Aizawa gritted out as he stood up to move out of the room. I agree. You know exactly what they did to Izuku, Nizu-san. I don't feel comfortable having any of the children near them. We can gather the students and their families here at UD if that's a safer alternative, but Toshinori tried to reason, only for Nizu to speak up and make both of them pause. And what will you do if the fight is brought here? Where hundreds of other children and people learn and work? While I am confident our students could work together and take on small-time villains by themselves, what sort of security would that inspire in them? Nizu asked as Aizawa clenched his fists. We've already seen the proof that Shigaraki can not only get past our defenses, but slipped in with no one knowing any better. We already have proof that Midoriya Hisashi had planned for us, finding out about their intentions and going far enough to blackmail us. Nizu pointed out, only for Hisashi to speak up next in his serious, but loud voice. Nizu-san, I understand those concerns, but I think I speak for all of us here when we say that none of us will ever be comfortable with the idea of putting our students in danger just to potentially capture villains. There had to be another way, he argued as Vlad put up a hand to catch their attention. While Hizashi-san voiced my personal opinion that I do agree with Nizu that the most efficient way to see the threat we are facing and nip it in the bud would be to follow along with the field trip. Just as the others reared up to argue back, Vlad continued. We can bring their families here as an excuse to tour the campus and see what Yudhei has to offer. That way we don't have to spread our forces thin and we can still watch over the other students. The police available can be split with protecting the school and being on call for any sign of villain activity at USJ. The main point is that they're after All Might, and it might be best to have everyone prepared and knowing what to expect rather than changing the situation and waiting to see the villain's reactions. Vlad finished as Snipe sighed. Vlad has a point. We have to go with the options that give us the most control over both what we can do and what we can expect from their own reactions. Snipe reasoned as the tension in the room grew thick enough to cut with a knife. So, you're willing to use my class as scapegoats? Aizawa's voice was monotone as always, but everyone could tell how furious he was without having to look. Nizu spoke up, you have the freedom to inform them, Aizawa-kun, so that they're prepared ahead of time. Izuku too. Aizawa didn't even have to do anything as Toshinori slammed his hands on the table, startling them all. One night, Toshinori said as everyone looked at him questioningly. One full night of Izuku finally not crying out quietly in his sleep because he's being tormented by the demons of his past. One full night of him sleeping peacefully with a small smile on his face. His voice was heavy as his words were aimed at Nizu accusingly. Do you expect us to tell him that the people we swore to protect him from, the people that abused him for years, do you expect us to tell him we are knowingly putting him back into an unsafe situation after what we promised him? The room was silent as the reality of what they were choosing to do to Izuku was suddenly put in front of them. Even Nizu was quiet for a moment before Toshinori shook his head and cut them off. I am disappointed. I will tell him because he deserves to know that much. But I won't be the one to tell Inui-san that we are about to make all of his progress regress. They all flinched at that, knowing how serious Inui is about the children's health, especially their mental and emotional health. The room was dead silent as Aizawa and Toshinori made their way out, followed closely by a disappointed Hizashi. Toshinori felt his legs become jello as he stood in front of Izuku's door. His arm was raised to knock on the door, but every time he went to actually knock on it, he felt his confidence slip. Aizawa was personally fed up with his hesitation and bulldozered past the blonde, knocking gently on the door. Toshinori looked at him with wide eyes, while Aizawa simply gave him a deadpanned expression before all three men were alerted of the door opening as Izuku looked up at them. He was quiet and passive as he let them in, as if knowing they had a lot to talk to him about. Izuku, we have a lot to catch you up on, but please, let us finish before you jump to any conclusions, okay? Toshinori asked as Izuku nodded, eyes wide and patient. The three of them gave one another similar looks before Aizawa started explaining, and they took turns relaying the whole conference to Izuku, who sat there without so much as a sound. At the end of what they had to say, they all waited anxiously to see how Izuku would react. The green-haired boy didn't move for his phone or give any indication that he wanted to sign for a solid 5 minutes, making them worry, but eventually he did reach over for his phone, expression blank. The sound of typing had never felt more impending as Toshinori was the one Izuku chose to show the message to first. All Might, you're not getting rid of me, are you? You'll protect me from Papa? I've been trying very hard to be a good boy. Please don't let Papa take me back. I don't want to go back with Shigaraki-san. I can do better. I can be a better boy. Toshinori felt his heart break into two as he quickly asked for permission to hug Izuku, to which the boy nodded slowly. The man brought Izuku into an encompassing hug as he reassured Izuku, no, never. You're never going back to them, Izuku. I don't like anything about this situation and I want to keep you safe, away from your father and the other villains. Aizawa and Hizashi read it next as their expression grew tight. Izuku, we wanted to tell you so you could have some control over the situation, okay? We can't stop you from going into it, but we won't let you be unprepared for the danger. Hisashi said as Izuku nodded. We will be there every step of the way, okay? Those villains won't reach you without the fight of their lives. Aizawa finished as Izuku looked at him with a concerned gaze. He started tearing up as he typed. But what if you get hurt? I don't want anyone to get hurt. Not you, not any of the other teachers, not my new friends. I'm scared. I'm so scared. This hurts, it hurts in a way I don't understand. Aizawa wishes he could murder Nizu and the others for choosing this route as their plan. He wishes he could murder those villains. But instead, he wipes away Izuku's tears as he responds. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry we're making you have to be strong for us. And the boy bursts out into tears, his hiccups much louder, but still quiet compared to many of the vocal criers Aizawa knows. If I ever get my hands on Midoriya Hisashi, that he's a dead man. They all thought as Izuku cried through the night, never really falling asleep, but that was fine because none of them could go to sleep with such heavy thoughts. The plan was to have the students' families be informed of the situation and brought to the school for their protection. At first, they were hesitant to reveal the truth in fear that the parents would object to their children heading headfirst into danger, but Nizu thought it over and stated that honesty was the top priority since it would be better to face opposition from the start than betraying the family's trust. Needless to say, no one was excited about this, and while the families agreed, they were holding UA to an insane standard to protect their children. Which was reasonable. From there, half of the ProHero staff would remain at UA to protect the student body and families from any potential attack, along with half of the police force Tsukachi could gather up in such a short amount of time and on such a shaky basis. The rest of the ProHeroes would be accompanying Eraserhead, 13 and the students to the USJ facility along with the other half of the police force. Their group contained Eraserhead, 13, Midnight, Present Mike, Snipe, Ectoplasm and of course All Might himself. They would be safeguarding the students and spring into action at any sign of the villain's attack. The best outcome is that the villains follow through with their plans and they could detain them before any serious fighting happens. However, the unknown brutality of the Nomu Izuku had detailed to them set them on edge. All Might's waning strength wasn't a surprise to them and they were afraid of the possibility that there would be more than one monstrosity in the attack. Conveying this to Class 1A, however, didn't go quite so smoothly. What? That's the best plan you could come up with? Bakugo exclaimed before Mitsuki smacked his head at the disrespectful tone he was using with Aizawa, who detailed the situation to them. The families had all gathered into the large classroom Nizu had set aside for the situation so that everyone could listen to the game plan all at once without feeling suffocated. Katsuki, don't be so rude. You should know this wasn't a decision they made so easily. She bit back as Bakugo bared his teeth at her. I agree with Bakugo. Is there not a quirk user who could make an illusionary mock class of us to go in our stead? Ida asked as Nizu shook his head slightly. We have already tried to ask someone we found through the police, but they said that even their quirk, as realistic as it would look, could not mimic everyone's natural behaviors nor talk. This would be a red flag to the highly intelligent villains who could then react in a manner we cannot expect or control. The principal replied as Ida frowned but nodded. And the reason you cannot just keep us here is because they might launch an assault on the whole school and more lives would be in danger? How troubling. Yaoyorozu said as a concerned look appeared on her face. Her parents had declined the offer to come to UA since they had a repertoire of guards at their services, so they had little concern of being attacked themselves. The only reason they had let their daughter go through with this was that they valued the experience she could get out of it. As loving as they were, Yaoyorozu had to admit her parents, or in fact, her whole family were extremists. Their bar for her was set so high, she couldn't breathe sometimes back when it was mainly her at home. Coming to UA actually helped her relax a bit and socialize with regular peers. They also had an unshakable faith in All Might, which she knew was unhealthy, but she was glad to still be able to participate rather than being hidden away in some room. Todoroki, on a similar hand, was practically forced to go by his father. Endeavor couldn't join himself since his presence on the mission would probably alert the public to something amiss. Also, as much as he wanted Shudo to show off his superior abilities, the man couldn't stand to even think about working together with All Might. Not to mention, his regular patrols were too important to leave to just his interns. But he did expect Shudo to observe the man he will one day surpass. Shudo felt sickened, but not surprised at his father's lack of concern to his own well-being. For Yumi, his older sister would be safe at their house while Natsuo was off at college far away enough that Shudo believes the villains wouldn't go to lengths to chase after him. Ida was the only other student whose family wasn't there since they too came from a proud line of pro-heroes. Tensei was the only one to show up, and that was to aid in protecting the school in case there was an attack. The rest of the class had their families come in, even Uraraka, who had been concerned about her family missing a day of work, but the school had reassured her they were compensating any of the working adults for their time and cooperation. Bakugo's eye twitched as he gritted his teeth. And what about Izuku? Where's he at? Kirishima and Kaminari, who stood closer to the explosive blonde, also furrowed their brows. They had just realized the shorter boy was nowhere in sight. Neither was All Might, now that they took a moment to calm down and observe the room. Izuku's fine, he's waiting to board the bus with all of you, but having this many people together made him nervous. In a way that he feels guilty. Aizawa confessed as Kirishima quirked an eyebrow in confusion. Guilty? It's not like he wants the villains to attack us. None of this is his fault, he said, only for Bakugo to scoff, clearly knowing what Izuku was thinking. I should have effing known. He's trying to place the guilt on himself for his shitty dad being part of the villain's side. Bakugo muttered as Mitsuki and Masaru frowned. I still can't believe Hisashi had been hiding how horrible of a person he is. We used to be such good friends when Inko was still alive. Mitsuki spoke up, only to shake her head regretfully afterward. I guess you never know how much of someone is their true self. Bakugo narrowed his eyes as his fists shook in anger. After a few seconds, he looked back up to Aizawa. I still don't like this plan, and I'm only gonna stop giving you shit about it cause I know you're not that type of teacher. But don't think I'm happy with letting Izuku confront his dad again, he growled as Aizawa kept his expression neutral. Kaminari seemed uncomfortable, fidgeting before he spoke up. These villains, are they the same ones who had been experimenting on Izuku? His voice was quiet and not at all confident like his usual self. His mother placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Aizawa closed his eyes as he sighed. Opening them back up, he responded, Yes, and if that scares you, it's all right, Kaminari. You can always take the option of staying back here at school since you're not one of their main targets. Kaminari winced, remembering the sheer terror that he experienced through Izuku, before determination lit the fire back in his eyes and he shook his head. No, I'll be there. If Izuku has to go through all of this, he'll need all the support he can get. Aizawa nodded approvingly as Hisashi moved to the front of the class to do a rundown of the procedures and what they could expect from today. The students stood in front of their families, some proud, others embarrassed, and the remaining nonchalantly. This was the first time they had shown off their hero outfits, and despite the encroaching danger, they shared a moment to bond over this occasion. There was nothing more encouraging to see than their children look so mature and heading down the path they've worked so hard to reach. The students waved off their families as they headed towards the bus, which was hidden in a place that was hard for any of the other classes to see. The mission was still supposed to be kept secret from anyone outside of Class 1A, their families, teachers, and police after all. Bakugo walked ahead of everyone else, impatient to see Izuku again as the green-haired boy appeared in his sights as he neared the bus. All Might was there too, towering over his childhood friend as Bakugo noticed just how small Izuku actually looked. He gritted his teeth. He hated it. He hated how beaten down Izuku looked. I'll kill that BSRD, I'll kill Izuku's shitrag of SPRM donor, he thought as he refused to call Midoriya Hisashi Izuku's father anymore. That title wasn't something Hisashi deserved, he should mean nothing to Izuku. Oi, Izuku! He called out as the boy in question jumped a bit, being previously preoccupied with All Might. Wide, green eyes landed on him before Izuku greeted him back by pulling out his phone and typing, Kaken, only to pause as he noticed the hero outfit and his eyes widened with admiration that had the blonde internally smirking. Izuku stepped a bit closer before he observed all the elements to the costume before meeting Bakugo's eyes with a very impressed gaze. You look just like a proper hero, Kaken, that just like you always dreamed of when we were younger. He held up the phone steadily, but then his eyes glazed over for a moment, as if he were reminiscing over his memories. Bakugo coughed, bringing Izuku's focus back into reality as he muttered, "What do you mean look like that? I'm already on my way to becoming one ya nerd." Izuku blinked before smiling. "Still not a pro yet, Kaken, there's still a long way to go. So for now, looking like one is still good." Izuku typed as Bakugo reared up playfully, only for Kirishima to show up and pull him into a side hug as the redhead spoke up excitedly. "So, what do you think, Izuku? We look pretty cool in our outfits, don't we?" Kirishima asked as he grinned widely, making Izuku grin as well from his energy. The green-haired boy nodded, before complimenting Kirishima as the rest of the group finally came to a stop in front of the bus. Ida was yelling something about getting into lines and being organized before Kirishima told him to chill out. Yaoyorozu was doing last-minute equipment checks and a head count before everyone was determined to be as ready as they would ever be, and they started boarding the bus. Since there was limited space, it was determined that only Aizawa and 13 would drive and accompany the students on the bus, since they still wanted to give a crash course lesson on rescue work and safety in the face of unforeseen situations. Every moment they had to teach the students, they took, because the knowledge could come in handy. All Might was voted out due to his sheer size. It would have been a safety hazard to have him crowd up the bus. The other teachers had agreed to follow closely behind in 2 vans anyway, so it wasn't much of an issue. Tsuyu looked at Izuku, who hadn't said a word during the first few minutes of their ride before noticing how everyone else was also quiet. A few concerned gazes were thrown his way, but no one actually wanted to say anything. And so, she took the opportunity to break the ice instead. "Izuku, I generally say what's on my mind." She started as he looked to her questioningly. He took out his phone in case he needed to respond to anything she said. "Yes, Ajui-san? Call me Tsuyu, but I was wondering that you're our age, right?" she asked as Izuku nodded. "Then, now that you've been rescued, are you interested in becoming a hero too, Ribbit?" Everyone was a bit curious at this as they either leaned in to read Izuku's response or glanced at him. Izuku took a moment to process the question, but his hands remained idle as he looked a bit lost. His mouth opened by reflex, but he didn't make a sound as he shut it tightly again. His thumbs hovered over the screen before he finally started typing something, but even then, they could hear that he kept deleting his words as the typing sounds filled the bus. Eventually, Izuku furrowed his brows at what he typed before showing it to Tsuyu. She said nothing at first as her wide eyes took in his answer before she read it aloud. "I don't know. I always thought I would live out my life back in those labs and die there. I don't know if I can be a hero. I don't know if anyone needs a hero like me." The air became solemn as the teens all seemed to bite back their instinctive responses. They didn't know firsthand what Izuku went through, and they definitely couldn't understand how messed up his mentality was. So what would have been obvious to say to anyone else who was doubting if they could become heroes, they had to think about saying to him. Kaminari was really the only one who understood a bit as his grip on his breaths tightened. "Izuku, I think it's okay if you don't want or don't know if you want to be a hero yet. You've been fighting your whole life, and that's only going to keep happening as a hero. You shouldn't have to shoulder the responsibilities of looking out for everyone." Izuku looked at him with surprised and grateful eyes as Kirishima spoke up next. "Yeah dude, I agree, but I also think it should be less about if someone needs you. Being a hero shouldn't have to always be about putting others before yourself. Just, if someone does need help, you'll be willing to lend a hand." Izuku went quiet at that as he reflected on his own rescue and the emotions and changes it brought along with it. He didn't call for All Might and the others to rescue him. He didn't ask for them to go through so much to try and keep him safe. The heroes could have easily put him under police custody and let the police department place him in an orphanage or something similar. But instead, they took him in. They returned a warmth to him that made his bones ache and muscles churn with happiness he hadn't felt in years. Izuku closed his eyes. Both arguments were valid. He was only 14 years old, and he needed time to be reacquainted with society again. But that he didn't want to run from his problems. He didn't want to hide. Kaminari had said it, he had been fighting all of his life. Fighting was the one thing he was good at, And this time he wanted to fight to protect someone. When he raises his fists from now on, he wants it to be for someone else's sake. When he is beaten down and feels helpless, he wants to be able to stand up again if it meant he could hold his head high against his oppressor. He wasn't alone anymore. He wouldn't die in some unknown facility, used and forgotten. He opened his eyes again as light filtered back in and he looked to everyone's patient and concerned faces. He was afraid, but I won't avert my eyes from my fears any longer. For what I can see in front of me that I will use this quirk and this body to protect. His hands were steadier and more confident this time as he types a new message. One that he felt encompassed his feelings before showing it to Tsuyu, who smiled. Even heroes had to start from somewhere, and not everyone has to progress the same way or at the same rate. Even if it takes me a while, I also want to one day stand next to you all. As a proper pro hero. For those who might not be able to voice out that they need help, I want to be there to help them. They had dissolved into small talk after that, and things were looking like the calm before the storm as the bus reached the building. Aizawa gave a sigh of relief before he readied himself again and nodded to 13. All right, let's head in. Everyone. Single file line out. Stay close. He then let 13 lead the way as he stayed behind to make sure all of them were off the bus and waited for Izuku, who was the last one to leave since he had to make sure to stick by Aizawa until All Might and the others had arrived. The police were also there, already positioned out of sight, ready for the call to action as Aizawa checked the last text he got from Tsukachi. Within minutes, the remaining 2 vans pulled up as everyone was accounted for. Something about this seems too staged a racer. There hasn't been any hiccups yet and literally no sign that something has been set up. Hisashi said as he used their hero names while on duty. Midnight frowned as she also agreed. Enough worrying about that for now, let's just get all the kiddies inside to make sure the plan goes as smoothly as possible. She said as they all shared a look before heading in. Tashinori pulled Izuku to the side before kneeling down to ask him, Izuku-kun, if you feel overwhelmed at any point in time, make sure to let me know, okay? The boy quietly nodded his head before taking Tashinori's offered hand and holding it tightly. It was more a funeral march than their intended field trip as everyone couldn't relax, shoulders tense and eyes at the ready to prepare for any sign of the villains. Once they were all situated inside, 13 cleared their throat to get the students' attention as they started going over the basic of what the USJ was and the plan for today's exercise, only to pause when everyone heard off distant rumbles. Jairu, who had her sensitive hearing, and All Might, who had heightened hearing, heard it first, and more clearly than the others. As everyone quieted down, the rumbles happened again, but this time it seemed to be from all around as the teachers started to worry. Aizawa pulled out his phone to call Tsukachi when a strange, whooshing sound alerted him that something was happening. Narrowing his eyes, he spotted a writhing, black mass suddenly appeared near the fontaine set in the middle of the plaza in front of them. Strange, intimidating purple swirls and blobs of shadowy fog began opening up as crowds of villains poured in. Leading them was who Aizawa could only presume was Shigaraki. The man was just as eerie as Izuku had described him, and even from here, Aizawa could sense the sheer bloodlust and insanity that exuded from him. What made all of their eyes widen, however, is the large black abomination that followed out from behind him. No way! Is that a Numu? He heard Mike exclaim as they all prepared to spring into action, only for Shigaraki's voice to freeze them in their steps. It was hoarse, low and mocking as he spoke. Hello heroes, how nice of you to join in on the game today. He laughed only to grin in a hideous manner as he saw all the gathered pro-heroes and then All Might. Tell me that you all have time to be here right now? It seems unfair to have such a large party for this boss fight, that's why. He trailed off as several more warp portals opened to different parts of the near neighborhoods in the city and revealed the source of the rumbling they had all heard earlier. Everyone's eyes widened in horror as the visage of flames and chaos reigned in the streets. Buildings appeared to have been blown up with some caught ablaze and others crumbling. What have you done? All Might demanded as Shigaraki's grin only grew more insane. His piercing red eyes narrowed before he locked onto Izuku's form, making both Aizawa and Tashinori move to block Izuku from the man's line of sight. Shigaraki chuckled before he called out in a low and friendly tone, There you are, little brother. Your Oni-chan is here to rescue you from these disgusting heroes. Izuku was shaking as he grabbed at his right arm, memories of his time with Shigaraki making him want to vomit as the phantom pains of being decayed over and over again roared in his mind. I knew you heroes wouldn't play fair. So, we decided to even the playing field. Shigaraki continued as Aizawa and the others had realized their phone connections had been jammed. Right now, at 7 different points in the surrounding city, bombs are just waiting to explode. I've already shown you a bit of the damage. He exaggerated his motions as he waved his arms about, watching with twisted glee as their eyes widened in horror. You have a choice, heroes, that stay here and let the city burn away along with the innocents, or leave and do as your duty demands of you. Leaving your innocent little students here with me. What'll it be? His voice dropped to a low growl again at the last question. All Might gripped his fists hard enough for his nails to puncture his skin as the others reacted similarly. His voice was deadly serious as he told them, "Go. I will handle things here." "But Dash." "You can't seriously, Dash." They started to argue only to be cowed by the intense aura emanating from his gaze. "We should have planned for this, but for now, go. Those people need you." Everyone but Aizawa flinched only for the stoic man to speak up next. As he adjusted his goggles for the fight, he told them, "All Might is right. There's no time to waste. I'll stay here with him since my quirk is more suited for fighting than rescue and relief." With that, they all gritted their teeth before turning away and running back out through the entrance. "You better stay safe, Eraser." Mike yelled one last time as they shared a look and Aizawa nodded, before watching the other leave in a hurry. "Come on, kiddos, we have to get you all out of here as well." The blonde man yelled one more time as they moved to follow him, only to get cut off by a thick wall of shadowy fog. Mike jumped back cautiously, away from the doors just as the fog moved to shut him out and lock the students in. His red eyes widening as he cursed, "F dash." Just as he was about to use his quirk to try and bust down the reinforced door, Midnight grabbed him by the shoulder and shook her head. "We have to go now, Mike." She pointed to the horizon where Mike saw plumes of smoke before gritting his teeth and cursing again. Snipe had already started up the car and was waiting for them as Ectoplasm had already left with 13 and were speeding off to alert the authorities. "All right, let's hurry and go." He only had a moment to pull out his phone to see if the signal would work now that they were outside before realizing it did and calling the school. It picked up almost immediately as he felt some hope. "Nizusan, we need help now. The calm before the storm has ended, and now, it has hit full force." Inside the USJ, All Might and Eraserhead cursed as they saw how the shadowy fog blocked their students from escaping, before it started to slowly gather together and form into a humanoid shape. "My apologies, but I cannot let you children escape. You see, to fully extinguish the source of heroism, even the seeds must be dug up and crushed," he said smoothly as the class backed away from him. Both All Might and Eraserhead had only seconds before the villains engaged them in battle. The symbol of peace could only widen his eyes at the sheer strength the Numu had as they duked it out and moved into a more spacious area. Eraserhead, on the other hand, threw himself into action as he moved gracefully, taking out as many of the nearby enemies with his skills. "Sheet! There's no one to look over them," he thought before a mutant type charged and he had to focus on the battles in front of him. Izuku was shaking as he was huddled up in the middle of the class, each of them wearing conflicting expressions as they were approached by the strange shadow man Izuku had never seen before, and then Shigaraki. "Hello, Midoriya Izuku. It's a pleasure to be acquainted with you finally. Shigaraki and Sensei have both told me so much about you. You may call me Kurojuri. We are here to bring you back to where you belong," he said, only for Bakugo to curse and charge at him. "Like hell you are. Die you bastard." The blonde could only widen his eyes when the man dispersed and reformed elsewhere, leaving him to have to roughly stop his own momentum and turn around to see where Kurojiri had moved. "Ah, that's right, where are our manners? We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today we've come here to you at a high school, this bastion of heroism." Kurojiri began as Izuku's ears fell deaf with the sound of thundering static at his next few words. "To end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. Izuku's head snapped up as his eyes couldn't focus. No, no it can't be it and oh, no 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 and no. His head started to pound as the rush of blood and his shortened breath started alerted him that he was about to enter another panic attack. Kill All Might? It's not possible, he knows it is. Not someone like All Might. Shigaraki had always made his intentions to kill All Might very clear. Shuji noticed he was about to break down as the larger boy widened his eyes before gathering Izuku into his arms. Izuku, Izuku. Stay with us. We need you to be focused right now, can you do that? He whispered loudly as Izuku looked at him with such lost and scared eyes Shuji felt like he could cry. His throat closed up as he shook his head. He tried mouthing out the words, I don't know, only to fail. Surprisingly, it was Todoroki that caught Izuku's attention as the boy laid a cold hand against Izuku's forehead before staring straight into his eyes. Izuku, breathed in and out, slowly. You need to push it down. Push down the fear. We need you now. They need you to be able to help us now. His voice was neutral and steady despite the situation as he gestured to Eraserhead and All Might who were still fighting, and Izuku inhaled sharply. They can't fight like that forever. They need help. We need to get help. We need to fight. Like SWs in his mind, the word finally triggered the boost he needed to snap out of his funk and nod his head. Shuji gave him a look before placing him down. Izuku shivered, but he gripped his jacket before looking up and making eye contact with Shigaraki, who was waiting patiently. Finally, I almost couldn't stop myself from going over and killing one of your little friends to get you to snap out of it, little brother. Izuku said nothing but swallowed before glaring at Shigaraki in anger, making the man cackle with glee. That's right, Izuku. Hate me. Despise me. You're no better than us anyway. Kirishima and Bakugo had taken the initiative to attack as they aimed their attacks at Shigaraki and Kurogiri, only to be thwarted again when the taller man opened up a portal and sent them through and being launched a few meters away, falling onto their buttes. Izuku shot forward, only to be held back by Ida, who was quicker to notice and react. Don't. There's no telling what they'll do to you, Izuku. He exclaimed as Shigaraki chuckled before ordering Kurogiri to disperse all of them. Enough of the unskippable cutscene dialogue. I'm dying to fight you again, Izuku. And then, their world exploded into a shroud of darkness. When the fog cleared up, Izuku noticed most of his classmates had disappeared, teleported to a different location. The only ones left in the area were Koda, Kirishima, Ida, Ashido, and Oyama. Izuku only had a moment's notice before his instincts kicked in and he avoided a dangerous piercing attack that would have skewered him otherwise. His hands wrapping around the point before he did a quick and brutal turnaround as he sent his knee into the villain's face, shattering his nose from where his knee made contact. The man's horn retracted as he screamed in pain, Izuku following up his attack with a harsh hit to the throat, making the villain choke before stumbling backward in pain. Izuku's eyes were opened wide, unblinking as they hyper-focused and took in everything. He breathed out and then he moved. Aim to hurt. Hit to disable. Fight to key dash. Izuku snapped back slightly in self-hatred at the thought as he downed 3 more villains during that time. Just as he launched himself forward to continue his aggressive onslaught, a familiar pale hand reached out to grab him at the corner of his peripheral vision. He lurched back into the left as Shigaraki grabbed thin air, laughing as his one uncovered eye glared down at Izuku. I see you haven't gotten dull yet, I'm glad. He said with a fake fondness that had Izuku covering his ears. He had believed in those empty praises and soft voice before. Never again. He wouldn't be fooled by Shigaraki ever again. And suddenly, the man was in his face as his deadly hands reached out at Izuku. We could play family again. Izuku threw his meanest uppercut that Shigaraki barely avoided catching the full impact of as his cheek stung from where it had grazed. Izuku was trembling with rage as he glared hatefully at Shigaraki, and then he spoke. No. You will never be my family. And then his fists were flying as he put his all into fighting Shigaraki. Ida and the others had taken care of the few villains left behind after Izuku's surprising attack on them. None of them had expected the small and kind-looking boy to move so efficiently and attack so brutally. It made sense with what they knew about him, but seeing him in action was totally different. Kurogyari, however, stunted their attempts to help him as he separated the group from Shigaraki's fight with their friend. It would be rude to interrupt a family reunion. Now, at the ready, I will be your opponent, he said before falling into a stance. Ida grimaced before yelling out, "Don't split up. We will have to take him on together," and then charged forward with his speed, hoping to land a hit on the man's body, only to widen his eyes when the fog wrapped around his leg and then with some momentum, sent him flying into a nearby pillar. He coughed as the impact rattled his teeth, but he had to ignore it and get back up and into the fight. Ashido, Kaminari and Aoyama all took their turns at shooting their mid-ranged attacks at him, only to be defeated by their own lack of experience fighting with others. Their attacks more often than not passed through or by Kurogyari and near hit one another as he toyed with them. After a moment the man seemed to run out of his amusement as he threw Kirishima with his quirk, making him collide into Kuda, who caught him, but made the two of them fall backward. "Shigaraki-san. They must have alerted the other heroes by now, we must hurry. He will be here soon as well," Kurogyari said before warping in between Izuku and Shigaraki and grabbing onto the both of them. Kirishima and Kaminari widened their eyes as they launched forward to grab Izuku, only to fail as the last thing they saw was Shigaraki decay the ends of his hair, revealing the brand that spoke of how they viewed Izuku. And then the three were gone. Aizawa was out of breath as the number of enemies had surely gone down, but he was still outnumbered as they didn't really give him a moment to breathe. At this point, his fighting was going on autopilot and letting his body's trained reactions take care of most of the work. Glancing off to the side, he noticed All Might was still brawling with the Numa. Sheet, he only has a limit of 3 hours, and that's when he's not faced with an opponent that can match him. Please let Hizashi and the others have contacted help, he thought as he downed a few more villains. Everything froze, however, when the familiar warp gates opened up and spit out the man from earlier and Shigaraki, who was holding Izuku by the throat. Eraserhead. You're still alive? Shigaraki grumbled as he waved off the other villains who backed down. Aizawa took that moment to breathe as his muscles burned and eyes strained. He tried not to show it, but Shigaraki's sharp observation skills picked up on it. He grinned maliciously. Tired, Eraserhead? You're not made to fight so many villains at once now, are you? Shigaraki taunted as he gripped Izuku's face and made the boy look at Aizawa. His heart broke at the sheer concern shining in Izuku's eyes as he felt his rage grow and growled out, "Let him go." His capture weapon was at the ready as he fell back into a stance, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Shigaraki only continued to grin as he threw Izuku down, as per Aizawa's request, only to stomp hard on the boy's back. But Izuku didn't let out much of a sound, if any at all, despite the pain. "Still broken, huh? I guess I really did a number on you before, little brother. You stopped liking to talk after I decayed your throat that one time." Shigaraki confessed as Aizawa shot forward and activated his quirk, his capture weapons thrown out to hit Shigaraki, only for the other man to dodge the brunt of it and jump backward to avoid the next barrage of attacks Aizawa was more than ready to send at him. He was normally a calm and collected man, especially when it came to fighting. But hearing how nonchalant Shigaraki treated a mere child, it made his blood boil. Izuku was just as innocent and undeserving of his suffering as any of his other students. He called out to the boy quietly, "Izuku, stand up. Can I trust you to cover my back? We can fight together and find an opening to retreat." Izuku looked up with pained but determined eyes as he nodded. His voice was still a shock to Aizawa, who knew he didn't like to use it. "Permission that I need your permission to fight with my quirk," he whispered as Aizawa inhaled sharply, before Shigaraki and Kurogyari engaged in combat with him one more time. With a heavy heart, but steady voice he called out, "Izuku, you are hereby given permission by the pro-hero Eraserhead to protect and fight with your quirk against all enemies." Shigaraki's eyes widened before he jumped back quickly, only to get thrown away by some invisible force as Izuku picked himself up and coughed out a bit of blood. His eyes were dark as he answered back, "Understood, Aizawa-sensei." And then Aizawa was taken by surprise as Izuku lifted his arms and sent the other villains flying as well, before they crashed and became embedded in the concrete of the plaza. All that was running through his mind as his quirk activated was to make an opening, to widen the distance between the enemies and the two of them so that there was some breathing room to plan out what to do next. So, the moment the villains had pushed forward with the intent to hurt Izuku and Aizawa, his quirk pushed back. It wasn't exactly wind, more of a telekinetic power, reminiscent of the time Izuku had gotten them out of the burning facility. This was also the first quirk to come to mind to fight against multiple enemies at once. He couldn't choose a more specialized ability in case their variety of quirks worked against him. It's time for them to taste their own medicine, Izuku thought before he moved back to stand by Aizawa's side. Shigaraki wheezed as he frowned and then yelled, "Kurogyri! Get that diminy hole here now." Aizawa and Izuku didn't know what he could have meant as a single warp gate opened in front of them. A sickly sweet and masculine voice began chuckling before speaking out from the darkness as all of Izuku's bravado and determination suddenly disappeared as he stared back into that twisting, nauseating portal and saw a familiar face emerge from it. "Your thuggishness is more suited for the so-called low-level cannon fodder you hire, Shigaraki Tamura. You'd best learn some manners and collect yourself into a more respectable villain." Aizawa moved to pull Izuku behind him as his larger body acted as a wall between Izuku and the man in front of them. He could feel Izuku tremble as his fists suddenly grabbed onto his shirt, shaking violently as he stood stock still. What's wrong, Izuku? Aren't you happy to see your daddy? I've missed you so much." Hisashi grinned as he intentionally stared into Aizawa's eyes as he said this, knowing the pro-hero hated him. His eyes were almost like slits as he smiled cruelly. "Enough playing around, Izuku. You know what happens to bad boys, don't you? Let me remind you what's at stake." He whipped something out and threw it in front of Aizawa, who was confused and disgusted at first, but then his mind quickly rushed through the notes of what he remembered learning about Izuku and his eyes widened. "Izuku don't lu dash," he was about to shout, only it was too late. Izuku had seen it from where he was peering from behind Aizawa's torso. In front of them was a bloody, detached tail. Its pattern reminiscent of those belonging to tigers. Koharu says, "Hi, Izuku. Aren't you happy to see her?" Something in Izuku fractures. We, as human beings, have the capacity for extreme cruelty. Lupita Nyong'o. He couldn't see. He couldn't hear. He wasn't even sure if he was breathing. Everything was a thick miasma of sharp, stinging white static and incessant pounding against his skull. His eyes were trained on the bloody tail. Despite his focus coming in and out, he denied to admit what was in front of him. There was a dull pain as he realized he had dropped to his knees from shock. Koharu-san-Koharu-and oh, it's not possible, Koharu's-Koharu-. He kept chanting in his mind as flashes of his time at the Fight Club surged forward. Koharu was smiling at him, wearing the big, slightly crooked grin Izuku grew to love her for. "What are you doing, Izuku-an? Get up and put your gloves on. We're training until we drop." A different memory, the fighters had organized a welcome party for him. Sorry about the cake, everyone got a little too pumped up about helping with it. She glared at the others who had the tact to look embarrassed. "I got a new book for ya, Izuku. I know you like to learn. Did Hisashi beat you again? I'm going to kill him." "What do you mean no?" "Izuku, thank you for coming into my, no, all of our lives." "Why? Why did she have to dash? Why?" Izuku thought as he tried to move forward, like a broken puppet whose strings had been cut. Only, Aizawa had to hold him back as the man quickly picked him up and jumped away from the trio of villains who were watching them with twisted amusement. Izuku felt helpless. He blinked and suddenly he was four again, his quirk having just developed. He looked up and once again his father loomed over him. He was powerless and weak. He curled up into himself as Aizawa tried whispering to him. "Izuku, Izuku. Please, you have to breathe for me. You're going into shock and locking up." Izuku could barely hear him, too afraid by the image of his father to reason with himself. Perhaps, deep down he knew. He knew his father could no longer hurt him. He knew that if he tried fighting hard enough with his quirk, he could defeat his father and have him arrested. But knowing was different from doing. He couldn't raise a hand against his father, not without the years of trauma striking down on him like a hammer to freshly smelted metal. He was just a child in Hisashi's presence, meant to only be heard and seen when the man wanted him to be. His vision was slowly gaining black spots as he suddenly lurched away from Aizawa, the man throwing him as Shigaraki and Kurogiri both rushed the pro-hero. Izuku tried clawing at his chest, as if that would help his lungs start working properly again since his throat wouldn't stop closing up on him. Footsteps, light and calm, made their way over to his form as Izuku seized up before looking up at the man who was the source of his nightmares with wide, frightened eyes. Hisashi looked back down at him, with emotionless, sharp eyes and a grin that was even deadlier. Slowly, he bent down to cradle Izuku's face with a cold, cold hand. "Oh, Izuku, what have the heroes done to you in such a short amount of time? My good boy would never be in such a vulnerable position like this." Hisashi spoke softly as his large hands began wrapping around Izuku's throat. "My good son, the picture of ideal obedience. Always composed and never showing an ounce of useless emotion. I would have thought your time at the facility would be tortured the tears out of you. I suppose I was too hopeful." Izuku feebly clawed at the hands crushing his throat as his already shallow breathing became chokes as he was denied oxygen. Hisashi's much large, muscled body swamped Izuku's form as the man put more pressure into choking his son, Izuku's face already turning blue as his resistance started dwindling. "No worries, I will just have to break you again." Izuku was afraid, deathly so. But just as his vision started fading, he caught a glimpse of Aizawa fighting. The man was sweating and Izuku could tell the physical exertion was taking a toll on him and his eyes, but the man was going strong. That is, until he spotted what Hisashi was doing to Izuku and got caught off guard by one of Shigaraki's attacks. From this distance, Izuku could still see the blood and dust that fell from Aizawa's elbow as the man hissed before jumping back. Izuku closed his eyes, almost relenting to his fate as his father smiled and whispered to him, "That's a good boy, Izuku. Go to sleep, Daddy will wake you up again after everything's over." "Like hell, you will you bisudi." Hisashi only had a moment to widen his eyes before he was hit directly in the face with a powered-up explosion which was followed up by a hardened punch to the stomach. Both attacks had launched him backward and off of Izuku, who greedily se in air as he opened his eyes again. Katsuki and Kirishima were standing protectively in front of him as both wore murderous expressions, his childhood friend more so. Izuku jolted a bit as someone brought him into their arms, cradling him. He looked up to see Shuji and quite a few of the others who all looked prepared to fight as Aizawa was also saved by Siro, Kaminari, and Ida, who had teamed up to defend against Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Just how much time had passed for them to have already fought their way out of where Kurogiri teleported them to? Izuku thought numbly, but he was grateful. "Izuku, I'm so glad we reached you in time dash." Uraraka teared up a bit as she seemed to be soaked with water, just as Shuji was. "I agree, there is no knowing what could have happened had we taken any longer to reach the plaza after our fights." Shuji spoke quietly as he, Uraraka, Aoyama, Koda, and Ishido formed a protective circle around him. "This is going to sound a little obvious, but I'm guessing that man was your father?" Ishido bit out as a very rare look of anger came over her face. Izuku could only hide his face in shame as he nodded shakily. Aoyama bit his lip before speaking up. "You shouldn't feel ashamed for your relation to him, Izuku-sen. Who he is and what he has done says nothing about your character." A violent stream of flames startled them as Katsuki cursed and jumped away while Kirishima barely dodged, but took no damage thanks to his quirk. Hisashi had stood up again, with an unamused look of rage on his face. He locked his eyes onto Katsuki before blinking in recognition and smiling cruelly. "Ah, why if it isn't little Katsuki? Come to save my son, have you? Unlike all those years ago?" He laughed as Katsuki bristled at the taunt but remained in a defensive stance. "How is Mitsuki-chan doing? She used to stop by all the time before, to talk with my dearest Inko." Hisashi asked in a polite tone, only for Katsuki to curse back. "Don't speak my mom's name, you shitrag a-hole. You don't deserve to even think of her." Katsuki launched himself forward along with Kirishima, who followed instinctively, as they both attacked Hisashi, who dodged. He was taken off guard the first time, but not again. He was the one who trained Izuku to fight in the first place, before bringing him into the underground world. He twisted his body to grab Katsuki's wrist only to quickly turn again and send the blonde slamming into Kirishima. Katsuki bit back a grunt of pain as he and Kirishima were pushed back a few feet. Izuku felt numb as he looked back up to Shuji, who noticed his gaze. "Where the others? We need to help them and group together." The group looked at him in surprise at the sound of his battered voice, the bruises from Hisashi's grip already blooming in ugly black splotches. Izuku's tears were still going strong as he coughed before speaking again. "I'm scared, I'm so scared. I don't want anyone else to be hurt." Izuku's grip on Shuji's arm was heart-wrenching as the smaller boy held on as if Shuji and the others could disappear from his sight at any second. However, before anyone could say anything, Shigaraki's yell of anger was heard. "Enough! Kurojirai, bring Noma back here." His low, raspy voice ordered as Kurojirai nodded, creating a warp gate large enough for the creature to jump through as All Might's exclamation of surprise was cut off as they all stared at the beast in fear. Aizawa barked out, "Get back!" to the students before the Nomu attacked him. Its speed and strength massively overshadowed Aizawa as the creature grabbed a hold of the man's arm and twisted. The group could only watch in horror as their sensei's arm was broken and the creature grabbed a hold of his head. And then, the Nomu crushed it into the pavement, blood bursting like a macabre firework as Aizawa choked on a scream of pain. "That's right, hero, I'm not the boss here." Shigaraki spoke condescendingly as he got up and dusted himself off. Shigaraki took a look at the Nomu before grinning madly, the sight making a few of them shudder in fear. The fact that Nomu hasn't been beaten and All Might is still on the other side of the facility, the rumors are true. He's been weakened. He's been nerfed. He laughed as all of their eyes widened. "We are running out of time, Shigaraki-san. I would recommend wrapping things up soon, before the reinforcements arrive." Kurojirai warned as Shigaraki frowned from behind the hand on his face. He took a moment to survey the damage before sighing. "I guess it'll be game over for now, but before we leave, why not leave some dead kids for them to find?" Shigaraki was fast, as he reached his hand out to grab a hold of Kaminari, who was frozen in fear at the bloodlust rolling off of the man. However, Ida was faster as he moved to push Kaminari away, only to fall into the line of fire himself. There was a second, where everyone held their breaths before all 5 fingers grabbed his neck, only to do nothing. "You really are a pretty cool guy, Eraserhead." Izuku looked in horror as the man who looked like he was on the last few seconds of consciousness glared at the villain, still fighting with all of his life to keep his students safe. The Nomu crushed his head into the ground one more time and then his movements stilled. As if to make matters worse, Izuku whipped his head around as Katsuki let out a scream of pain as Kirishima had to pull the both of them away from Hisashi, who grinned madly. "What? Can't handle a few broken fingers, brat?" The class all pulled closer together, shaking in fear and anger as the despair and hopelessness of the situation weighed down on them. A booming thud made them jolt as All Might's form appeared, but with the knowledge that his strength had dwindled, even his presence didn't inspire much hope in them at the moment. If anything, they were even more afraid they would have to watch 2 heroes die today. Toshinori knew he was in deep shit. His limit was already close to being reached as the prolonged skirmish with the Nomu led to nothing. This must be because of the shock absorption young Izuku mentioned. "I know the reports detailed everything, but..." His eyes glared at the mindless creature that kept sending attack after attack at him. Seeing it in person really puts it into perspective, the fear and pain they put the boy through. He thought angrily only to blink in surprise and dread when, after a good amount of time had passed, another warp gate opened for the Nomu to go through. On the other side, he could see Aizawa's exhausted form and the terrified expressions of the children that made his blood boil. Toshinori knew that he should have fought harder for them to implement a different plan to confront the villains. His hand reached out to try and go through the gate himself, but it closed before he could do anything. Damn it! He cursed before deflating. There were no villains here anyway, since no one was suicidal enough to be close to his and the Nomu's duel. He felt guilty, But he really needed the breather so that he could recover just enough of his power to try and tackle that beast one last time. An eruption of ice shook and pierced through the conflagration zone nearby as his eyes widened in surprise. That ice, young Todoroki-kun? He murmured before taking a deep breath and activating his all-might form one more time. What am I doing just taking a rest? The children that must be frightened out of their minds and I'm just standing here. It's time to show those villains, plus ultra. He said before sprinting forward, cutting through the facility and taking down any spare villains along the way as he finally reached the plaza. His rage only grew tenfold as he surveyed the scene and noticed Aizawa's brutalized form, but Bakugo's injury as well. The children were huddled together, ready to fight despite their trembling forms as he glared at Shigaraki and then Hisashi with a rage they hadn't seen before. He quickly gathered them all and commanded, "You youngsters have to take Aizawa out of here now. Get to safer grounds and wait for the reinforcements that should be coming any minute now." Katsuki resisted gritting out a rather sharp remark. "Hell no. I may look up to you, All Might, but I sure as hell am not listening to any more of your plans. I'm staying to fight." His teeth were bared as his gaze was still focused on Hisashi. Behind him, Kirishima and quite a few of the others were also adamant on staying to help fight. I do apologize for cutting into your heartwarming moment, but we would like to recover our target before we have to go, so do excuse me." Kurojairi cut in as he activated his quirk and Shigaraki reached out from the portal and grabbed onto Izuku's form carefully. He made sure to decay the extra limb Shuji was holding him with as the taller boy reared back in pain, letting go of Izuku. Izuku looked frighteningly small. He always looked smaller than he should have been in Toshinori's eyes, but even more so now as he was being held in Shigaraki's arms. The hand-covered villain practically swamped him, much like the way Izuku's father did as Toshinori shot forward, fully intending on getting him back. Only his fists were met by the Nomus. Shigaraki chuckled lowly, "If you want to really damage Nomu, you'd be better off slowly ripping him apart, piece by piece, not that he'll give you that chance." Toshinori cursed in his mind as the two were locked into battle once again. "Unhand young Izuku. He doesn't belong to you villains." Toshinori yelled as Shigaraki's eyes narrowed and he hugged Izuku closer to himself in a highly possessive manner. "What are you talking about, All Might? My little brother belongs rightfully to my sensei. I don't appreciate you trying to steal him from us," Shigaraki said as Hisashi rolled his eyes. "Kurojairi, open a warp gate, would you? It seems like our work is done here for today," the man said while straightening out his tie that was displaced in his fight with Katsuki and Kirishima. Kurojairi nodded, only for the three villains to be taken by surprise as Kurojairi was attacked by Katsuki, Uraraka, and Shiro, who had observed and hypothesized about his physical body, leading the man to be caught in their trap. Katsuki launched a powerful explosion at the man's body which sent him flying into Uraraka, who activated her quirk and sent him careening upwards before Shiro finished their combo by securing the mist villain with his tape. At the same time, Shigaraki was hit by a powerful attack from Dark Shadow, who appeared furious as Tokoyami frowned. His cape was singed, but overall the other boy seemed fine. Todoroki had also launched his own attack at Hisashi, who could do nothing against the barrage of ice. The rest of Class 1A had finally reached the plaza, and not a second too late. "Sheet, this is why I didn't want to deal with these brats," he cursed. He activated his quirk just lightly enough to start melting the ice without the flames and light that would draw attention. Hisashi, if anything, knew how to be patient. Tfuyu had grabbed Izuku with her tongue before jumping back into safety as Yaoyorozu flinched at the violence that had occurred and Aizawa's injuries before she took a deep breath. She didn't plan on having things go so badly. All of them had underestimated just how prepared the villains had been for the attack. "Ida-san, please lead and take the group that needs to get to safer grounds first. We cannot stand still while things occur. Please, bring Aizawa-sensei out of the battle zone so that I can apply first aid to him. Izuku-kun as well." Ida looked at her in surprise before nodding. In their group, there would be himself, Koda, Aoyama, Hagakure, Tsuyu, Shuji and Mineta, all of whom were either injured or felt their quirks wouldn't be of much help in the fight. Yaoyorozu nodded, looking sharply at Kirishima. "Kirishima-kun, If you're going to stay and fight, please remember, you don't have to win by beating them. We just have to all make it out alive. If there's ever a moment you think anyone needs to leave the fight, it's your duty to make sure that happens." The redhead nodded tensely at her as Shigaraki and Kurogiri grouped back together. However, everyone froze as Toshinori couldn't hold back a groan of pain. Turning to the pro-hero, their eyes widened in disbelief and horror as the Nomu that he apparently tried to slam into the ground dug its claws into the side that only Izuku knew his injury was at. "All Might!" They all yelled as everyone acted at once. Todoroki sent ice at the Nomu, only for the beast to let go of All Might and sink through the warp gate Kurogiri made as the teen narrowed his eyes before stopping his attack from hitting All Might, who stumbled backward and grabbed at his side. "Sheet!" he cursed as he saw the Nomu had reappeared in the center of the students. Yaoyorozu, who had been trying to scrounge up whatever determination and confidence she had, could only turn around slowly as the weight of fear and despair came crashing down on her shoulders. Looking at her other classmates, she only saw the same fear as she finally looked up and saw the hideous beast that suddenly appeared in the middle of their group. She had never truly felt such an overwhelming fear before, but as the beast grinned down at them with its serrated teeth and bulging muscles, she couldn't help the way her legs gave out. "No, kill them." All around him, Izuku could see his new friends and his new family shaking in fear at some bloodied and Aizawa. Aizawa was. The Nomu in front of them was one Izuku remembers quite well. It wasn't the smartest or most adaptable of the experiments, but it was one of the first. One of the first ones that were successfully engineered thanks to his unwilling contribution. It only listened to Shigaraki and Sensei, but it favored him and they didn't understand why. After every match, the more brutal it was, the more affectionate it became afterward. Izuku had always felt bad for the Nomus, regardless of the fact they had once been humans. Even the monsters themselves weren't created evil. They were simply exploited by the evil that controlled them. But Izuku knew better than anyone else here. The Nomu wouldn't lose to any of the teens. As its humongous hands reached out to crush their skulls, Izuku was suddenly struck with the realization. "What am I doing?" he thought as he began to shake. All Might appeared to be moving in slow motion as he desperately tried to reach them in time. His friends, all young and full of potential, were powerless against the beast. They could all die. These wonderful, kind and bright souls, who reached their hands out gently to him. Aizawa, who had only been kind to him since he and the other heroes rescued Izuku, that was bloody and could very well die. They could die. Just like Koharu, they could be hurt and die. Could die. Aizawa-sensei could die. There was silence as Izuku slipped out of Shuji's hold, Shigaraki noticing and commanding the Nomu to stop as everyone watched in surprise as Izuku dashed over to take a hold of Aizawa's hand. He grimaced as his chest squeezed at the lack of the man's usual warmth before he closed his eyes. Izuku bowed his head down, as if in prayer before activating his quirk. He had never tried this. He didn't know if it would work or what would happen if it did. But he valued Aizawa and the others in a way that they wouldn't approve of. Aizawa wouldn't have been hurt so severely if Izuku could have only overcome his own inaction. This was all Izuku's fault. If he hadn't been a bad child, everyone would have been spared. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku thought one last time before the recent memories of his interactions with the teachers that became his family and the grungy man's protectiveness over him secured what he was about to do. There was a glow of light as his quirk powered up, stunning everyone and in particular, the villains who had never seen this ability before. What's yours is mine and what is mine is yours. An eye for an eye, if you cannot see, then I will give you my eyes. And with that, their worlds burst into intense light and color, before dying down. And Izuku's world dissolved into darkness as he choked back screams of pain as his face felt smashed in, his arms snapped in unnatural angles and his eyes were gone. Aizawa awoke with a jolt of panic as he re-entered consciousness and realized that not only had his injuries disappeared, but the usual strain and exhaustion he felt from his eyes had also gone away. "Aizawa-sensei, your injuries!" Ida exclaimed before everyone realized what had happened as Aizawa stared down in horror at the sight of Izuku's body crumpling, falling down as he let out choked whimpers of pain. His injuries didn't magically disappear. Izuku took them. He took them and now he was... Izuku! Aizawa exclaimed as everyone sprung into motion again, moving away from the Nomu that remained passive, most likely from Shigaraki's own stunned shock of seeing Izuku's new ability. That little brother could with that power little brother could. He began rambling as his expression morphed into a childish grin. Kurogyri! Little brother could fix sensei with that ability. He exclaimed as both Aizawa and Toshinori widened their eyes in realization. Aizawa clutched Izuku to himself before commanding the class, "Everyone needs to move out. This is an order. You are to disengage immediately." He was backed by Toshinori, who moved in between the villains and the children. "Nomu! Capture Pink 002. Shigaraki commanded as he rushed forward with the beast as well, only to be blocked by Todoroki and Katsuki, whose combined attacks made him jump back cautiously. Quickly handing Izuku off to Shuji once again, Aizawa himself moved to engage in combat with Kurogyri. He couldn't let them escape when reinforcements were probably only minutes away. He wasn't sure how long he passed out for, but it couldn't have been too long. Either way, his main focus was to detain whichever villain he could, and he took in a deep breath before throwing a solid punch at Kurogyri's main body. Izuku whimpered as he couldn't even fully voice out how much pain he was in. Despite activating his quirk again after taking Aizawa's injuries onto himself, the healing could only work so fast. The sight took its toll on the students who were rushing him out of the plaza. Quite a few of them were already in tears as they bit their lips and kept forcing their feet to move forward. They had never been exposed to this level of violence and gore before. None of them were mentally or emotionally prepared to see Izuku in such a state. Things had gone south so quickly, and despite only having known Izuku for a few days, their hearts went out to him. "It's not fair, Jero." Tsuyu was crying, her eyes as big and unblinking as ever, but she was looking at Izuku the whole time. "He's our age. He shouldn't have to be in pain like this. None of us deserve to shoulder the adult's responsibilities and mistakes." She finished as they all agreed. Hagakure only had a moment's notice before she yelled out, "Watch out!" The group's eyes widened as they were split up by a stream of raging fire. Hisashi had finally gotten out of his prison and he was furious. "With Endeavor's brat busy with Shigaraki, you children stand no chance," he said before rushing them. Hisashi was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and he was by no means lacking in strength or speed. He grabbed onto Tsuyu's tongue before swinging her and slamming her into Aoyama, whose attack went flying into Hagakure. The moment the beam hit, she yelped in pain before it bounced through her body and was sent everywhere, blinding some of the others. Hisashi had taken note of Uraraka's quirk before he kicked her harshly in the stomach, making her throw up before she was sent flying into Ishido, who caught her. Hisashi didn't waste a moment as he attacked again with his flames, making sure to drive back the last of them into a corner as Yaoyorozu and the others did their best to outlast the heat under the fireproof blanket she had quickly made. Just when Hisashi took a breath, he moved back into action as he seemingly appeared right in front of Shuji, who flinched, before covering Izuku and himself in his wings. "I am tired of playing these games, Izuku." Hisashi hissed dangerously, only to be driven back by an attack from Kaminari and then Jairu, who were the first to recover from his onslaught. "Hiding behind these children won't change what will happen, Izuku. You have a choice. You can either be a good boy and come back with Daddy, or I'll make sure each and every one of your new friends end up just like Koharu." Izuku, who had been healing slowly in Shuji's hold, seized up with irrational fear before he shook his head. "Not again, I won't be tricked. He can't hurt me anymore. He's not stronger than me. He's not." Shuji tried to hold back Izuku, who stood up from his current position, but the green-haired boy was undeterred. Despite still lacking his eyes, two bloody sockets where they once were, his gaze was locked onto where he could surmise his father was. His arms were basically fully healed as he stopped activating his quirk so that it could cool down and he could establish abilities. He would be fighting blind, but he was angry. His voice was raw and full of rage as he finally spoke up against his father. "You don't deserve to speak her name. You don't get to hurt any of my family." He wouldn't let his father and Shigaraki hurt his new family anymore. He didn't care how much they hurt him. That was something he was used to, something he knew was his punishment for taking his mother's life. But everyone else here, they were innocent. Koharu was innocent. Aizawa-sensei was innocent. His friends, All Might. They were all undeserving of the pain and suffering Hisashi and Shigaraki promised them. Fath no, Hisashi. You don't own me. You don't own me. You can't hurt me anymore. Izuku declared with a scream as Hisashi looked at him, stunned. Izuku would rather die first before he let this cursed, worthless life of his cause anyone else more harm. The man was quiet for a moment, stunned at Izuku's outburst and defiance towards him before he snarled. You brat! How dare! Kirishima cut him off as the red-haired boy broke away from helping Katsuki and Todoroki fight Shigaraki and sent a loaded uppercut to Hisashi's face. You heard him, so back off. Kirishima yelled as he sent another hit at the man who had yet to recover from the first hit. Kaminari now! He yelled again as the blonde boy sent a devastating shockwave at Hisashi who couldn't avoid it, sending him into fits as the electricity ran throughout his entire body, shocking him. Izuku was grateful for them, but he turned his attention to where the Nomu and All Might seemed to be fighting, from what he could hear. He chose, once again, to prolong his eyes' regeneration as he readied a different ability. It was a gamble, but should it work, it would pay off generously. Nomu! Finish off All Might now! Nomu! Stop fighting All Might! Two identical voices rang out as the Nomu stopped, confused as it looked between where it heard Shigaraki call out for it and to where Izuku did. The villain reared back in surprise before he frowned angrily and looked at Izuku in annoyance. Izuku remained neutral despite his inner relief that his choice to activate a voice mimicry ability worked. This particular Nomu, if I remember correctly, can't think or speak for itself, and that's its major weakness. Izuku thought before he and Shigaraki called out again. Nomu! Kill this brat! Nomu! Stop fighting and go sit outside the facility! The beast was still for a moment before it decided to follow Izuku's orders since it heard those words last. Shigaraki gritted his teeth as his expression grew crazed. He rushed over to attack Izuku. Katsuki and Todoroki both stopped him in his tracks as he had to avoid being attacked. Nomu! Stop listening to him! He growled before looking to Izuku. You clever boy, I knew I liked you for a reason. But it's time to stop playing around, little brother. Nomu, you will listen to me and go stand outside of the facility. Izuku called out from where he was as Shigaraki was too busy defending against the two teens to be able to call out another command. Katsuki and Todoroki, both having picked up on what was happening, increased their quantity of attacks. Hisashi roared as his pride took a blow from being pushed back by what he saw as just children. He pulled out some sort of device before pressing it and sent it flying toward Aizawa's location, the man only having a few seconds to react as he jumped back and away from the beeping device. A bomb? He thought before the device did in fact explode, but only with light and not heat as he cursed, shielding his eyes from the flash bomb. When he could open his eyes again, Kurojiiri had escaped and gathered the two other villains along with the Nomu before sinking back into the new warp portals for their escape. The doors to the facility were busted open as the heroes from school were led by Tensei, who sped down to meet up with his brother. You've lost, Shigaraki Tamura. All Might said one last time, only for the man in question to start laughing maniacally. Oh, All Might, you naive man. Did you really think Sensei wouldn't have planned for this sort of turnout? Ah. Shigaraki chuckled before looking to Izuku, whose right eye was reformed just enough for him to see out of. You are mistaken if you think you know what our goals were truly about. You may have won today, but we will be back. Don't relax now, little brother. Then that they were gone, and just like that the hurricane that blew through Class 1A had calmed down into a drizzle of rain. Aizawa and Toshinori both shared a look before they sighed in relief, and their shoulders sagged from the weight of exhaustion and knowledge that they had to prepare for the future. The police had quickly rushed in with the other heroes from the school and rounded up the villains who had been left behind as Recovery Girl and her team of medics rushed to help Izuku and the other students. The elderly lady shared a sharp look at Toshinori, who only nodded. I'll make sure to stop by after everything is able to be taken care of by Tsukachi and the others. She had a frown but only responded, I'll hold you to that then, Toshinori-kun. Nizu and Tsukachi had walked up just as she left, both wearing concerned expressions. Are you hurt all might? Tsukachi asked as Toshinori waved him off. Not as much as I could have been. But we can talk about that later, now that we need to get the children taken care of and brought back to the safety of the school. I trust you and the police force have things covered from here, Tsukachi? Toshinori asked lowly as he received a nod in return. What about the situation in the city? Were the others able to handle the crisis with the explosions and all? Aizawa asked sharply as he thought to Mike and the others. Yes, have no fear, Aizawa-kun. We received news from them a few minutes before we reached the USJ that the explosions were more bark than bite. Despite the amount of fire damage, the crew was able to handle the situation well and without any casualties. If anything, Nizu trailed off before they leaned in to hear what he had to say next. I suspect it was a fear tactic that worked a bit too well. There was little damage done by actual bombs and more fire damage than anything. Nizu finished as Toshinori gripped his fists as his mind connected the dots. Midoriya Hisashi. He said darkly as Aizawa also came to the same conclusion as him, and he ground his teeth in anger. So that's why the man came late to the party. He was out wreaking havoc on the city to make sure we would panic and split up. He's too cunning. Aizawa hissed as Nizu and Tsukachi looked at them in confusion. Aizawa sighed before explaining, there was another crucial member on their side with a quirk that allows him to use what I suspect are warp gates and teleport people. Tsukachi and Nizu both were emptiness of holding a neutral face, but the frustration could be felt rolling off of them in waves. There's too much for us to be caught up on now. Come. The children are waiting anxiously. Nizu said as Toshinori and Aizawa nodded before they said goodbye to Tsukachi, who nodded. Izuku was waiting for them as the two men both noticed, with much relief that both of his eyes were reformed and healed. The boy practically jumped up with joy as he ran over to them, despite Recovery Girl's startled warning. He didn't even sign or voice anything before he crashed into Aizawa, who widened his eyes in surprise as Izuku hugged his torso tightly. For a few moments, no one said anything as Izuku refused to let go of Aizawa, who then sighed. There was too much he wanted to talk about and discuss with what Izuku did today, but for now, he just lets the boy reaffirm that yes, Aizawa was still alive and okay. He lies a gentle hand on Izuku's head, ignoring the blood and sweat that matted Izuku's hair as well as the trembling he felt and the hot tears that leaked through his shirt. Toshinori looked at him before giving Aizawa a frustratingly fond grin. He must have been really worried about you, Aizawa-kun. Toshinori joked, only to immediately have Izuku's attention turned on him and then to his wound. Toshinori both jumped back as Aizawa moved to keep Izuku from moving forward to use his quirk on the wound as the green-haired boy looked at them in confusion and slight betrayal. Now that he was back in a safer, more controlled environment, he felt comfortable enough to sign again. Why? He asked as Aizawa's expression became pinched. He picked Izuku up into his arms as the boy immediately wrapped his arms around the man's neck loosely. All Might will be fine after Recovery Girl helps him. You, sir, on the other hand, need to rest. You've been through too much today. Izuku was quiet before he signed again. Ko are you? His expression betrayed nothing, but Aizawa could tell he was desperate to know what happened to someone he regarded as family. Aizawa turned back around and jogged up to Tsukachi. Tsukachi! One last thing, he called out as the tall man turned around and blinked, before waving to Izuku, who waved shyly back. Yes, Eraserhead? He asked as Aizawa cut to the chase. I need to know if you can contact the Fight Club again and ask about one of their fighters. Koharu, I believe it is. Midoriya Hisashi came with a severed tiger's tail, and we need to know if she's alive or if... Aizawa trailed off as he looked to Izuku, whose head bowed down at the thought of her death. Tsukachi seemed to realize what happened before he frowned and pulled out his phone. If you could wait just a second, then Eraserhead. I'll call Akechi-san now. The grungy man nodded as he and Izuku waited. Tsukachi didn't have to wait long as Akechi almost immediately picked up. Tsukachi? This isn't really a good time dash. Akechi-san, was one of your fighters, a woman by the name Koharu, recently attacked? He cut off the crime boss, who froze before responding darkly. So you know this was Hisashi's doing? Akechi's voice promised revenge, and pain returned tenfold as Tsukachi replied. Yes, he has apparently joined a league of villains who attacked the USJ facility to declare war against all might and heroes, but also to kidnap Izuku back. Tsukachi quickly explained as Akechi cursed. A fear tactic and a powerful one at that. I can only imagine the hell he put Izuku through. Put me on speaker, Tsukachi. Akechi requested as the man agreed to it. Izuku, are you there? Akechi asked as Aizawa responded for him. Izuku is here, however, I'm sure you've learned about his selective mutism? Aizawa explained as Akechi paused before answering. So it is true. Anyhow, Izuku. This is Uncle Akechi. I know your beastie of a father must have scared you, bringing Koharu's tale and all, but she's alive. He said as those last 3 words seemed to bring the life back into Izuku's eyes as he suddenly realized he had been holding his breath. His eyes were flooded with tears as he hid his face into Aizawa's shoulder, overcome with relief and joy. She's been hurt very badly, but she's alive and I'm sure she'd love to see you again after things die down. We all miss you, Green Bean. Everyone here isn't going to rest until we bring your father to justice, the legal way or not. Akechi finished as Tsukachi coughed awkwardly. My apologies, Tsukachi, forgot you're technically on the legal side and all. Probably best if I stop talking about doing illegal things, huh? Akechi laughed as Aizawa looked at Tsukachi deadpanned. Tsukachi sighed before responding, well, that's all we really needed to hear right now. I'll make sure to stop by to collect your own accounts of what happened after dealing with the mess here. Akechi hummed before saying, take your time, Tsukachi, we aren't going anywhere. Not to mention, after such a huge stunt, those villains will be lying in wait, planning for a while. You need to make sure everyone is prepared and planning for what can happen from now on. Tsukachi furrowed his brows before sighing again, that's true. Alright, another time then, Akechi-san. And with that, the phone call ended. Aizawa looked at the other man for a moment before nodding. Thanks. Izuku really needed that. Tsukachi smiled softly before waving them off. Aizawa could only hide the smile of relief as both he and Izuku were met with the sight of Tashinori waiting at the gates with the returning heroes in class. Mike looked close to tears as he charged towards the two with his usual loud self, only for Aizawa to fondly shut him up with his capture weapon. Quiet, Hizashi, you'll blow Izuku's ears out with that grating voice of yours. He joked as the blonde looked at him in mock betrayal. I would never. He retorted as he carefully moved to survey how Izuku was doing. Izuku didn't say anything as he smiled at his pseudo-uncle, but as he took in the sight of his new family and all of his friends, who were sharing such pure smiles of relief and were standing alive in front of him. He felt as if he could take on the world if it was for their sake. Fighting was all he knew. But now, he could stop fighting to simply survive. Now, it was his turn to fight to protect. It had taken them a moment to warp all the way back here. But the moment Shigaraki's feet hit the floor of the bar, he threw a small tantrum. All might, he was right there and I couldn't even kill him. Kurogiri sighed as he and Hisashi came through afterward, along with the hulking Nomo. Now, Shigaraki-san, the mission was a success. You know, Sensei didn't expect for us to already have killed the symbol of peace. If anything, that would have been too anticlimactic. Shigaraki glared at the older man before rolling his eyes. As if the man knew they had just come back, he most likely did know. The TV turned on as his voice washed over them. Tamura-kun, that I suspect the mission was a success? He spoke slowly and calmly as if there was no care in the world. Shigaraki grinned before he answered. And you'll be interested to hear about my little brother's new trick. If love truly makes you blind, then I guess there is no need. There is no need to see. I'll trade my eyes. So you can see for me. Lala lula lila. Stay with me. You will never be sad. Whatever you need. Whenever you need. I'll be by your side. And then I gave you my eyes. To see all the colors.